come back, it's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back, it's time for a comeback. We had no time to react, but things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones, we know now it's time for a comeback. We had no time to react, but things are getting better real fast, yeah. I can feel it in my bones, we know now it's time for a comeback. Oh yeah, ooh. We had no time to react, but things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones, we know now it's time for a comeback. Oh, come back, come back, come back, it's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back, it's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back, it's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back, it's time for a comeback.
There'll always be a queen of the dance floor, no matter what the hell I've been looking for. The blood rush is a bright light, the heartbeat pumping so wild, the start of playing with my tongue. How could I dance with another one that's sinner? How could I dance with another? Could I dance with another one that's in her dancing so damn well? Get closer to the queen with my best moves. I try to show plenty of my best grooves. The blood rush is a bright light, the heartbeat pumping so wild, the start of playing with my tongue. Put my heart on the line, going all in. You want to cheat, you have to bite, and I'm biting. How could I dance with another one that's in her? How could I dance with another? Dance with another one that's in her dancing so damn well. How could I dance with another one that's in her? How could I dance with another? How could I dance with another one that's in her dancing so damn well? How could I dance with another one that's in her? How could I dance with another? How could I dance with another one that's in her dancing so damn well?
This is the time to take a stand, 'cause things aren't going as we planned. I think it's time to start anew. So many hurt and so much pain, but we won't let it be in vain. If we come together, we'll go through. Be the change you wanna see. adrenaline. Hey, you're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins. Your adrenaline. Hey, you're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins. Your adrenaline. Hey. Celebrate the day, yeah. Come on, just celebrate the day. The time is now, let's stop all our crying. We need to leave all our worries behind. We cannot hide, cause there's no denying. We're gonna take to the sky and fly. This history felt like we were dreaming, like waiting for morning dawn to be free. Another day went by never ending, until we heard nature's love say breathe again. The dark night is over, it's time to celebrate the day. Swim in the sea and run through the streets together. Celebrate the day. We're gonna celebrate the day. Celebrate the day. We're gonna celebrate the day. Jump on this ride, cause destiny's calling. A place where people together can sing this melody. We've all gotta scream it. Come on, let's take to the sky and fly. This history felt like we were dreaming, like waiting for morning dawn to be free. Another day went by never ending, until we heard nature's love say breathe again. The dark night is over, it's time to celebrate the day. Swim in the sea and run through the streets together. Celebrate the day. We're gonna celebrate the day. Celebrate the day. We're gonna celebrate the day. We're gonna celebrate the day, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Celebrate the day. Oh, I'm gonna celebrate, yeah, the day. Celebrate the day. Celebrate the day. Celebrate the day. We're gonna celebrate the day.
Spread your wings and fly over the sky. Spread your wings and fly over the stars. The day has come, let's celebrate you home, and that's what I like to say. That is what I pray. I'm still looking for a way. Hey, hey, 100 steps to find you, 1,000 stairs to See, I've been waiting all night for you to come and make it right. I thought you never hurt me like the way you did tonight. I don't know what I'm feeling. In my head it just keeps ringing, and I just wanna press rewind, 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 rewind. And I tried to find the words I couldn't find in front of you, in front of you. Well, I guess I'll tell you now, I'm gonna leave it all behind and say goodbye, goodbye. 'Cause I'm gonna live my life, gonna get on with it after all this time. I'm gonna be alright, right? I don't need you, 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 I don't need you. Every time you call me, I thought you'd make me happy, but you just left me empty. Always just the same thing, around and around in circles while we're hiding all our feelings. And you might say it's worth it, but it's not. Well, I guess I'll tell you now, I'm gonna leave it all behind and say goodbye, goodbye. 'Cause I'm gonna live my life, gonna get on with it after all this time. I'm gonna be alright, right? I don't need you, 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 I don't
Everybody's telling you what to say and what to do. How you doing, sifting through it all? Everybody's got the dream, some are small and some extreme. How willing are you to risk it all? And people say that it depends, but with or without all your friends, you're the one who's answering the call. You might be wrong, 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 wrong. You might be right, 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 right. You really won't know, no, 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 no. Not until you try, 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 try. Here's something in your bloodstream telling you to trust me. Tell 'em that you must be free tonight. Don't be afraid to act out, nothing that you lack now. Tell 'em that you won't back down today. Won't back down today. Hey, hey, hey. Won't back down today. Not today. Won't back down today. Not today. Not today. Not today. No one knows what you can do, not until you show and prove. Taking what's within and send it out. No one knows just what's inside. Everyone can criticize. There's a voice that's in you, let it shout. And people say do what you're told, but not much longer till we're old. The time is now to show what you're about. You might be wrong, 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 wrong. You might be right, 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 right. You really won't know, no, 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 no. Not until you try, 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 try. There's something in your bloodstream telling you to trust me. Tell 'em that you must be free tonight. Don't be afraid to act out, nothing that you lack now. Tell 'em that you won't back down today. There's something in your bloodstream telling you to trust me. Tell 'em that you must be free tonight. Don't be afraid to act out, nothing that you lack now. Tell 'em that you won't back down today. Won't back down today. I was a loner, you were a goner. I never wanted fairy tales. I was distracted, you were impacted. I never practiced fairly well. And it took too long, where did I go wrong? Now I'm too far gone to turn back. It was an accident, it was a lie. Even through the blackness, I can see the light. You were ammunition, shotgun by my side. We were at the wrong place at the wrong time. You were by my side, body had died. Now it's looking done. Now I'm on the run. But if I look around, nowhere to be found. But if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. You were by my side, body had died. Now it's looking done. Now I'm on the run. And if it's going down, if we're going down, if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. Yeah. And you didn't trust me, should have been just me. I've always known you don't play fair. Back on my own now, cover is blown now. Thought you should know now, I don't care. You were an accident, you were a light. Even through the blackness, I can see the light. You were ammunition, shotgun by my side. We were at the wrong place at the wrong time. You were by my side, body used to hold my hand. You used to tell me that you'd take me to Wonderland. We had it all, you know. We put on quite a show. You were my one and only, never let me go. Then you broke my heart and I fell apart. I couldn't understand what you did to me. But I'm stronger than you think. I'll make a brand new start. So don't come looking for a way into my heart. Don't come looking for me when the party's over. Don't come crying to me when the party's over. You thought you had it all, but up against the wall I walk right through another open door.
Why do you speak on my name? Why do you treat me so bad? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Why do you leave me into? Do you love me for real? Do you love me for real? No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. Why do you speak on my name? Do you love me for real? Why do you treat me so bad? Do you love me for real? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Do you love me for real? Why do you leave me into? Do you love me for real? No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, give me that, give me, give me, give me, give me that.
Fly higher, fly. There's no holding back no longer. Fly to the sky. The music makes me stronger. 'Cause I'm gonna try. Living by the hours. Baby, I'm gonna fly. Like a butterfly to flowers, yeah. Flirt with me, baby, come on, flirt with me. Essentially, baby, won't you flirt with me? Whoa, 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 whoa. Baby, flirt with me. Yeah. Fly higher, fly. There's no holding back no longer. Baby, I'm gonna fly like a butterfly to flowers. Yeah, yeah. Flirt with me. Baby, come on, flirt with me. Essentially, baby, won't you flirt with me? Whoa, 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 whoa. Baby, won't you flirt with me? Flirt with me, You ever been so lost that you just can't find yourself? You ever been pushed back to the limit and now you need some help? Even if it's one call just from one friend that knows you best. Good things are coming, yeah, I know good things are coming. We had no time to react, things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones, we don't. Now it's time for a comeback, oh. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. You ever find that all the little things in life are everything? And even though we don't know what the future looks like, I'll bet anything on every family to pull it together. Yeah, we can, yeah, we can. 'Cause love don't go away just like that. It can only bend. We had no time to react, things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones, we don't. Now it's time for a comeback, oh. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. We had no time to react, but things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones, we know. Now it's time for a comeback. We had no time to react, but things are getting better real fast, yeah. I can feel it in my bones, we know. Now it's time for a comeback, oh yeah. Ooh. We had no time to react, but things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones, we know. Now it's time for a comeback, oh. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback.
There'll always be a queen of the dance floor. No matter what the hell I've been looking for. The blood rush is a bright light, the heartbeat pumping so wild. The start of playing with my tongue. How could I dance with another? Once a sinner. How could I dance with another? How could I dance with another? Once a sinner dancing so damn well. Get closer to the queen with my best moves. I try to show plenty of my best grooves. The blood rush is a bright light, the heartbeat pumping so wild. The start of playing with my tongue. Put my heart on the line, going all in. You want to cheat, you have to bite. And I'm biting. How could I dance with another? Once a sinner. How could I dance with another? Dance with another. One's a sinner dancing so damn well. How could I dance with another? One's a sinner. How could I dance with another? How could I dance with another? One that sinner dancing so damn well. How could I dance with another? One that sinner. How could I dance with another? can take these bones and break them into pieces now to make my soul and cast me out in the sea. You can fill me with hope, take it all away again. I thought you should know that you ain't ever gonna break me down.
对呀，这战役小豪一个进去，另一个下面条件交了傻，错路了，狂野身上顶端了，盛大登场，小豪拉马呀！哎，一个车许晋哲也选择直接带子赛，会不会应该师傅在快马这个反击风暴把他给挡住了？哇，快马还没死，15回血了还在输出，仿佛战神一般。
但是您这个血量有点低啊！
大招打伤了，我已经杀死了！
这什么
哇，这个烟花！
哇，直接闪现 Q 这啥没有？这啥呀？这个在小号脸上把虞姬给杀了，而且自己还没死，打出回血，真的回血，这里面还在回血！兄弟，这是什么怪物？
接触应该是后面要走了。哎，
兹卡走到之后还在拉扯呀！哇！
Give me all of your gold, watch me blow it all away. You can save my soul, so I can sin and lose it again. Gotta fix this head I'm in before it spins so far out of control. Before I lose it all, 'cause it's better than the devil you know.
移动的感觉，对，有机会，给大招对了3个，这太完美了，突然发现个金身，哇，防不住啊！大大在这个鱼心湖这边给了一个治疗，这个过到了俄菲留斯，俄菲留斯直接被秒了，马克这边好攻，空管天灵3被秒躲掉，后面王也要死，马克这波操作有点秀啊！
哎呦，死麻了中路，主要连了好几波了，在中路，哎呦，这狂勾又是你的狂勾，又勾起了自己第二个点一下。五大将军来了，他来了，疾跑，怎么看到了？左边兵五派一个野2个 TP， 他们要找的是要手3个人，前掌去开通，打一下，这边感觉掉了，应该是偷掉了。 哇，逼我！
'Cause it's better than the devil you know.
Welcome one and all to the LPL. We are in our spring playoffs for 2022. I am Oshin, you are the luxurious Ox, and we're both wearing jackets today.
Yeah, we are, and we are ready for some action. I think everyone's pretty hyped coming into playoffs, right? We had a little bit of an extension of the regular season due to dates being delayed, so it's been a very quick turnaround to today. But man, just seeing the full bracket, seeing everything, all the teams laid out, where we've seen them finish, it all has me so hyped for the playoffs coming.
Honestly,
forwards.
absolutely. And we can kind of give a little bit of an expectation of who we're expecting to pop off as we have our MVPs from Week 9 and the kind of proverbial Week 10, the pseudo Week 10, if you will believe, as we kind of see who performed best right at the end of the season.
Yeah, and for best rookie, Wayward, I think, has been a consistent performer for top esports, and a big reason why they've been able to elevate themselves so quickly up to the upper end and make a decent run into sort of the playoff standings.
Absolutely. You know, he's got his emote game going, he's got that psychological warfare going, and honestly just straight up has been an exceptional top laner. And you can see now with the best of Week 9, he's not as good though as someone like 369 in the combination with him and Kanabi. That team of the week, that's a solid team right there.
That's a sick lineup. You know, I think that lineup could do pretty good in playoffs and Worlds and MSI. Yeah, and I think, you know, we've seen a range of members standing out for different rosters. I do really think Rookie has been just absolutely exceptional, though. I mean, we've had this expectation of Rookie for a while, but I would say like last year wasn't the most convincing, you know, and it's because our standards are so high, but this split has proven why we've had such sky-high standards for this player.
Yeah, this guy is just above and beyond the best mid laner in terms of, you know, he's argument for best in the world sometimes if he's on his good day, and that's just how good he is. But our best player of week 9 and 10 was Kanavi. The man has really turned a corner. Came in and obviously to the ADG. 2020 was a great year for the organization. 2021, not so stellar for this team, but they've kept with the core lineup of Kanavi and Yagao. They've kept going with what they know works, and honestly, they're being rewarded.
Yeah, I mean, he's been instrumental, and I would say jungle's so important at the moment. Jungle's always important.
It's
this
always
broken,
important.
Let's be
It's
real.
the most blamed role, and it's the most pivotal role.
It can have such an impact, and I think, you know, I've seen some junglers who have had some question marks around in the league. I think Kanavi is one of the ones who's really been pushed and has been very consistent as well.
Yeah, absolutely has been. But now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's have a look at the last look of our regular split standings. Let's see how everybody ended up looking out and everybody ended up finishing off, because we are moving into our playoffs. And as you can see, there is our top 10. But it was very, despite the scoreline for OMG, it was very close right up until the last minute.
Yeah, I mean, literally, it was not yesterday, because yesterday we were just seeing RNG and JG's movement. But the day before, it was OMG still in with a hope to make it in the playoffs. Things were left very late, but we have it locked in. And you have teams who've been pretty consistent throughout, like V5. We have JDG and Top Esports with those big win streaks to make it up. But then, I mean, what's crazy is EDG, right?
Yeah.
7th. It's kind of mind-blowing, right? They're still in playoffs. And I think EDG are a team you still expect to perform, but it's just weird seeing them down there.
It is, and we can now look and see how the playoff bracket formulates itself. We have the 10 teams are single elim into double elim, and like you said, we actually have a rematch of the 2021 Summer Finals, EDG versus FBX, in round 1 of the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, one of them won't go any further. That is it, right? It's only if you look V5 and RNG, at that point, that is when you get a second chance, right?
Yeah.
That is when, obviously, if you lose, you'll go through. So when you look at, like, BLG RA, only one of them will make it. EDG FBX, I mean, it's not even that. It's like, out of BLG, RA, Top Esports, and LNG, only one will go forwards, and it's the same on the other side of the bracket. So stakes are high, and I just feel like, you know, this has been a split with a lot of stacked rosters, a lot of strong performing teams. That's why it's kind of mind-blowing thinking how many you're going to lose so quickly, and you really don't have much of a chance to make mistakes.
You really don't. That's why, you know, that's why top 2 is so coveted in the LPL. Getting that second chance, getting that little bit of a lifeline, shall we say, to cover yourself is incredibly important. But we can kind of talk about those teams when we get to them. We got to focus in on today's matchup. We are going to be bringing you Rare Adam versus Billy Gaming. And Rare Adam have been a team that, excuse me, not even that. We're going to talk about the patch notes. Excuse me, just got the ear from my producer. I'm completely messing up the schedule there. Sorry that. You wanted to deep dive into 12.5B.
Yeah, because we've had 12.4 until literally yesterday,
Yep.
and we are now jumping to 12.5, and the B patch will be active. If anyone's unfamiliar, we had that 12.5, which was going to be in place for a long time. They introduced a B patch, and this really shook up a lot of the champions in the competitive meta. I will say some nerfs are quite strong. None of the nerfs are like insane, like this champion's dead in the water, but there is a lot of changes to go through.
Yeah, you say shake up. I think ADC shake down right now, because I'm thinking a lot of our standard picks got pretty damn hit there. You looking at things like the Zeri, the Jinx, the Aphelios, and Rise. Just because I thought it looked aesthetically nice to have 4 and 4.
Yeah, and I think, you know, I'm just going to hone in on the big ones. Jinx and Aphelios both nerfed, right? They still look to be strong, but Jinx's laning toned down a bit with the rockets being less range, more mana cost early. Aphelios lost some health and armor, so a bit more vulnerable. Zeri got nerfed in loads of places, but this champion has been nerfed endlessly since release and still, you know, seems to be prioritized. So despite the fact they were big nerfs, this champion is just insane. And I think the big ones on the other side, Lucian, right? A lot more passive damage, some extra AD per level. Definitely really relevant, and we can see this pick flexed, right? Because as much as his passive, just to be clear, I'm talking about the one where when you get buffed by an ally or your W from an ally, you get extra damage in your autos, not about the double hit passive. It got buffed quite a bit, so that doesn't really affect solo lane Lucian, but solo lane Lucian is still really strong. And then when you get to the team fights, being able to have that extra damage, absolutely massive. Ashe as well, just to finish off, is a big one who got a buff to Ulturation.
Yeah, and thinking of those solo lanes, you're looking at someone like Kennen369 looking at you. You're going to be very happy with this little buff coming in here. And also nerfs to things like the Don't Touch Me composition, you know, the Gwen and the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, I think that's a big one, right? Gwen, lower range on E, changed a lot of her trading. You know, it seems like it's not going to do that much because it's just damage, but a lot of the top lane matchups are impacted by that. Xin Zhao, I still think this champion's going to be strong, right? But when we have Volibear, we have Trundle, that's a good answer into him. We have Lee Sin, good early junglers. It's the fact that he has 1 second more cooldown on his E, which, you know, it's not the craziest thing, but also he's losing 20% of the duration of his ult, which is one of the big tools why he was so good late. Now, Ahri, you've seen a ton of. She's only been toned down a bit, not major, but the big ones as well. Locket is a lot weaker.
Yes.
Got a pretty heavy nerf, so might see that a little bit less, but still manageable. And then finally, the big one I'd say is Hullbreaker. The resistances you get and the resistances you give to that cannon minion halved for ranged champions. So
yep. So things like Graves.
Yeah, I think a lot of the champions like Graves, Gnar, I think they're still strong without it, but they won't be building it. So
Yeah,
I think that much is clear.
It's just kind of a different shift in how your build pack kind of goes. If you kind of look towards the setup of kind of RA and BLG and see where they're kind of like setting themselves up in this particular setup. But for RA, for me anyway, this team feels like a hard forcing reroller. If you watch or play TFT, you know what I'm talking about there. They commit no matter what is good. If it's a good idea or a bad idea, they are committing to their composition and fighting all the time.
Yeah, and I think a big thing for me is the top side of the map, right, for Rare Adam. I look at Leyen, he's someone who often likes to lean towards Cube. Strive is instrumental in Leyen having a good game because he needs that mid-priority to play around, and they often find themselves getting early leads, right? I think particularly, Leyen isn't someone who's like, I play for my lanes to get ahead, and I will constantly do that. He is like, I want my lanes to be ahead so they can help me get ahead, often picking things like the Nidalee, fanning advantages from that. And really look to snowball his solo lane, so I've been performing well.
Yeah, absolutely. The solo lanes, as we said, they are top deck, and you look at some of those stats there, solo kills for the side of Cube, getting them very much up the top echelon of that as well. And this is a team that has had struggles, you know, when it comes to different things. And when I say by hard forcing, is it doesn't matter if they're ahead or behind, they will force a fight, and they will look to try and make a go for it. And of course, we always got to look at building the Cube, looking to try and give him some kind of priority. These are his most played champions throughout the split, and those are the core things there. And you can see of how the side of Rare Adam play towards their top side in a couple of clips we've got here. This is basically all they do. It's their bread and butter. It looks like the exact same play over and over because it kind of is.
Yeah, and I mean, I was going through getting the footage for this, and there was just so much to pick from. Honestly, Ganks in the top lane, and often if you end up getting Cube ahead, he can be such a monster when it comes to those team fights. Don't get me wrong, the whole team will absolutely look to deliver in these moments, but having this strong top laner on picks like here on the Jax can make such a massive difference.
It really, really can, and I think that the idea that you are going to be able to get Cube onto something strong, like we said, Kennen has been set up to be a bit more of a maybe a solo lane pick. You've got a couple of different options there. The split push options are not as readily available for those super safe champions like the Gnar or the Graves, but it is going to be curious to see how Rare Adam come in with this, because don't forget, on the actual, you know, kind of side of this fixture in the regular season, it was a 2-0 to BLG, so this is something that RA have to prove that stylistically they can kind of just front up to the side of BLG.
100%, and I'm going to be interested to see how things develop, because one big thing to note is looking here, we see Aphelios, Jinx, right? Both of those being nerfed often suggests, I mean, I still don't think the nerfs are like that significant that it's going to drastically change things. Jinx is still the same if you get it to level 9, but it could mean teams put less of a priority towards bot lane, more emphasis on top. I expect top to be a big focal point for this series anyway, because I think that's how RA should be looking to beat out BLG.
Yeah, and for BLG, looking at how they play the game, this is very much the tortoise. Slowest average game time in the entirety of the league.
By over a minute.
Yeah, exactly, by over a minute. So it does feel like this team is just slowly kind of getting there. And it does come down to how they play as a team, or rather how they don't.
Yeah, I think the thing with BLG is, I remember speaking to Lyric at the start of the season, he was a bit kind of trying to work out how these players would fit together. I feel like one of the things is independently, they're all very strong, right? Literally lone wolves, they can function well, but they don't pair up nearly as much as other teams. You look at teams like V5, RNG, very good at coordinating plays between multiple members. With the side of BLG, really low in terms of individual kills and assists at 15, really low in terms of jungle participation as well. It feels like they just don't group up, but that doesn't mean they aren't strong individually in those lanes.
Absolutely. They do play probably a little bit more retroactively, or reactively, I should probably say is a better way for it, rather than proactively. They seem to be happy to say, look, we are going to go late. We know we can kind of go from there. And again, like, it goes by the stats. You know, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Their first blood percentage, the highest in the league. They've got themselves a very high goal difference at 15 in terms of 4th in the league. So this is a team that isn't afraid to just go at you if you want to try and throw hands at them.
And that's the thing, I think as a team going up against them, you have to be really sharp on your proactive players, because if you mess them up, they will punish. And on top of that, if you just let the lanes play out naturally, they sort of hit far above their current standing in the league. And then we have some of the picks that they've ended up bringing out. I think Azir is a really instrumental one for Fofo, because not only, like, you think Azir, you think scaling, right? You think slow, but it also does have a strong laning phase with that ability to push, have priority, and apply pressure.
Yeah, I think the big thing as well, you can see here, they are just looking for a fight. It does feel like they're being proactive, but you look at the gold lead. They're already 7,000 or maybe 6,500 gold ahead. They know they're strong enough, and this is what BLG do very well. This looks like the most identical clip, but it is exactly what they do in this next game. They're ahead. They know they can take this fight. They know they can make a bigger advantage from it, and that's just how they do it. It's kind of just hand stiff. They just feel like they know they're better players than you. They know that they're stronger than you.
Yeah, they're really confident in those team fights when it does get to that point. And I think something you mentioned, for anyone who's not, who hasn't been keeping up and hasn't been able to see, Uzi will not be playing for BLG.
It will be
We've had
Doggo.
points of the split where they started Uzi. We've had points where they brought him in later. It is Doggo 100% for playoffs based on the communication that's come out from Uzi and BLG. So that's what we're expecting. That's what we're going to be looking forward to.
Yeah, we're going to be moving down from the bot side up to the top in terms of our head-to-head, because this is the key matchup. Breathe versus Cube. Two massive top laners. And again, we talked about how pivotal it is for RA to get Cube ahead.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, is that it really plays into what Leanne tries to do. He will lean topside. He will look to get him advantage. And you can see, right, second in the league for goal difference of 15 thanks to that tension. But I will say, for BLG, Breathe has been one of the stronger performers. And if you don't manage to find that advantage, if Breathe can go unchecked, if he's able to turn plays around, if we see potentially a counter gang come in and Breathe ends up strong, he can be an absolute thorn in your side. So it's kind of two birds with one stone. Not only do I think Rare Adam need to get Cube ahead, but they want to shut Breathe down.
Yeah, I think this is a big way to kind of put it as well. Like you said, it is all about setting up for success while also being shut down, and it's going to be on Breathe. And we see some of the big key pivotal picks. He has basically got nearly 100% win rate on the Akali, something that has been almost permabanned against the side of BLG. It is a huge point of power for Breathe. And on the other side there, we look at some of the champions that Cube has been prioritized. Massive Gwen player, Graves as well. Things that are taking slight little nerfs coming into this patch. So very curious to see what our read is on the meta for 12.5b.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing. I feel like Gwen priority drops humongously, and Jace and Akali are both like big Gwen counters, which is a lot of the reason we've seen them played so heavily. So we'll see how much impact it ends up having. I think that's the interesting thing. We've seen, you know, some regions playing on 12.5 already, but how the LPL teams approach it is one thing. And also, I think even before we got to 12.5, there was just such stark difference in metas between regions, and LPL definitely felt like they'd carved out their own view. So I expect to see a similar thing with the start on the patch that, yeah, there'll be inspiration for the regions, but we'll have our own identity.
Yeah, we will indeed. And speaking of identity, we got to figure out who has picked their winners in terms of the predictions for this one here. We have a lot of faith in a one particular team, but I feel like this one's going to be a bit closer than everyone realizes. I think a lot of people will be saying BLG should be coming in as favorites, but I don't want to count out RA. Like, if they can make their setup work, it could work out really well.
Yeah, I think that's the thing is, you know, I mean, I've spoken a lot to Lyric about this, and I think I understand the reason for going for BLG. I do think BLG, like, when you look pound for pound across the players, they are not even necessarily just a better roster than RA. I think they are like a really strong roster. That's what everyone said.
We called it a super team at the start of the year.
But I just don't have faith in just the way they're coordinating as a team. And I think if RA has done their preparations, right, they come into this one and they've sort of set conditions up in the draft that allow them to have, you know, favorable mid matchup, Leanne on a strong jungler, and then also Cube in a matchup where with attention you can take over. That's where I feel like they're going to have the edge. But, you know, you can see from the predictions, it's 4 for BLG, 3 for RA. I really think it can go either way.
We were talking about this yesterday, or even today actually a little bit as well. We were saying, like, yes, if you think logically, you would probably put your money on BLG. But the LPL has never been about logic. The LPL, if you want to be you'll always get third or fourth. You know, you'll be up in the top part, but you won't win the predictions match.
And it's not even just LPL. I feel like predictions in general, like, no, everyone goes into Worlds and they're like, look, these are matter of fact, numerically, the ideal setup for your Worlds predictions, and then they never get 100%.
And then FBX go 2 and 4.
Exactly. And then, you know, just some sheer craziness happens, and it's because you know, teams can underperform in the day, they can exceed in the day, change
Bad
a patch.
Yeah.
Patch changes have a massive thing. You can see metas developed, maybe, you know, secret picks have come out. You know, there's all sorts of things that can go in. There's all sorts of factors that can then impact that. And I feel like it's so hard, especially over the course of a long tournament, to predict it all. But, you know, we start here and half the team, or just under or just over, is going to be wrong on this first round.
So perfect predictions is literally going to be done for 4 out of the 7 casters by the end of today, or 3 out of the 7. So either way, someone's going to be going home a little bit sad. Hopefully it's
going to
not
be
us.
4 out of 7, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to be right, I'm hoping.
You have to be right. You have to have this one going. But again, big moment here. And again, this is why we always have why I love best of 5s. It's about adaptation. It's about how you come into the series. And for Rare Atom, they are a little bit of the underdog. Again, on paper, you should be favoring BLG.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think coming in the split, a lot of people looking at BLG as being one of the top contenders, looking up towards the upper end. And I think the way the season developed is they had a slow start, not just in terms of like them playing, but they actually had a schedule where they didn't play as many games as other teams. So for a while, they were undefeated, and people were like, oh, they look really good, but they were not at the top of the standings because they played like 2 or 3 less games than some of the other teams at a point. And then it started to get deeper, and we started to see these problems come out, right? And I feel like they have, similar to EDG, I feel like they're lower than we expected them to be from the start of the split. But, you know, we've seen situations like, I'll bring people back to summer last year. WE and LNG were in the first round. Both of them had massive hot streaks, just knocked everyone out on their side of the bracket. WE even knocked EDG down into the losers bracket, where they have to fight their way back up to win the whole thing, by the way. So
last team to beat EDG in a best of 5 before they won Worlds.
Exactly. And I think that's the thing, is that irrespective of where you are in the playoffs, you made it, right? And now we've seen teams just really turn it up at this stage, especially when best of 5 is a different environment, and we got to fly into our first draft of playoffs.
Here we go. The playoffs for 2022 spring has begun here in the LPL. We are going to see some of those key pivotal picks being taken away. The Akali, the Zeri, despite all the nerfs, is still going to be banned because they're saying, look, we know
it's never enough.
It's never enough. It's never going to be enough to take it. They also get away rid of the Graves. So again, a couple of different top lane focus here from both these sides.
Yeah, I think a critical thing is we're not seeing any focus towards Gwen at the moment, despite both top laners being good big Gwen players. I think the nerfs have had a significant impact, but I think BLG is interesting, right? Renekton is something that we could see RA pick up, especially to sync with the Nidalee from Lien. Graves, you know, something that can obviously snowball heavily with attention, but also a safe blind. It all does make sense, and for me, Viego is probably the biggest jungler we've seen for Weiwei so far, and definitely something to lean on. So it feels like both teams done their research, are targeting specific picks, but it means a lot of those power picks are open and available.
Yeah, absolutely. We can just talk about the Viego for a second there. 89% win rate so far this season on that pick. I think it's picked it 9 times, won 8 of those 9. So very, very powerful pick. But BLG recognized, look, with the Lee Sin and, of course, the Viego taken off the board, they're going to go for the next one down. That is the Volley Bear. And Rare Atom, they got to find a response to this. Now, again, we talked about how pivotal it is for Lien to get something that can influence that top half of the map. I want to see where he takes this pick.
Yeah, and the thing with this Hecarim is it's obviously a great pick. You know, you can find a lot of momentum if you get ahead in terms of farm, but not going to have as much early pressure as a Volley Bear. So it does mean that first 5 levels, we should expect to see Weiwei potentially having more of an ability to impact the map. But so far, this is great team fighting power from Rare Atom. The Jinx, despite the early nerfs, still definitely a priority. Remember, level 9, just as strong as she was before. BLG will lock in that Jace for Breathe, so really strong pick in the top lane. They also pick up the Xayah, and I feel like Rare Atom, you kind of have to answer with the top lane pick here. Otherwise, we're going to see BLG start to ban out champions that will go up against you quite well. And just something to note is, like, these are 2 lethality champions. Very high amount of AD, but also if you pick something that can sort of withstand that pressure, has a lot of value. We're actually going to go for the LeBlanc here, so instead prioritizing that mid lane pick for Strive, giving a good matchup, but now you can ban away picks that have a good matchup into it.
Yeah, again, Rare Atom's kind of calling the bluff, saying, look, you can't ban supports and top laners on your second rotation. We're going to take the mid lane. You're going to have to choose between one or the other, because I would imagine BLG will want to ban things like the Tam Kench, things that can get safety into the Jinx and make sure that this lethality Xayah, which we imagine will be comboed in with the Rakan, aren't going to be as effective in the laning phase.
Yeah, we see the Renata ban. This is very specific to Chris. Best performer on Renata. People have huge respect from his solo queue games. 100% win rate on it so far as well in the league, so getting rid of that one as a big threat. Now, I feel like for BLG, They are banning the Malphite. I really like that. I was talking a bit before about those double lethality champions. Malphite being able to stack insane armor would be problematic, and also great into the Jace so something can just engage in him and not let him sit back and poke. Now, for Rare Adam, you could look towards mid laners in this situation. We've seen a lot of these high-pressure mid laners that people have been playing. We've seen things like Syndra. We've seen things like Vex, Ahri, all of these looking to contest priority. Maybe even the Azir, which, you know, as much as LeBlanc can potentially threaten him with poke, still a big threat at distance. Remember, that is a Fofo special, something he has lent on heavily so far when given the option.
Yep, it is a very powerful pick in the hands of Fofa, and it suits BLG. Like we mentioned, highest average game time, 32 minutes and above, is very much the comfort zone for something like an Azir. Is something that he loves to get onto those two and a half items, 3 items, and then he just becomes unbelievably powerful. Of course, you got to get there, but BLG have proven time and time again they have no problem with it. And there's Tam Kench I was talking about from the side of BLG, to saying, look, we're not going to give you 100% safety in that bot side, but Rare Adam will still get first pick in the support.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, I like the Rakan here, not only as a pick itself, but a denial. It's not even too much about the Xayah Rakan. I think it's more about the fact that BLG kind of need that sort of primary engage. Volibear, as much as he's good in those early skirmishes, he's not as good as a Hecarim for charging in. So with the Leona band as well, I think Rare Adam take that one quite comfortably. That's going to be the question, is what BLG take in a support role? You know, there's still the Nautilus open and available. And that probably, in my mind, is like the one I'd expect most LPL supports to pick up in this situation, that single target lockdown. And now it comes down to the mid lane pick for Fofo. I feel like Fofo always, the fact that he plays the Azir, very different to what we see from other players in the league. There is still things like the Ahri available. You could still take things like the Galio as well. But I feel like you want some heavy AP and something that can contest.
See what he wants to go for. Again, plenty on the board.
He's covering every single mid lane.
I was going to say, he's literally just pressed the mid lane tab on the champ select and just cycling through them. But it is going to be the Ahri going into that mid lane. Like you said, still got a lot of pick potential, still a lot of ways you can work with it. Rare Adam thinking about their last one, the Wukong, an old school counter into the Jace.
Yeah, it's something that has a good matchup. You can trade with him early and then use your W to disengage before he answers back. But we'll see what he ends up looking at. I think the Ahri, we did say it's been nerfed, but it's kind of minor. This is kind of a skill matchup into LeBlanc, right? We've seen this one played out multiple times. I remember Scout playing the Ahri into LeBlanc, really excelled in the matchup. But for me, in my mind, you know, a lot of level 6 power from this mid-jungle from BLG, right? I look at Volibear, something that can lean in the side lanes and dive. Ahri as well can do that fantastically. And this is, you know, a sort of composition where I feel like BLG have put themselves in a spot where they have the tools, but I want them to be more proactive, right? I feel like bot lane, you know, as much as Rakan scales pretty well and can hold his own, not the best at sort of dealing with dives because he's so squishy. You have a Jinx as well who's going to be weaker in lane now than she used to. And I feel like for the side of BLG, I want to see a bit of proactivity. And that's a big question mark for me. Have they shifted things up since we've gone into playoffs? Are they going to use these tools they've drafted for themselves?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what they're going to go for them. But looking at the two compositions, how do you feel like in terms of strength of these two guys? How confident in which team are you going to be looking at towards this first game?
Well, I mean, I'm going to be honest. I feel like they've kind of differed from my expectations coming into the series, right?
Yeah.
I feel like if you flip the comps even, it'd make more sense in my mind. But in the situation here, we don't have a top lane you're going to play for, right? We said about them playing for Q, but Lian often leans up there. He may still look to do so, and then using the pressure that he gives to his top laner, it then feeds back into him. But ultimately, this is comp where, in my mind, I imagine you want to play towards bot, right?
Yeah.
If Jinx Rakan there, if they get ahead, really sets you up comfortably. On the side of BLG, I feel like, you know, you have great side lanes to play towards at any point, but mostly the Jace is going to be fine just farming up the top lane. That's a comfortable matchup for him. Bot lane, you can definitely set up on that. You have good CC layering. And it's a composition that, to me, suggests some proactivity. So I'm hoping they bring that out.
We are going to wait and see how it all unfolds. It is the first game of this best of 5. We added 2 more games onto our regular season best of 3s. RA versus BLG. Momentum could mean everything. We come into this game with RA looking to try and play a little bit of an upset, and BLG looking to kind of just, you know, ascend to the expectations that they themselves have set themselves.
100%, and to sort of redeem themselves for a questionable split. I think there are always some moments where, like, is it going to be Uzi? Is it going to be Doggo? As of now, they've committed, but, you know, I don't even think that was the main thing. I don't think the 80 carry was the problem with BLG, and I really don't think it boils down to an individual member. It was how they're playing as a team, so they come in, I feel like the draft priority is a little bit different from what I expected. I'm excited to see if we start to see some more movement, right? And I'm looking at Weiwei in particular. You have the volley bear, right? You first pick this. It is a really impactful jungler because it's so strong in the skirmishes. And then at level 6, you have that die potential. I am looking for that from BLG. I'm looking for that early activity, especially when one of the big things we've seen into Hecarim is that you can invade him, you can challenge him, vulnerable and weak 3-6 because you have no flash, and also you just don't match the skirmishing power earlier for the junglers.
That's what BLG want to do, and I think, like you mentioned there as well, the scaling side of RA is very, very powerful. So we're kind of expecting to see RA just take it a little bit slower, as not as traditional RA regular season as we've seen so far this split, but get the Hecarim to level 6, have that big power spike with the onslaught, the unstoppable onslaught, and of course the onslaught of shadows. A lot of onslaughts coming out for the side of Rare Adam, and just to try and get as much gold into this bot lane as you possibly can. Of course, you mentioned it earlier that this is very much a lane that we haven't really seen do exceptionally perfect for the side of Rare Adam. iBoy has been very much known to just randomly get caught out for no real reasons.
Yeah, I think there's a big thing I would talk about for both iBoy and Doggo is, they've had definitely good moments this split, but also I think the thing is the consistency. I think both have had moments where they've overstepped and team fights been brought out, and that has been pretty costly. But we'll see how things develop on the laning phase. I would say typically what we've seen throughout the season is that BLG's bot lane have been the most active sort of in lane in terms of trying to set things up, trying to spark some aggression. And it'll be interesting to see if we have it out here. For now, though, despite the nerfs to Jinx, right, to the AoE from the rockets and everything, still able to find that early priority because, yeah, champion's still pretty broken.
Yeah, again, like we said, the Jinx and the Zeri, which both saw activity in the pick and ban phase, despite them being heavily nerfed, still feeling pretty damn good as we can see the full clear coming out from Leyen. This is the power of the Hecarim. You're able to get all of those camps done and dusted before the scuttles even spawn. But Weiwei's going to take the top, Hecarim's going to take the bottom, and we're going to see both junglers just taking a nice handshake to keep farming them.
Yeah, just taking the time, and we saw Leyen pretty efficient with this clear, right, doing camps 2 at once, try and make things a bit faster. I don't expect too much from him in the early levels. I expect him just to continue on farming and then resetting, looking for that level 6. I think that's the point where Hecarim feels a lot more comfortable because you have so much more power afforded to you with that engage potential.
We'll have to probably wait until we see any real kind of action happening, unless there's a solo set up in either of these lanes. But looking at these two teams and how BLG basically, you look at RA, and RA got picked apart in the in the offseason of 2021. They used to actually be Fofo's team. That used to be there with with Hung as well. So they lost a massive core part of their team. But despite that, they've invested time into some early early LDL talent. Strife has been a fantastic addition. Yes, he has not been perfect. He's not the greatest mid laner to ever grace God's earth, but he is still doing very, very well. And when I always think about Strife, I always think of things like the triple kill, the instant triple kill with the Corki that he had earlier on the split. So you can see there with the win rates coming up here, this is still positive gaming here for the side of Rare Adam. And for BLG, this roster was built for success. This roster was built to win championships, or the bare minimum be contesting for them.
100%. I think anything but. Like, they go out this round, it is a humongous disappointment. I think you look at players like Strive, there's a lot of room for growth. I'd say the big moment for me was the series against RNG, which they won, where Strive outperformed Xiaohu, just really applied so much pressure in the laning phase both games. And sure, the matchup was good, but has to be said, oh, looks like we might get a gank coming in.
There's no mana here. He gets slowed down, breathed in a lot of trouble. Will get the flash. Nicely timed there as Leyen does not quite get the knockback in on time, but good proactivity from RA. And where was it? In the top lane.
Yeah, even if you pick the Scion for Cube, it doesn't really change anything. We still get Leyen
The more things
going.
change, the more they stay the same.
Yeah, and the thing is, without that flash available, it puts you in a precarious position as the Jace, because Jace and the Scion is a matchup where you can just kind of harass and farm up for free, and the Jace very comfortable.
Here we go, though. There's going to be a 50-50. Leyen is here. They only have 450 on the smites. His Weiwei has to flash away to go straight on top of him as the level 5 is still there. First blood going over to RA. Chris flashes in to get the auto attack onto the Hecarim, who's still going strong, still trying to put down the damage. Not quite able to make it. There's another charm coming in, but it's not going to be the real Strife. It's going to be the clone as they stop the dragon from being taken. So RA being proactive to make sure that they're not falling behind in the objective game.
Yeah, and that play actually went really well, all things considered, right? We talked about the strength of things like the volley bear and the skirmishing. Good focus just to take him out of the fight immediately. He doesn't get that extended value from his W going off cooldown again and again, and They end up stopping the Dragon. It's straight to kills, but Fierce Blood is worth a little bit more, and I think ultimately RA pretty happy with that one.
Yeah, pretty happy you stopped the Dragon from going down. And again, this is sort of similar to what we see from BLG, pretty much all split. And honestly, it's exactly what we see from RA. RA put a huge emphasis onto Dragons. You can see how much priority they put into it. But again, this is just smart from RA saying, look, Weiwei doesn't have level 5, also doesn't have his 900 smite, so he's not going to be able to take that very quickly.
I think as well is that he was so low from taking the Dragon. I think BLG just didn't expect to be contested on this, which is kind of fair enough, right? You think, okay, they've gone top side, let's just have our Volibear solo the Dragon. It doesn't really matter, they're not going to contest. And then they come and fight. Our Volibear is low enough that he gets bursted out, and just credit to RA for kind of catching them off guard. It's a good window they found, and now Lian could have been pretty close to his level 6. If he doesn't hit it off his blue, then should off the Gromp afterwards. And at that point, you get so much more power on the Hecarim, right? The fact that not only can you dive in with your E, but also the fact you can ult behind them, knock them back, it increases your ganking and team fighting power substantially. And we can see just there, he has hit that level 6 point. So all in all, right, we talked about the early power of the Volibear. He's definitely not out of the game, don't get me wrong, but the fact that Lian has kind of managed to honestly have more impact so far is a positive.
And Lian is such an interesting character or player for the side of Rare Adam. You watch him some games and you're thinking, oh my god, he could be the greatest player. He could be MVP of the split sometimes. And then other games, maybe not so much. You know, he does have some happy games, shall we say.
I mean, I would say it depends how you define MVP. If it's in terms of most valuable players, and I am the most valuable player for this team, I'm going to hold up forward.
Here we go, Onslaught of Shadows. They stack the CC, and Fofo goes down. 2 kills to Lian, who's the MVP of our hearts.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful play, right? Great setup, and that's one of the power of the LeBlanc, is that if you dash in and land that chain, you can layer the CC like that and give no opportunity. And go back to my point, I feel like if you're talking about which player is most valuable for the team, which player would this team really struggle without, Lian definitely there's an argument for him, because I feel like he is such an instrumental aspect of RA. He's going to move over towards the Herald. With Ari down and Ari with no ult, this is a hard contest. We do see Weiwei in the vicinity. I think you already have Yuanji there. No way you go for this.
Yeah, you've already got the numbers advantage. You have priority in the top side as well. Weiwei thought about maybe contesting it, but not going to be happening this time around as Lian canters his way back up to safety. And now with the Rift Out being taken, again, this is RA. Honestly, it's something they generally didn't do during the regular season. We talked about how they love playing towards that top half, but they generally put a lot more emphasis onto those Dragons and not really the Rift Herald. So having that extra tool feels like they've done their own research into themselves and said, wait a minute, if we have winning top and mid, we should probably end up getting the Herald to push out those lanes and get those even further ahead.
100%. And in this game as well, when your composition holds up so well in the late stages, the fact that you have that early lead, you deny the Dragon from BLG, and you have the Herald, it puts you in a really good stead. You know, Weiwei on this Volibear, this first pick, not really had much impact. He tries to look for a gank there, nothing comes from it.
Oh, they're going to go for it. Feathers do fly. iBoy has to flash away. They are going to get a lot more damage onto Uyanja, who's not level 6 just yet. Both AD carries up to level 7 as flashes are burned by both of them. iBoy does lose his heal as well. There's the Super Mega Det Rocket used to mainly just kind of clear the wave so they don't get as many plates as they would hope for, but good proactive play from BLG's bot side.
Yes, slight summoner advantage, I feel, just the fact that Yuanji still has his flash available. But even so, you know, I like the aggression, and this is something that we talked about before, is that BLG's bot lane tend to be the more aggressive lane of the entire team. Not that the other lanes won't push advantages, but they look for those heavy trades, those all-in potentials, and really able to find it there.
Yeah, well, we'll see now what RA are able to do. And again, this has been a very tentative start, but it has gone probably exactly like we thought it would go. It has been Lian being proactive to try and stop out, and BLG being a little bit more reactive in terms of how they're playing the game. So BLG, though, like we mentioned before, they're kind of okay with taking a game like this. You're only down about just under 1,000 gold. You're not really too upset about that, but it is going to be big when those ultimates start to hit for RA.
And I think the problem with it is the draft doesn't really lend it to how BLG is playing, how we expected them to play, in the sense that they are going to struggle in the later game team fights. Now, we see Yuanji and Lian potentially looking for something there. Good vision setup coming out from BLG will kind of deny it. But yeah, this is going to...
That's a big payday for you, Yuanji.
Yeah, I mean, going to claim all those out, get some control. Honestly, I think with the reset timings coming in, they could just go for this Dragon right now.
Oh, okay. The unstoppable onslaught comes out from Cube. He does take a bit of an unfavorable trade off the back of it, but Breathe is kind of getting bullied right now by this Scion. The Bambi Cinder with the Warden's Mail makes it very difficult to trade back.
You know, I've seen some games where, you know,
The Shy. You did say the Shy.
Yeah, the Shy. I remember the Shy. Oh, I'm going to hold talk. We might get a fight coming out.
Oh, I don't think so. I think they get it and get out.
They should be out, yeah. I saw the Shy play Sion into Arle, right, on Jace, and he absolutely bodied him, was winning all the trades. And then I've seen other matchups where the Sion has just gotten absolutely dismantled. I feel like there's obviously an element of skill to this, and it feels like Cube has been holding up really well in that 1v1. And the thing is, with the Sion, you will become so tanky because the only real AP damage on the enemy team is the Ahri. And Ahri is a low damage champion, right? She's going for those picks, not for the 100-0.
Oh, Fofo, he gets stunned up, he gets knocked back, and he's going to be flashing away, but not before the tower can take him down. Strife flashes and gets the distort. He's gonna, oh! He outplays you, Weiwei, breaks his ankles, and they get 2 kills from BLG trying to go for a 3v1 dive.
And don't be misguided, right? The clone was there, but that was a 2v3, and RA come out ahead. They just go down the Herald's mid, get a couple of plates and some more gold. But a huge performance coming out from this mid-jungle of RA. We said they were players to watch, and Leyen and Strive have been delivering, and perfectly so. We just pan to the top lane where Cube is still dominating this matchup.
He is barreling in. Let's have a look at exactly what happened here, because again, you're going for this, but Weiwei doesn't turn off the tower.
Yeah, I think that's the critical thing, is that they just don't allow the Ahri to function here, and then critically they end up tanking the tower up for a bit of time, but Strive get some distance. And the problem with the Volley Bear is, you know, you use that ult, it's so slow up in the air, very easy for Strive to dash back and avoid. And now I'm taking stock of this game. 3,000 goal lead for RA. They have the Dragon advantage. Mid tower's already low from that Herald, and I feel so confident in how they're going to scale up into the later stages. I'm worried for BLG in this game 1.
I mean, honestly, like, if you were watching any of the other regions, a lot of people say, look, blue side OP in this patch, 12.5, they feel like you get so much power with that first pick, but RA saying, look, we have the answers to everything you can throw at us, and this is just great reactive and proactive play from RA. They just seem like they're on the better team right now.
And that's something we said as well for the changes we saw in the patch, right? Zeri, Jinx, still definitely relevant, right? We've still seen them pop up in this draft phase, but they were toned down. And I feel like that puts less emphasis on those first picks. If a team first pick Zeri, still strong, but she did get nerfed a fair bit, and I feel like RA got what they wanted and are now really capitalizing here. Strive looking for probably just some poke damage on a Crisp, warding him away, but yeah, I think the big thing, again, just to go back to the Sion point, 2 lethality champions on the enemy team, a low damage AP mid laner, a tank in the jungle. How'd you ever kill this Sion, right? And he's already started building so much armor. He will just continue that throughout this game.
Yeah, Leyen now just trying to see if he can catch out Breed, and will spot him here on this edge of vision. They know he's just going to be sitting here, so this is looking like it's going to be a dive. And look at the waves. You know mid laner coming up because that's been pushed in by Strive, so this should be a 2v1 in this top side. No flash available for Breed as he gets cantered on top of. They are going to have to pop in the Onslaught of Shadows and the Unstoppable Onslaught. They are wasting a couple of summoners here to try and tank this one up, but Leyen may have gone a little bit too far forward, and he gets punished. Shut down as the 3-in-1 pony. Yuyanja is here to try and keep Cube in a good spot. There is the quickness coming in. They'll get the knockup, but Breed tries to get them knocked back as Weiwei is just too damn tanky, and the rest of the cavalry is here. It took you too long, RA, to get this damage out. 2 more kills goes over to BLG, and we talked about how RA were looking fantastic, and then they all threw it away.
Yeah, and just a horrific misplay. I gotta say, Cube really flubbed that dive, but also it begs the question, right? 2-man dive, right? If you bring the third, if you waited for Strive, if you waited for Yuyanja, it makes all the difference. And it felt like they rushed that one, and that's why it really backfired. And I think ensuring you have that third person is important. And you may say, well, you know, if they waited longer, enemy team gets a chance to react, okay, then don't go for the play.
Yep.
You didn't need to, you were so far ahead, and you give up so much gold here. And I think the critical thing is Cube's ult not hitting. That whiff was so substantial, and in the end, he goes back to drop tower aggro. That means he's now trapped at the tower, and as much as he doesn't have aggro, he doesn't have the ult to get out. 600 gold secured for Weiwei here, and then the extended passage of play. Yuyanja, the problem with this is, like, sure, you go free, but Strive can't get there. You can't burn all his mobility to try and finish him off, and it just ends up such a big mess.
Oh, Breed, though, going 1v1 versus Strife, and Strife gets himself a solo bolo.
Well,
RA trying to stabilize it a bit more there.
You know, I said bring 3 or just bring Strive, and that's enough.
A LeBlanc pretty powerful, let's be real right now. And again, yeah, like you said, RA a little bit botched. It definitely was a bit of a slap on the wrist to say, look, you can't be taking this too lightly. BLG are still a fantastic team that can react accordingly. It will be a trade, though, on the sides, as Fofo should be able to get this tower as we look at the picture-in-picture. And yeah, it's just, once he uses all his abilities, Strife is just stronger.
I think particularly the fact that he uses all the abilities, ends up out the minion wave, allows the chain to come down. In a lot of these situations, if LeBlanc lands the chain, it's just like, it's not just extra damage, the fact you're locked in place means it's so hard to outplay. And we will see an answer on the top side with this tower taken, but obviously mid tower's already gone down to RA because they weakened that one earlier. They picked up a second dragon. We talked about how they look to prioritize those. Everything looks to be going in RA's favor. Despite that play, that mistake, they're still up in gold. They're up in dragons. Their comp skill's better. They're super comfortable, and I'm starting to feel a bit worried.
And it's a mountain soul right now. You're looking at RA's composition with a Hecarim and a Scion. Yeah. How do you kill them? If you're able to get up to soul point, you just don't.
And I think a strong element of BLG's comp is Jace, right? You always think of Jace as someone with a long-range shock blast can be difficult to deal with. But two things is, one, there's great engage to deal with that, but also you have, you know, a pretty bulky Hecarim, a tanky Scion in the top lane with the Mountain Soul as well. They'll just be able to soak those shock blasts and then look for the fight. And something to note is that we've seen Leanne, we often saw phase rush chem tanks from Hecarims, but there's also been talks about Conqueror, Divine Sunder, and Frozen Heart, where, you know, in those extended fights, you end up having so much value. So Leanne is going to be putting out a lot of damage. With the chem tank build, you are very bulky, and you also get that empowered auto on the first one, but this is a horse who wants to stay involved.
Yeah, and again, you're looking at the composition they have. RA will be looking for those long extended fights. You've got the Scion to be able to keep people busy. The Rakan with the shielding and the charm should be able to keep that fight going as long as it physically can. But for BLG, you're now trying to figure out where you want to go with this Rift Herald. And as I say, that Strife is trying to see if he can get maybe a solo again. Looking to take on two heads on one particular day. There's the Super Mega Jet Rocket whiffing by as Leanne's going to say, look, I'm sorry, my lady, let me take this tower aggro for you. Goes in with the Onslaught of Shadows, but should not be able to find anything. Rift Herald has been dropped in this bot side. Leanne needs to be careful again. He's gone with the Divine Sunderer build and no real magic resistance, but I think it's just a matter of time before Fofo eventually gets taken out. They're going to try and donate this one over to the Strife Fund of mid laners, and that eventually goes down, but BLG get two towers because of it.
Yeah, a very extended play, and they do eventually get the kill, but there's a trade-off on the other side, and we're seeing that goal lead get smaller, so I gotta say, RA making some fumbles. I still feel confident, right, with how they are in terms of the state of the game, but BLG have been answering back, which is critically important, because I think particularly when we see, you know, a big spike for them will be Manamune completed for both Breathe and Doggo combined with a Mythic. So you actually look at the inventory, both of them are pretty much the same amount of stacks, right? About to have the Manamune Breathe just finished his, but hasn't completed yet. Doggo is a similar place. I feel like that's where they spike hard, right? In that mid game. And that's where they need to try and find favor in this game. There'll be a dragon fight in 220. I think that's where it's all going to come to fruition. And critically, if they do win that dragon fight, Baron will be on the cards.
Well, second item finished up there for Strife, who was 3-0-2, having a fantastic game on LeBlanc, gone straight for that Void Staff. So already kind of saying, look, I recognize there's quite a few Merc Treads being picked up here. I just need to burn through these health bars of these very squishy individuals, and he's going to be able to do just that. Let's take some quick stock of where the items are and where everyone is setting themselves up on the map. Gale Force finished up by iBoy. Apart from that one little play, he's actually 20 CS up. He's doing this. He's been quietly farming himself, and like we said, yes, the laning phase of the Jinx has been nerfed, but the late game Jinx is still incredibly relevant and has just finished up the cull as well.
Yeah, so he's going to have a second item soon. Been in a really strong spot. I am going to say something, though. Minute 30 until that dragon. RA don't need to fight this, right? I think that's the important thing, is BLG, they're on their spikes. They don't want to let RA get to soul point. They kind of force into this one. But I think for RA, it's about saying, okay, are we actually in a good position to take this? Because maybe they don't get the right setup. Maybe they can't find the right angle for Strife to apply pressure. I think it's very important for them to assess that. And remember, if they let the dragon go, it's just one dragon. I feel confident in the champions in the later stages. And again, I'm looking at those Manamunes. Just seen Doggo's fully stacked. Breathe is about to get his. This is a big spike. It's risky, is all I'm going to say on it.
Very risky. There's going to be the first accelerated shock blast. You can see already iBoy down to about 2/3 of his HP, meaning he has to back himself away. Does have that finished up rapid fire cannon, even a pickaxe on the back end of it as well to keep him nicely topped up in damage. Mana immunes have all been upgraded into Muramanas now for both the Jace and the Xayah, like you were just talking about. 30 seconds until the dragon has spawned, and all summoners should be available. Fofo should have his Ignite as well. I will say Cube not working with a teleport, he's working with 2 combat summoners. Got himself the Exhaust and the Heal to try and help out his team, as RA are making a statement right now as they find Chris, but a little bit of a lazy rotation, and that's a flash burnt by the Nautilus. That's a part of your key engage no longer available. I think BLG got to give this up.
And did you see Fofo just landed the charm on a Cube?
Nothing.
No MR, and he just does like so little damage, and this is the problem. You know, RA, as much as I said they didn't need to fight the dragon, they find a good setup, they chunk Crisp out, and they're able to scare it. Yeah, I mean, you're right, they don't have to fight it because they'll just get it for free. It's not a full pick, right, but they chunk Crisp out, and without the Nautilus there to move in and put wards down, just no way. And now it is looking scary again. The goal lead is closed, right? BLG have kept it close, but they're at the spike. They didn't get that fight, and now 1 dragon for RA to get that soul.
Oh, here we go. Onslaught of Shadows used by Leyen just to try and keep himself alive. The Ignite from Fofo came up and immediately went back down, so they do not get the pony in the mid lane, but they will get priority in this top side. So BLG now trying to see if they can maybe make a bit of a better rotation, as they know there's no TPs for either Cube or Strife here, and they should be able to pick themselves up another tier 2. So gold going to be pretty much dead even. BLG have crawled it back, and again, this is BLG's comfort zone. This is where they start to say, look, we can play this smarter, we can play this better than you, we just needed time.
And it's kind of like the clips we showed at the start of the day, right? Except, you know, before we showed clips it was the blue side, blue jungle, right? This is just the opposite side of the map because they're on the opposite team, but it's still, they know they're in a position of power, and they will push into your jungle and look to apply that pressure, look to try and find a fight, or just take anything that you leave open and available. And I think BLG, they know that time is against them, but they are in a position of power and will continue trying to apply that. Now, we do see RA eventually looking for a pick again. Crisp will get bursted out pretty quickly, but Strive isn't here yet, so...
Oh, they might look for some though. RA, BLG do get themselves the Hex Flash over the wall as Crisp ended up not hitting anything and ends up taking a crap ton of damage. Gets taken down. Here comes the unstoppable Onslaught and jumping onto Doggo. He has to use his feather to go flying back. They jump straight onto the Xayah, but Wei jumps right back on top of Cube. It goes into zombie form. Now RA can really start to ramp up. The Jinx gets excited, and there's only Fofo left to try and defend. One more auto attack should do it, and that's going to be the ace. RA found themselves an opportunity. BLG wiped from the map.
And it's a 4-for-0, right? When I'm talking about the position of power for BLG, the big spikes before RA start to curve ahead, and RA find a 5 kills for 1. Absolutely crush it, and will be rewarded with the Baron and a substantial goal lead. You can see the replay, and essentially the problem with this is they're committing onto the wrong members, right? I've in a perfect position over the wall, completely unthreatened, and in the meantime, Crisp is just getting shredded. Remember, the Jinx has that range advantage over the Xayah, so you've already lost your Nautilus, and then the re-engage comes in. They have the tools to move forwards, and once again, iBoy, untouched, Strive, untouched, able to run forwards with the team.
Again, yes, you got a lot of damage down, and yes, you took down Q, but that's aside, that's his job, Ox.
He has a passive just for that situation.
It's literally just so much power in this Scion. Now coming up towards that Bramble Vest, going to try and get that Thorn Mail. Even going to try and just be a nuisance here on top of Wei, and Wei might be in trouble. No flash, no ultimate. No way out as Strive 5-0 and 5 on the LeBlanc. RA are smashing BLG.
And we can see the items IE completed for iBoy. We have the Shadow Flame for Strive and a 10-stack Dark Seal. And okay, the small caveat off the pick of Wei is at least he's up for Dragon. But the problem is, now we see RA getting control of the area, pushing up with the Baron. You know, 1 Dragon away from Soul. Things are looking disastrous. Right now, it's a 5,000 gold lead in favor of RA.
BLG, you gotta hope for a mistake. You can't really look at this team and say, yes, you're going to have a perfect opportunity. There's no real flank angle to come out with. It's not as if you have a Kennen or something that can get a massive slicing Maelstrom. It's not really a setup there where your engages basically just pick. You're hoping that RA wander a little bit too close to vision where they don't know where you are, and that's where you can make something happen for yourself. I will say, good vision control here from BLG. They have got that ward just by the red buff, so they know that there's not going to be a full engage onto them just yet. As Lian tries to keep up with Yuyanja, but Yuyanja does take a fair amount of poke there from the Jace. And now iBoy, he can start wailing on this turret. And BLG, they're caught between a rock and a hard place. They're being stretched across the map. They can't cover all lanes.
Yeah, and they're going to lose this inhib tower. Now, Yuyanja does get chunked out by the shock blast. And with how Engage comes in.
They got to go for it. They know they have to go for it right now because Yuyanja can't go in on this fight, but they don't think they have the damage just yet. Chris already down to about a third of his HP as he has to run away. These health bars on Cube and on the side of Lian are just too damn big. RH should be able to reset, get themselves back out onto the map and get this dragon.
And the problem is, right, is building a flash from iBoy is huge, but dragon is too soon. You've lost the Ariel, you've lost the Nautilus ult. You know, without those to threaten him, it doesn't really matter too much. And now BLG trying to move in, but being harassed.
Here we go. There's Super Mega Death Rocket's going to swing past the foe still, but it's going to be Sion just soaking up the damage. Look at him just sitting there saying, look, go for it. Try and take me down because you know you cannot. I am the true carry. I am the wall of meat, and I shall not be silenced. RA picking BLG apart, and BLG will be felled. They will be cut down by this massive Sion, this ridiculously huge Hecarim, and there's going to be RA taking game one.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to TP and look for the end. Death timers are long. Only Chris will be up in time. And with the Baron still available for a couple of seconds, he's going to make the push even easier. Now, Chris spawning up. Fofo is an 8, but with the Jinx hammering at the tower, that should just be it.
Game one, we said there's going to be different setups here. BLG and RA taking very different styles in terms of how we thought they wanted to play the game, but they played it just exactly like we thought they would. Ended up being a massive victory there for RA, and RA, you got to be happy with that. That looked confident.
100%. I think it was convincing. I think the big thing was that Lian and Strive looked exceptional, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of what we've seen throughout the split where they've been the big talking points. And, you know, we did see some play towards Q, but he wasn't that Sion, still held up fine and really just shut down Breathe. But my question marks are just all towards BLG. Like, I saw this draft come in, I'm like, whoa, maybe BLG being like, look, let's shake things up going into the playoffs. Let's look to prioritize the early proactive play.
Yep.
No, they just drafted like it. And I feel like if you play one way and you draft the other, it's not going to work.
No, it really, really isn't. But for RA, they drafted for late game and were still proactive, and they still got themselves the early advantages. And that's the scary thing, is that if when you pick up things like the Sion, the Hecarim, and the Jinx, if you don't fall behind and you're just getting further ahead, you're just accelerating. Look at just wah.
Yeah, 100%. I think the thing is as well is that, like, just because they're like late game picks or scaling picks, it doesn't mean they don't have that ability to play in the early, right? And they were still able to find proactive windows. But I feel like BLG is, you know, you take the Volley Bear first pick, I want to see more. You should not be getting out-pressured by a Hecarim, right? The Ahri for Fofo felt like, you know, didn't have too much of an impact. Sure, the damage is there, but a lot of that damage was in teamfights just getting funneled into the Cube, who obviously didn't build any magic resist. And you know, it ended when it ended because BLG tried to contest, but if the Dragon was picked up by Rare Adam, that game was just completely doomed. And you know, I feel like there needs to be a bit of a re-examine of their priorities into this game too, because this one just felt so off theme for them.
It really did, and I think Rare Adam, you're delighted. You are so happy now with this start, because I do believe I will get this triple check, but for the last few years, the way the side selection has worked is the higher seed gets side selection for game 1, 2, and 3, and then it goes to side selection for game 4 and 5 to the lower seed team. I'm pretty sure that's how it goes. So BLG, if that's how it went, they chose blue side, and they just got roasted. That's the only way I can put it, because RA just had an answer for absolutely everything. I do think that, yes, the Jace is fine. Picking it so early in the draft and then not putting all of your bans and things like a Sion, like a, you know, the Malphite we did see, but it feels like you needed to give a little bit more attention to it in terms of the draft, and it just felt like, again, a bit scattered and just a bit all over the place.
I feel like the Jace is fine.
I think it's
everything
fine.
else.
I think the Jace is fine. I just think you need to kind of give more priority to it in terms of, like, you know, actually doing something with it.
But that's my problem is I feel like when you're going up against RA, you know, if I had to put a wager on which jungler will be top more, it's always going to be Lian.
Doesn't matter who.
Yeah,
doesn't matter who it is. It's the answer's Lian.
And it's the fact that you have a Sion as well, right? Even with a Sion there, he's still showing up more than his counterpart. And with the Jace, it's like, I mean, that's the thing. Is like you think, okay, well, you know, they didn't put attention top. Well, at least they didn't really put attention anywhere. It's like there wasn't a counterpoint to it. You know, you pick the volleyball early. you need to do something.
Yep, you really, really do. Well, we'll see if BLG will be able to do something in Game 2. We're going to send to a quick break, though, as RA take a 1-0 lead in this best-of-5 series.
The spring regular season was extremely fierce. We have so many evenly matched teams. It's almost impossible to tell who will rise and who will fall from the team standings alone. However, that is what makes the LPL the most interesting league, isn't it?
So he's 33 kills in 27 minutes. We do it again. Look at the ult in the back line. MPX bring it back. It's a bouncy castle. And unfortunately for OMG, the Phoenix rises from the ashes burnt down by OMG. It feels like with this, they should eventually secure their playoff berth.
You've got Ivo is still alive on the side. He's doing work on this bait. You've got to get the bait. You've got to get the bait. He's still going. He's still going. 2 kills, 3 kills. Can it be a quadra? Can it be a penta? Oh my God! RA smashed a team fight and a penta kill for Ivo. Doggo is caught though. Yeah, G-Code up clutch. Breathe with Meganar is trying here. Fofo with the big Emperor's Divine. The Emperor is here to stay. Fofo cleans house. BLG looking to crest into the playoffs with some mighty strength for themselves. And BLG will lock in 8th place. Now they just go on a shakes is dead. JJ goes into the pit. They've still got the damage here. JJ, he gets it. Jinx steals the Baron. There is no hope any longer for Team WE as it's Andre on the back and EDG will continue their dominance.
And Mew has to bring it all back, but he's in the middle of the team to stay using the range. Somehow WE might actually turn the fight around with the poke and burst. One Fog as well, not expecting it. He's charmed with quickness, but GA pops through as the Shy takes some ball to court. You need a lawyer to get yourself out of that one, Lyric.
The fight comes up through top esports. Knight on the backside with an Infernal Soul. He's just going 1v3 on the back, and the rest of his team is winning at the same time. Knight is a monster, and UCal finds it out firsthand. Triple for Knight, and game for top esports. Shots get himself away from the fight. Goes golden with minuscule levels of health. They've killed off Light, but Doomy's now the AD carry. Tarzan jumps straight on in. Double kill, triple kill, quadra kill for Doomby. And the man in the mid lane strikes back.
The Moonlight Vigil flying through the depth charge to knock him up. It's missing with the execution. And the Rockman wins out. 369 flying in from above. Tarzan off the wing though, trying to bring it back, but it's too late. JDG, once again, team fight king.
He could try and force it now. Actually, he's gone down.
Why are you there, my friend? Why are you pushing him when he's still acquainted? He's still healing. Oh, that healing was ridiculous. They still haven't taken him down finally to get him, and here comes the package across everybody. Burn, baby, burn. RNG find themselves a fight. Triple kill for Finn. The series and a shot at top 2 for RNG. V5 blast themselves into this game. Mewtwo in the middle of everyone. Rookie looking for more in the backline. Jumps forward and finishes safe. The double kill. And I sure hoped so he would win. And boy is she the triple for Rookie as he gives us a masterclass. V5 continue to dominate the LPL and maintain their first place position.
Now it all starts again. This time, they must show all of their strength to prove who is the king of this LPL spring. Let the games begin.
Celebrate the day, yeah. Come on, just celebrate the day. The time is now. Let's stop all our crying. We need to leave all our worries behind. We cannot hide, cause there's no denying. We're gonna take to the sky and fly. This history felt like we were dreaming, like waiting for morning dawn to be free. Another day went by, never ending, until we heard nature's love say breathe again. Jump on this ride, cause destiny's calling. A place where people together can sing this melody. We've all gotta scream it. Come on, let's take to the sky and fly. This history felt like we were dreaming, like waiting for morning dawn to be free. Another day went by, never ending, until we heard nature's love say breathe again. The dark night is over, it's time to celebrate the day. Swim in the sea and run through the streets together. Celebrate the day. We're gonna celebrate the day. Celebrate the day. We're gonna celebrate the day. We're gonna celebrate the day, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Celebrate the day. Oh, I'm gonna celebrate, yeah, the day. Celebrate the day. Celebrate the day. Celebrate the day. We're gonna celebrate the day.
Spread your wings and fly over the sky. Spread your wings and fly over the stars. The day has come, let's celebrate you home, and that's what I like to say. That is what I pray, and I'm still looking for.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are just coming back with some fantastic views of Shanghai that will quickly go across the world, all the way over to the other half of it, into my office in Ireland.
That was fast.
Yeah, it was quick, man. It's
Yeah.
amazing what technology can
Almost
do.
as quick as BLG lost that game.
I knew. I can see that again. I just want to randomly bring this up. Whenever Ox has a joke, he doesn't care if anyone else laughs. He smiles to himself and he's like, "I got it.
Hey,
I
it's
got
about
it."
me finding it funny.
Exactly.
Okay? If
Your
you
own
find it funny,
enjoyment.
that's a bonus.
Yeah. You know what? That's the way it works. And you know what was a bonus? Strife on LeBlanc in that mid lane. Man was insane. And honestly, the fact that Leanne focused him or put so much priority onto this mid lane, it really paid off. 7-0 and 7. The man was just everywhere he needed to be and was just doing so much.
Yeah, I mean, I love the setup on the Ahri, the fact that they lay the CC to not give him a chance, but I mean, Strive was just really on point and was instrumental in them applying so much pressure. I think that's the thing with a LeBlanc, because when a LeBlanc is ahead, it is devastatingly hard to deal with, especially when, you know, if a LeBlanc makes a mistake and oversteps and you have great engage tools, you can just go in on the team. But it felt like they never really were able to find that window and just fell further and further behind.
Yeah, it really did feel like it was just RA being proactive, playing around their strengths. And straight up, I do feel like it was a little bit of BLG getting hit with the unexpected. They were, they thought about the Malphite. They said, all right, you guys play around Cube. But they didn't expect to see the Scion. The Scion just did exactly what it needed to do, which was just stay in lane, make sure the Jace doesn't get fed.
Yeah, and Lan, he still put some attention top, but he didn't really care because he still just played through mid. And countless times they find these moments where Fofo is just caught out, and then the rest of the team trying to adapt, but weren't really able to find any punish onto this LeBlanc. And it definitely something has to be said for BLG's mid game where they handled it better and were able to gain some of the goal disadvantage back. But it just felt like these team fights, they were so outclassed, right? Cube was just a brick wall, right? He went from being a cube to a brick, and he just tanks so much damage.
Bricks can be cubes as well, depending on the, could be like a corner piece or something like that.
True.
But, it again, like you said, just a wall of meat refused to go down. And yes, you could see there a lot of damage, as we saw it on the post-game screen as well. There was a lot of damage done by both Doggo and Fofo, but it doesn't matter, because it gets into a Hecarim and a tank Sion. What are you supposed to do with it?
The problem is, right, is like sometimes you see damage numbers really high because champions serve as punching bags, right? But the problem is when it comes to a fight, when there's like, you need to kill the Sion quickly, the 2 lethality champions are the best. They're bursty, right? And he stacked so much armor. And then at Ari, especially, we just saw, like, it was only 10 damage. We saw a W damage nerfed. She was already, like, one of the lower damage mid laners. The big reason she's strong is her mobility from her ultimate and also the movement speed she gets and the charm CC, right? The whole way it functions is you get a squishy target low, or, if they are squishy enough and you're fed enough, you can 100-0. But typically you rely on your team to fill in the extra gaps. But there, they just couldn't kill Cube. And when they finally did, it's like, okay, well, yeah, you killed Cube, but you now have a Jinx who's excited, who's charging forwards.
Untouched. Literally was just free firing, as you mentioned, the perfect position behind the wall. Then was just like, cool, you guys are all retweeting. There's no... Retweeting?
Retweeting?
Yeah, they're retweeting. Retweet the LPL and get
That's why they lost. They were on Twitter.
That's how it works. I figured it all out. But we'll see if there's anything to be changed. BLG back on the blue, RA on the red. So far, it's the exact same picks and bans. This time around, BLG going to say, no, you cannot have the Hecarim.
Yeah, so denying that one away. And honestly, I feel like it was pretty instrumental, but I think there's plenty of picks that I could see Leanne having a similar impact on, and possibly even a bit of a heavier earlier impact. Now here, Rare Adam did ban that Viego, so it'll be interesting to see if they go for that again, and they do. They commit to that one, so BLG, they went for the first pick Volley Bear. Be interested to see if they follow the same trend, because I'm going to say, personally, I didn't feel super convinced by it.
I mean, the LeBlanc definitely convinced me, and that is something that Fofo is very comfortable with. So, very early mid-lane priority here for BLG, recognizing that we cannot let Strive back on this pick. And again, Fofo has got a plenty of champions in his Ocean, so he's going to be able to pick that one up, no problem.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, it'll be interesting to see how we end up seeing the matchup develop. LeBlanc is obviously someone who could provide really good setup for the lanes, but I think a big thing why I was so instrumental last game is because, top wasn't somewhere you wanted to spend as many resources with a Beta Scion. If you have a matchup this game where Cube, you do want to put resources into him, then it's kind of fine that you don't necessarily have a LeBlanc main, but I still expect Strive, you have the choice of picking up something now or on that third pick, but I'd expect him to take something this first rotation to answer the LeBlanc so that they have a good matchup for now. I said I didn't really like the volley back for Weiwei. I love it for Leanne. I think it's a pick where he can really get the ball rolling.
It is just something that he can do so much in the laning phase, where can prioritize Cube, can get so... And again, we're seeing it time and time again when Leanne can be proactive. And it took a little bit of time there with the Hecarim, because you obviously really do need that Onslaught of Shadows at level 6 power spike. But the Volley Bear cuts that a little bit in half. You can go from 3 onwards to get some good pressure down in those lanes. And now BLG going to take the Trundle as some sort of a mitigator as we get a Freljord fight in the jungle.
Yeah, Trundle, one of the few champions that can actually duel a Volley Bear just because you reduce his AD. You also have all that attack speed. A lot of champions do struggle in that regard, so I think it makes sense in this situation. For BLG, though, my question is, are they just going to take, Aphelios here? Again, we saw Jinx and Aphelios tone down, but they're still super strong, and I feel like you need to take your AD carry here as a response. Now, there's obviously 3 picks, 3 roles where Adam could pick. They could either go for the mid laner to get Strive a good matchup to match. I think that makes complete sense when you have a Volley Bear and share that good mid-jungle 2v2. Or they could go for something else. They could take like a support like Tom Kench. They could take a top laner for Cube and then ban away counters. And despite the range nerf for Gwen, which has stopped us seeing her ban in the first rotation, we do see it picked up. And now Jace will be banned, and likely it'll be an Akali after that. Those two, the matchups can really punish the Gwen.
Yeah, Akali already taken away.
True,
honestly,
actually,
I think the last one.
They did their homework.
Kennen. I think that's the last ban. You got to go for it. The last real counter, even before the nerfs, was seen as a massive counter into the Gwen. So is going to give Cube a lot of priority. And that top side, the Volley Bear and the Gwen, that is terrifying for anyone on the top side of BLG.
And this is the thing, right, is, Strive can have a solid matchup in the mid lane, but you can play for your top laner now pretty extensively, which is what Leanne loves to do. It's no longer the Scion where you kind of in a scenario where, you know, sure, he did put some attention there, but you don't get that much value. BLG being banning supports of Rare, actually banning away the Thresh themselves.
Yeah, banning away the Thresh, not banning away the cannon. Also, Renata has been left open as well. We saw that banned in the second rotation at game 1 by Rare Adam. So we'll see if Crisp does feel like I don't feel like Renata Felios is an exceptionally powerful bot lane duo, but it's not really something you pick for the duo lane anyway. So maybe they're just saying, look, we tank that up and we go for the team fights later.
It just scaled pretty exceptionally because essentially if you put your W on Aphelios and he just stands there and is like, come at me, I can absolutely
with like Chakrams and Severum.
It's such a good anti-dive combination. We'll see where I'm go to the Nautilus, so a lot of single target CC between that and the Volley Bear. They won't lock down a target, so pretty happy in that regard. It'll be interesting to see if they do opt for that. Renata, you gotta look towards the Kennen. This is something that can match the Gwen pretty well early, right? Especially one of the things we're talking about is with the range nerf, him playing into range champions is a bit trickier. But they're not going to lock that in there. They are going to take that Renata. 100% win rate so far for BLG. Crisp, super confident, been spamming it in solo queue. Very respected, and it is open and available. We'll see what Breathe opts into here. And, you know, I talked about how it changed range matchups. It basically changed all the matchups, right? One of the big things into a melee champion, you're able to space quite well by autoing when they can't reach you. Into range matchups, that extra being able to get ranged to auto is a big thing. They will go for the Kennen, so strong team fighting, good threat under the Jinx. And surprisingly, we talked a lot about the mid lane matchup. That first pick, LeBlanc, only being answered in the last pick by Strive.
Yeah, honestly, this is, again, just good kind of draft priority from Rare Adam. I will say, BLG, they were looking towards the Jax. I do prefer the Kennen just because you are missing a pretty decent hard engage. Trundle, very similar to the Volley Bear, was like, yes, he kind of does have engage. It's very situational and doesn't really give you that same big impact, but the Kennen does absolutely that, and the Vex locked in here for Strive. We talked about it in game 1 draft about how it's just good at getting kind of counter into that LeBlanc, and it means that when they go in on that distort, you have got the fear, you have got the personal space shielding, you are able to deal with that big upfront damage, and honestly, all eyes go on to the top side again for Rare Adam. How can they make this early game advantage work for them?
Yeah, this is kind of a bit more expected, where we have Cube on that carry who's going to need that early attention. I expect we'll see mid be a point of contention just because if you can move your mid laners up towards the top, it'll make such a big difference. And I feel like there's so many mid laners, things like LeBlanc, Vex, and Ahri, that you pair with a Volley Bear, and it's like you just go top, level 6 or bot, and it's like towers off, dive in, kill them, get a double, get some plates, and you're out easy enough. So I think that's really going to be the goal for the side of RA, for BLG. You know, they have a pretty solid composition in terms of like more scaling elements we saw last time. The bot lane, if they don't get punished, because that's one of the things is Renata is a little bit weak in the laning phase with those long cooldowns, but I feel like in this game, we expect the attention to be top.
Yes.
Right? Based on how RA play, based on what they've drafted for themselves. If you leave the Renata and the Aphelios unchecked, I feel like I'm pretty confident they'll just be able to navigate their way through the laning phase. And if they get out, they are going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is, again, like you said, a bit more atypical of a draft that we expect to see from Rare Adam. And it's basically very similar to what we've seen them kind of go for all split. Of course, iBoy on his very, very happy Jinx there, just to try to make that one work for themselves. And again, I will say the importance of this game is actually pretty significant because not only do you put Cube onto the Gwen, which is nerfed, and give counter pick over to the side of Breathe, but you let through the Renata. If RA go 2-0 in this series, this is a huge mental boom in the draft phase of saying, look, we don't have to fear the fact that you can get counter pick. We don't have to fear the fact that you get the Renata. We can go wherever we think we can get our strengths. And for BLG, it's about putting that fear back into the side of RA and saying, look, you cannot let us have these.
Absolutely agree with that one. And, you know, we've talked a lot about the Gwen. I will say something is that the range nerfs are big in lane, right? That's where it's significant because it makes a difference to how you're able to find these trades, how you're able to get up close and go toe-to-toe with the opponent. In team fights, I'm not going to sit here and pretend the range nerfs don't matter at all. They don't matter nearly as much, right? You often, if you're either going to be able to get up close to your target or not, and you also have your ult to kind of bridge the distance. So it really is going to come down to can they snowball Cube, and he has run the exhaust. This is kind of common into things like the Kennen, because basically he's very sort of front-loaded with his burst. If you're able to exhaust his ultimate, you can often out-sustain his subsequent damage, and if he doesn't 100-0 you, obviously with Conqueror, with her healing built into a kit, with Riftmaker as well, the Gwen will just sustain back up.
And then where do you want, we obviously talked about RA in this early game. We want to see this Volibear make moves towards Cube and maybe even Strife as well. Where do we want to see BLG prioritize? Because again, they have got the Trundle, and like you said, they have got the late game scaling, but in the early game, are they just happy to sit back and let things happen? As I see a little bit of a trade now as Crisp sadly going to take about half his H-bar off of this, but with the wave pushing in his favor, should be able to sustain it back up. But yes, where do you want to see BLG work towards in the first 5 to 10 minutes?
Well, I honestly feel like an early gank wouldn't go amiss, right? We have Ignite on the LeBlanc. That combined with the fact that you have a Trundle, you know, you can get the pillar behind the Vex. You should win out that 2v2, especially if you can burst down one of the targets. And the thing is, if you put mid behind, that makes it very difficult. Oh, he's going for potential bot side play.
We talked about how we wanted to see them maybe focus towards this top side, but no, they're going to go towards the bot. They're trying to bait them all in. There's going to be the dredge line coming out as Doggo in a lot of trouble. Going to flash away, but gets caught up anyway. First blood to iBoy, and it's been a long time since I've said that one. RA, focus on the bot side. BLG, they just didn't expect it.
Yeah, and you know, he's going to get rewarded pretty substantially. And Weiwei, you know, he's cleared his top side. He's now on the bot side. Sure, he's going to be ahead in farm, but you're Trundle. No one really cares too much about that. And the fact that we've already seen an advantage on the bot side, I kind of said, you know, this bot lane 2v2 having the Renata and the Aphelios, both of those champions are going to scale exceptionally. But the Renata in particular has a bit of a vulnerability in lane. So punishing that, finding that beautiful hook coming out from Yanja, just a stellar start for RA.
Stellar start indeed, and RA, I'm loving what I'm seeing right now because we're seeing them do so many different things out of the ordinary throughout the entire regular split. It was about Cube. It was about getting this man ahead, getting him onto carries. We talked about, you know, the entire top decking in terms of RA and how they build their compositions. Game 1, they just say, no, we don't need to. He's on the Scion. We can just basically work around mid and get the global objectives. Game 2, it does feel like they're saying exactly what you talked about. Renata is weak in the laning phase. Let's focus on that. Let's try to get iBoy into a position of power, and right now BLG, they got to find a solution to it.
And I think it's particularly the thing when you have double ranged into the ranged melee in the bot lane, you're going to have prio early in almost every scenario, but you're going to be vulnerable to ganks because those ranged champions often, especially when you get things like the Nautilus, you're going to get punished on the back of it. Now, we've seen that Leon is a little bit behind on his clear compared to Weiwei, so Weiwei will get a double scuttle. I don't think Leon cares. I think he's happy with the kill he managed to get for his AD carry. But Strive, you have to be a little bit careful here. Wave's in a bad spot.
Wave's in a very bad spot, and he has to try and put himself behind the minions because he knows there is an ethereal chain coming, but he already knows he is dead. Fofo gets the kill there onto the mid lane, and that's a good early gank. Like you mentioned, you wanted to see Weiwei try and have an impact. That's exactly what he did.
Yeah, so you apply that pressure in the early levels, and basically just means that if Strive is behind, going to be a bit harder for him to potentially find opportunities to move. One thing I will say is that he didn't bid flash, right? He accepted his fate, didn't try to go for some fancy outplay. So in terms of his individual power, he's not going to be down too much in that regard. But a nice move from BLG, and a little bit sloppy from Strive, being that he saw Weiwei, and then Weiwei just looped around, and he got caught out by that one.
Yeah, Strive now will have the TP, so will get himself back into lane. Is obviously only down the kill, but still able to kind of keep himself relevant. He's going to start the game off with an Ocean Dragon. Should be able to go over to RA pretty damn quickly, actually. They've got the full push in bot side before the Jinx can actually needs to reset, so this is going to be a pretty easy objective. And with BLG getting so many resets across the board, just, yeah, uncontested. I don't really think you can do much about this if you're BLG.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just gone, so Lion should be able to secure this, and they actually might be looking for a fight here, but the Dragon's already missing, so I don't think it's
yeah,
really
I was going to say, Chris, you need to get the hell out of dodge there. They drop down the traps. They will have the Gravitum as well. They bring back Leanne as he gets caught out just a little bit. The fear goes down. They're trying to burn back onto Weiwei. One more auto attack will kill him off, but he doesn't quite go down. The Ignite and the red buff not quite enough, and BLG do get a punish. Again, this is very early Dragon take for RA, but it's a kill for a Dragon.
Yeah, so I think RA is still kind of happy with that. Obviously, they'd love to be able to get the kill onto Weiwei, but losing one member, securing the early Dragon, they'll kind of take that one and just play it out from here. We have said that RA have that early priority towards those Dragons. It's something they want to pick up when given the opportunity, and they do so now. We're seeing the top lane playing out. You know, there is some minions to be collected from Cube with the wave stacking up, but he is falling behind. He is struggling. He's not having a fun time.
No, and again, this is something that Cube and Rare Adam just aren't used to. They aren't used to not saying, putting a lot of resources into that top side, and it has been a bit more about the rest of the map here for RA. I do appreciate the new look from RA, shows them to have a little bit of diversity within their compositions and how they can play out games, but it is not without cost.
Yeah, and so I want to see potentially some pressure mid, and I think the big thing for me is Yuanjin, right? You're on this Nautilus, you're going to have more of an impact if you find windows to roam than the Renata. Find an opportunity to head towards mid. It's not even just about a kill, right? Get some pressure, get some vision control, and that will give some freedom with this level 6 now hit by Strive, and Leanne's coming up pretty soon, to make that play towards the top side, right? Make that proactivity happen, and particularly, if we're talking about moving towards the top side of the map, it's a minute until the Herald is available. I think RA, you know, Tenchi can just set up for that one.
See what they want to go for. We are starting to see level 6s now being hit by the solo laners. The junglers shouldn't be too far behind it either. Strive, with that Shadow Surge, could start to look to roam. And again, we talked about the priority they should have on this bot side. I will say Doggo, he hasn't gone back yet, so he's going to take a lot of punishment here from this Nautilus and Jinx. And he's taking a long time. He'll go back and have an absolute boatload of money to spend, but when you haven't spent it, you're still so behind in this bot lane.
Yeah, and this is going to make it really hard for BLG ever to contest Herald, because Doggo's struggling to get a reset right now, and as a result, if RA can reset soon and head up towards the top side, they'll be in a great position. Now, when you see Weiwei in the vicinity, trying to cover his lane and potentially find that window, but Leanne is also in the vicinity.
Yeah, they're going to try and clear off this ward. They will pop down one of their own to try and say, look, we know that something is going on here. Now Fofo roaming down to try and catch out Leanne. It's very scrappy, but there comes the ultimate from the Shadow Surge. Jumps straight back onto Chris, who does get the bailout. Can they get the kill? Yes, they can! And he gets himself revived. That is the power of the Renata. You try and go for the dive. She can turn it right back around. iBoy getting excited, but it's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of BLG.
And when you think about what RA has, the Renata is so frustrating when you're looking for a reset. Strive looking to get the reset on the ult. iBoy looking to get excited as well on the Jinx. Doesn't come through, and Chris able to turn it around. Just a bit of an overcommit there. And ultimately, the big thing is RA with disadvantage because Fofo had first move, right? He was getting there first. Leanne had to burn his ultimate just to not instantly die. We'll see the replay. I think that's the critical thing, right? Is having first move from your mid laner. The fact that you were in the enemy jungle makes all that difference. You're ulting out here. Sure, just going on Chris, but then heavy commit in this situation. Honestly, a little bit lucky for Chris. Probably should have used the W as he saw the Vex coming in. He survived from like 1 HP.
Yep.
And then the fear timed out and he was able to keep himself alive. So could have potentially backfired there.
Yeah, could have gotten several resets there. iBoy was in a good position, and could have been a bad time as Chris going to try and go against the manaless iBoy, and a bit of emotes there between the two on the bot side, but neither here nor there. It is about 1,000 gold lead coming in here for BLG, and a much better start. They're getting the early kills, and they're getting the early proactivity, but not to be dissuaded. RA saying, look, we're not going to be just letting this one go, and this is what we talk about with RA. They hard force compositions. They're just going to fight if they find an opportunity.
Yeah, but I mean, I talked a lot about how RA had the advantage in the bot lane because they had iBoy who'd already reset and Doggo hadn't all game. Talks about how the fact that moving the Nautilus, you can be more proactive, but they still don't get the Herald because of that misplay, because of that skirmish that was won out by BLG. So BLG pretty comfortable. They're 1,000 gold up. The fact that they're down that dragon doesn't really matter that much, and they have the Herald in pocket, which they can use to apply pressure. You know, I feel like they have a multitude of options. Mid lane makes sense if you want to open up the map a bit more. The tower's already nearly lost 1 plate, so you'll get it down at a pretty low level. You could also put it top where plate's gone down and look to try and snowball the cannon. There's a range of options available, but BLG, they're really in control right now, and I'm kind of looking to see where they'll use that Herald.
We're going to maybe use the Herald, but RA still setting up dragons. And I will say again, they took the first dragon pretty much off of spawn, so this will be an incredibly early soul if they're able to secure this dragon. Now, we will see BLG in the vicinity, maybe looking to try and contest. The Trundle is there. There goes the traps. It should be an... Oh, no! That's not what you want to be seeing. There's going to be the hostile takeover. They look to try and make this one work. The fear comes down. There's the W coming out, but Chris finally gets taken out. Weiwei in a lot of trouble. One more auto attack would have taken him down, but he's not quite done. There's the Shadow Surge back onto Fofo. Not quite able to hit the Super Mega Jet Rocket. You lose the dragon. You gain 1 kill. I feel like RA almost got themselves a perfect fight, but they just weren't able to secure the dragon, and just letting the Trundle that close is just desperate.
And you can see how precarious I feel about fighting with this Renata, because they're so cautious about overcommitting, losing a member when they've already looked at proc the W and then end up getting the revive. and losing out overall. So yeah, they get a kill advantage. We're losing the Dragon. The steal coming in from Weiwei. BLG absolutely happy with that one. And you said about it being a potential very early soul. It's now being just extended by a minimum of 5 minutes.
Yeah, very early soul, no longer on the board. We're going to be looking at about maybe 25, 26 minutes roughly, just by, depending on who it is. And I will say, if a small silver lining for RA, if they were looking for a fantastic soul, like a Hex soul or something, it's a Cloud. So it's not as impactful as most souls would be, but still would have been win condition nonetheless.
Yeah, and I will say for Kennen, it's pretty good by all means, right? I feel like also RA, a lot of their members really benefit from the soul, and particularly when it's a Gwen who doesn't have Ghost. It kind of serves as kind of a mediary for it. But we do see BLG, so they are going to go for the plates in the mid lane, but actually they find a window where with the Trundle, RA not feeling comfortable defending. I talk about Herald uses mage being positive because you get 2 plates and then you get it low enough to potentially pick up the second Herald, or if the enemy team goes amiss. I don't really talk about getting that first tower because it's normally so hard, but BLG get it, opens up the map, and now when Fofo has a pressure advantage in mid, a lot easier for him to roam and a lot harder for Strive to match.
For BLG, it's a 2,000 gold lead. RA starting to fall a little bit further behind. They have got 2 kills onto iBoy, so they will be happy with that particular setup. But again, little advantage. Actually, 3 kills onto iBoy. He's finished up his Gale Force, and this is where we start to see if RA want to try and prioritize this. Cube going to see Fofo on the zombie ward as he goes back in underneath the tower, or back into the safety of his own lane. And now RA, you got to try and find something to do. You got to try and find an activity here for Leyen to try maybe an impact. We haven't seen any focus from either jungler coming up towards this top side. Want to see if they can maybe unlock this Kennen or even this Gwen to try and make something happen here for either of these teams.
Yeah, I think at this point, honestly, they're fine with Cubes doing his own thing in the top lane. Leyen potentially looking for something here, but it's so hard to dive this combo. The fact you have the Renata ultimate, the fact that it's an Aphelios in general, it just typically is a hard dive target as far as AD carries go. Very good when you're up close to him, depending on the gun, it's just putting that damage up. Even here with the Infernum, if you try dive the tower, so much AoE damage. So
Gravitum as well.
Yeah, they'll help crash the wave in, but I feel like it's pretty limiting into where you can apply pressure. That's why I felt like here top lane was to play, not just because of how RA play, but BLG's bot lane. Yes, they're a bit vulnerable early, but they get to the point where it's a hard dive target. LeBlanc is LeBlanc, right? Inherently hard to deal with, and especially thanks to the Ignite and just the fact it's a Trundle, the 2v2 was going to go in favor of BLG. Top lane for me felt like the place to go, but it just never really came to fruition. And now, with more plates having been taken by Breathe as well, the gold lead is pretty significant.
It's pretty significant. 2,000 gold is pretty good here for BLG. It is pretty much 700 of it, it's on Breathe. I'd say another 1,000 of it is on Leyen. So it's trickled around about another 1,000 as well onto Fofo, and again mitigated again by bot sides.
I think a big thing to say, is that bot lane advantage, because iBoy has 3 kills. He has 1,300 gold up. That is significant, right? Jinx being fed. There's answers on BLG, right? I think any AD carry feels a bit nervous against Kennen, LeBlanc, but if RA are able to keep iBoy in this position of power, absolutely having a Jinx is going to be strong. And we talked about the nerfs earlier today. iBoy's level 9, all the nerfs are gone, right? Yep. That is, they only nerfed her Q in the early levels. It's exactly the same when it's maxed at level 9. So still have that same super carry Jinx.
Well, we are going to be past 14 minutes, so TPs have been unleashed. Unfortunately, though, for the side of RA, they will have neither cubes nor strives for this potential dragon fight, and it looks like they're just going to be able to probably just give this one up, get themselves the Rift Herald instead. Luden's Tempest being finished up here by Strive means that he's in a little bit stronger burst power available to him as they wait to see now what kind of a pressure point they want to try and work towards. The blue buff will be stolen. Leyen did see the ward, so he knows that he is on top of vision. He's just going to be able to take this one here, and Cube has hit level 11. So we are starting to hit significant spikes here for Rare Adam as they look to try and just make a play somewhere that isn't the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, not able to find anything top though. Breeze playing it pretty safe, and he has TP to assist bot, and that's the thing. As you said, they can't really contest on side. This absolutely needs to be a situation where they're countering, because not only behind in gold, but also, as you said, the TP advantage for Breathe. Worst case, I feel like when you have champions with TP, there's different tiers, right? Gwen TPing can be pretty hard to deal with. Kennen is a nightmare, right?
Kennen
especially if he's behind you. Detrimental, I feel like, is a soft way of saying it.
Bit soft, but So is this turret, as it's going to be cut through like butter here by the chakrams of BLG's Doggo. Crisp there as well with Weiwei. So we're starting to see BLG accelerate a bit harder now. They're saying, look, yes, you have pressure on the bot side, but it is actually the first turret going over in terms of the bot lane to BLG, and they're still going onto this one as well. While the Rift Herald is being taken, Weiwei is tanking up quite a bit. Weiwei needs to be so careful. Ends up taking over just enough, but that's 2 towers for just a Rift Herald. You need to get a kill here, and you need to get 2 towers for this to be worth here from the side of RA. But again, Breach just not going to allow it to happen.
Yeah, this is kind of, yeah, I mean, I feel like one of the things, if they got this top tower naturally, and then they also got mid lane tier 1, I'd be like, yeah, you know, that's okay, right? It's more gold for BLG, but mid tower is so important.
Oh, Leanne. Oh, Leanne, he has to use his ultimate, yeah. He's going to have to try and get himself away. Fofo will get hooked, but
like, they're not even going to get, like, you're getting the Herald, and you trade down in terms of towers. So just absolutely not a favorable play by any means. So BLG coming out ahead, and we kind of saw that in game 1 where it felt like the mid-game decision-making, BLG were edging ahead in terms of trying to mitigate the advantage RA had. But here, BLG are the team who have the lead and are extending it as a result. Oh, Strive.
He's in a little bit of trouble, but Leanne is here. And that's enough to dissuade Weiwei and Fofo. You talked about that 2v2, but Cube will get this tower in bot side, you would imagine. 2 or 3 more auto attacks should be enough to be able to take it down naturally, and gets himself back on the board. So it's not all doom and gloom, despite the Vex being on RA, and it's going to be a little bit harder for them. But they are keeping in tow the gold. It is still roughly around the 2,000 mark, and as long as they can keep that competitive, you feel with the Jinx, the Gwen, the Vex, they have got big late-game guns to fight with.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think execution is going to be a massive factor when we look at this team fights later on, because for me, I think when you look at the sort of front to back where, like, you know, we have the Gwen diving forwards, we have the Vex who can land the big ultimate to dive in, and then we have the resets for iBoy. Feels very comfortable, but LeBlanc and Kennen really shake that up. And as well as that, the Renata is a tricky factor to take into account, so BLG looking to contest this, and Leanne has no ult.
He has no ult, but he does have flash. He's going to be forced to use that pretty damn early alongside the heal. There's the Moonlight Vigil trying to burn him down, and it will do just that. The Infernum damage just perfect to set it up. At BLG, it looked like RA were setting up a little bit of a pincer move, get them to come in and try and overextend, but BLG called their bluff and say, look, Leanne, you don't have ultimate, you can't get away from us.
And I could have told you that Leanne needed a flash there. He held it for so long and just ends up going down regardless, so a little bit wasteful. And now they're going to be able to take this mid lane tier 2. No real contest coming in, and it feels like BLG have done a really good job of taking these structures around the map. And as you said, the goal lead has extended points to 3,500. It's not like some crazy massive difference, but they've been steadily increasing it over time, and that last passage of play was really what allowed it to bump up.
And the thing is, when you have a Renata as well, her passive does extra damage to the things she's auto-attacking. So when you're looking at things like the Baron, think B's big objective, you can shred them down. And again, this Leanne, he just holds it for way too long. And honestly, you're going to use it anyway. You might as well just flash before the Renata can get you.
Yeah, like either just die without using your flash or burn it early. But he held it so long, you die anyway. It's just, you know, a little bit underwhelming. Gives a kill over to Doggo. Obviously still behind compared to iBoy, right? Who has that complete second item and a BF on top of that. Yep. Like, this is a strong Jinx. But I feel so much less nervous about a Jinx in a game where, as I said, Fed LeBlanc for Fofo, Breeze really comfortable on the Kennen. And I think for BLG, this is kind of a point of the game where you can start to aggress pretty deeply into the enemy jungle, start setting up vision, using things like the Kennen TP flank potential, also just LeBlanc existing as a way to really choke RA out.
All right, 30 seconds until this dragon spawns. You have flash for iBoy, but no heal. Remember, he used it to try and help Leanne, who also used his flash. Pretty much all flashes are up for the side of BLG. They're only missing one ignite on Crisp, which should be up fairly shortly. Breathe is already starting to look like he can get a bit of a flank going as Cube just keeps the rear guard safe. As the rest of BLG say, look, we don't have to fight for this. They could just barrel up towards that mid lane, but they're going to opt into it anyway. Dragon has just spawned. Now BLG start to move themselves back into the pit, into the river, seeing if they can go for something. Look at Cube and look at Strive. They're trying to see if they can find something. Yuyanja Gets hit by the pillar, will not be able to get him back out himself out to safety. Dragging down to half HP. Now BLG go fully forward as Fofo tries to find something here. I don't think RA are going to be able to find anything as there's the subjugate. Leyen has no health bar and he is taken down. There's the hostile takeover. More of a CC than anything else. Breed gets exhausted as he goes in with a slicing maelstrom. The Moonlight Vigil over the wall is good, but Cube trying to keep himself alive. Oh! Massive move from Strive. He doesn't get the
Doggo!
But Doggo is even bigger. Strive almost had the hero play, but Doggo shall not be denied.
And that's the Renata difference. Any other champion, and I feel like RA turned that. They got the reset, but it is denied onto Doggo. Flashing into melee range of iBoy with the W up, brings himself back to life and finishes out the team fight. RA nearly find the turnaround, but it's not quite there.
Not quite there, and that's going to be a 5,000 gold lead. Soul Point. Let's have a look at the replay here, because look at, like, yes, Yuyanja gets chunked out here, but Leyen, I don't know what Leyen's thinking here. He gets subjugated, which means he has no resistances, and he just walks forward.
I'm not even going to pretend to understand what Leyen was doing here. I'm just going to disregard it completely. But I want to kind of hone in on the turnaround. It was so well played by Strive, connecting the ult with Fear. And I think it's like kind of that critical moment where one of the things with the W from Chris is he could have used it here to save Breed, but actually ends up saving it for Doggo. And it's so good that he did, because Doggo ends up, you know, we get the jump in, the resets are going to come out, Doggo goes down, but flashes in, gets his own reset. And honestly, if Doggo had died there, Strive getting the resets probably would have been enough. Yeah, I mean, they would have just won that fight.
It's just a game of inches sometimes there.
And Chris making the right call.
Yeah, 100%.
He let his top laner die and said, my AD carry is king.
Because at the same time, yeah, you know, yes, you let the cannon die, but the cannon done its job. The cannon had used a slicing maelstrom. It's not really going to be able to do much else in a fight apart from poke, so you know where your carry lies, and that is in Doggo. Now 4-1-4, already got himself up to the Bloodthirster even, and even more survivability coming out here for this bot laner as Leyen just tries to get some kind of gold, some kind of levels right now, because he is falling further and further behind, and we're seeing time and time again, this Volibear just doesn't seem to be it for either of these junglers.
Yeah, it feels like, I mean, game one, I feel like Wei just really didn't do anything. Leyen at least tried this game, but Trundle is a good match for it ultimately, but I feel like we kind of highlighted, you know, I wanted to see that early aggression get Cube ahead. It never really came out. And sure, RA's bot lane got ahead, but the problem is it's not enough just to get minorly ahead. The Renata is such a big factor, right? Scales pretty effectively. On top of that, it's just the fact that the resets that we're looking for RA to have can't come to fruition when Doggo just respawns, right? And especially now he has Bloodthirst to Gale Force. Great tools in terms of survivability.
Well, there's the Super Mega Dirt Rocket. Just hitting two people. Don't know what it was for. Maybe just to delay it back.
Just people, they always do that to stop the reset because it's such a short cooldown. And yes, it's annoying. And yes, I think they should nerf the cooldown. But until they do, we'll probably keep seeing that.
We will almost certainly keep seeing that. We are going to see now Yuyanja getting caught up. He's dead. Yeah, nothing you can do. And LeBlanc 3-0-6. This LeBlanc pick starting to look like a very powerful first rotation here for both of these sides. Both RA and BLG. Both mid laners of Strive and Fofo having fantastic games on it in game 1 and in game 2. Baron now on the table. You do have the Cosmic Drive here for Cube as the rest of the team try to run in. You would love to try and wait until iBoy has just enough gold for that Infinity Edge, but I don't know if you can. I will say that's a fantastic pink ward right in the back of the pit. It could be a big flank for Cube.
100%. It sets it up, but it also means they have some information. They know that BLG aren't on the Baron. I don't know why.
Definitely know that they're not on it.
Maybe they thought they could have blast coned over the wall because they only have that ward in the pixel bush. So that's why they popped the ult just to make 100% sure, right? They know they aren't on it. Absolutely now, and Fofo looking.
Need to get him on the dredge line, but that's a LeBlanc. She's going to be able to distort back Yuyanja. That is just an unforced error right there. You don't have to go for her.
You knew they were there, and it's a LeBlanc, right? You're not going to be able to pick off the LeBlanc, and now you can see Strive resetting. Yeah, I mean, maybe we see a TP come out for both of them. Pings are coming in.
Oh, here we
go.
go.
Looks like they're committing. They have to try.
They got to try and go for something. They've got iBoy and Leyen up to the top side. It's going to be a bit of a pincer move. They know they're trying to go for it as Bofo's on the back end of this. They get Doggo down, but not quite killed off. That's the AD carry, though, being killed. And the Renata strikes again. The bailout is just so damn powerful. BLG get the reset. BLG get the Baron. BLG going to be able to bring us to a 1-1.
And honestly, I'm going to say, I think they shouldn't have gone for Doggo. Go for Crisp. Like, every time, Crisp is just standing there like, oh, you're trying to kill my AD carry. No, thank you. They kill Doggo. Doggo just turns it around. And, like, I feel like an element of it is Crisp is very good at this champion, don't get me wrong. But RA seems to lack understanding of how to deal with it. And this is another time where they'd be completely shut down. Something I gotta say, you talked about going in this game, if RA win, they'll feel like, hey, we can handle the Renata. They cannot.
No.
This is getting banned game 3, no matter what happens.
Yeah, this is 100% not getting into the hands of Crisp whatsoever. And now the Cloud Soul being finished up here. You can look at the replay as well. As Fofo just finds iBoy and says, goodbye, nothing you can do. It's an assassin.
And then look at this, right? They go on Doggo, but Crisp is just standing there, right? Renata is not a tanky champion. They could easily just blow her up in like a split second, but they commit everything on a Doggo, and it just ends up backfiring so massively. And I think, really, you know, obviously a lot of AD carries, if you have them not buffing them, can function well in that scenario. But Aphelios is just the one where, especially as you had red-white there, so good at dealing with those close-range threats.
Oh, Cube taking almost 100-0 there by Fofo. 4-0 and 8 on this LeBlanc. And this game does feel like BLG back in control. Feels like BLG got the answers they wanted. The Gale Force aggressive onto Uyanja. There's the Shadow Surge. They're going back onto Doggo, who has got the W on top of him. And this time around, they turn back onto Crisp. They just are too far behind. This game is done, and we got a series as this series is going to 1-1 in a best-of-5 in the playoffs.
Yeah, no way Q could defend this, and it just feels like BLG, they managed to find a successful early game, but critically when it comes to those team fights, when they have the power, and especially with that Renata, they are very comfortable. They got to answer this and take us to an equal series.
Yep, equal to the series there. RA thought they could maybe give up a couple of priority picks. And again, if you win that game, it's huge for your momentum. It's huge for your mental. You can't let the Renata through. You don't know how to deal with it. You don't know how to, again, Chris plays a fantastic Renata. That's not a question here. But you don't have a solution to it. Get it off the board.
Yeah, 100%. And I think particularly since, obviously, they commit to the Nautilus, knew what they're going up against. On top of that, like with the Nautilus, it's like single target CC. You invest your resources into dealing with the Aphelios, but then he just comes back and is capable of shredding through the targets up close. So I think draft was definitely a factor, but also just execution and how good Crisp is at this champion. This is why he has specifically been drawing bans and why they have now maintained their 100% win rate on that pick in the LPL, because he is exceptional.
He is honestly the best Renata in the league, and it's not even close. That's just the easiest way to put it right there. And you can see there, it was little by little, bit by bit. You could see moments where RA were maybe coming back into it, but with Doggo putting out this amount of damage, with Fofo having such threat onto iBoy, and straight up, Leyen just not doing anything on this volley bear. It's a very different look from RA, and it didn't work.
Yeah, and I set up the win cons, right? You play towards top, you look to use the Vex volley bear, get it snowballed, get Q behind, never came to fruition. And we saw like the early gank from Weiwei on a Strive. Things like that can really throw a spanner in the works, because suddenly Strive has to play more defensive. You know, there's that threat. And as well, that Weiwei and Fofo had the winning 2v2, so they felt confident in just denying the pressure from RA. And I think any game where RA isn't able to put their first foot forward and find momentum is going to be a tricky game up against BLG. They will really bog you down and slow down your ability to make plays.
Yeah, and honestly, I see that RA, their last ban was in fact that Thresh, so it is just one of those things where I'm like, yeah, like it was fine. I understand the reasoning behind it. You got to get the Renata off the board. The Thresh isn't going to do what the Renata does, because there was several times where the Doggo got caught. They had fantastic Shadow Surges going in on top of him, and he would have died had he not had a Renata. Literally the only champion.
That's the thing. If you have Thresh into Vex and like Vex hits ultimate onto Doggo, you can't land to him because then you just drag him into more people.
Yeah, exactly.
And then it's like a bigger AoE fear. But yeah,
exactly.
You know, well, I think that's the thing, is that when there's a pick that's like such a massive aspect for one team and the other team doesn't know how to deal with it, it's pretty cool. It's a best of 5, right? So they can just ban it out and just reassess from there. And I feel like ultimately it was a massive factor in the success for BLG. But, you know, even ignoring the Renata, there was still the element where they were edging ahead early. They were finding their lead, and the proactivity wasn't quite there for RA.
It was not, but we are going to go to an equal series. And with that, we go to a break. When we return, we'll be starting off Game 3 and seeing who gets the advantage in this best of 5.
the restraint to not just go for the Drake and see if they win the smite fight. If Carson can take this one, it will be a fertile soul for B5. Here we go, jumps in, it's a 50-50, and Care gets it, pull it time across the team. Care goes down. Xiaolahu in the midst of everyone, trying to get the damage out, trying to throw some needles, but it's not enough. And now Rookie here for the cleanup, trying to get further into the fray. There's another one going down. B5, I don't know how they've done it, but done it they have. Xiaolahu eradicated. B5 gets the ace.
For the AD carry, and now RNG are a little bit caught between a rock and a hard place. There is the Cannon Ultimate Haul on top of the back line, as we can finally see Bin join this fight. But look at Gala free hitting now on this backside. The Zeri is just getting so much free reign as Bin needs to use the Hexagon momentum to try and keep himself alive. Hacker just has to back away as look at Gala go. He's getting these resets. He's getting himself ramped up and ready to go. Shousy needs to try and back himself away, but you cannot run from this massive triple kill. Gala steps up huge.
But BLG walk with the Dragon. They're heading the team by so far, but this fight's not ending.
Okay, they got grabbing him as well. Uzi eating up for a second. Chris will throw him out with a massive shield. He now gets reset. It's a bait. Elk walks into the trap, and Uzi and Chris deal with him, but no.
What? Wait.
Somehow, Elk gets it. Chris is going to be next. A triple kill. What the hell did we just witness?
And now Drake up in 10 seconds time. You see the whole of EDG already moving over. Leyen might just have been caught. He gets out to safety, pulls himself into the brush. That could have been disaster as Flandre has no fear, but he has no health left. Oh, Scout! That was unbelievable. Solar flare onto Yanja. EDG, nothing happens for 30 minutes, and then they come alive. Tarzan might just go for a 50-50 smite here. He doesn't actually have that much to lose. If EDG get the strength, it doesn't matter too much for LNG. The 50-50 goes the way of Allah in the end. And now the fight ensues. Tarzan turns gold to Flandre in the middle of everyone. Maybe this is it for EDG. 2 kills, 1 for Viper. As Dunby trying to escape, but the realm walk forwards. Can they find any more? Scout turns gold and keeps himself alive. Allah stunned against his support here, but Light charging forward, getting the resets. Bail out onto Viper. Viper falls though. JJ in the back line. Light turning it around. Mako alone, and LNG somehow find it.
Body bad, that's baby mama. Pretty girls come and play in my arena. I'm so cocky with these bands, mucha bonita. She's so cocky with her hands, oh mamacita. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. Spinning bands, what a time of life. Wake up every morning and I'm counting on my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get so let them lurk, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, so let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Pull up to the spot and get them hype. My girl extra crazy, just how I like. She a ride or die, she here for life. If you cannot respect the code, then pay the price. Don't do drugs, it's a natural high. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. My team be the dream. Wake up every morning and I'm counting on my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, diamonds up. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind.
See, I've been waiting all night for you to come and make it right. I thought you never heard me like the way you did tonight. I don't know what I'm feeling. In my head it just keeps ringing, and I just wanna press rewind, 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 rewind. And I try to find the words I couldn't find in front of you, in front of you. Well, I guess I tell you now, I'm gonna leave it all behind and say goodbye, goodbye. 'Cause I'm gonna live my life, gonna get on with it after all this time. I'm gonna be alright, right? I don't need you, 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 I don't need you. Call me. I thought you'd make me happy, but you just left me empty. Always just the same thing, around and around in circles while we're hiding all our feelings. And you might say it's worth it, but it's not. Well, I guess I tell you now, I'm gonna leave it all behind and say goodbye, goodbye. 'Cause I'm gonna live my life, gonna get on with it after all this time.
We're back. As we come back off of a little bit of a break, we are revived from the break music as we look at some fantastic sights of Shanghai. And speaking of revives, our man on the Renata, Crisp, clutch with those bailouts, and he will get MVP for game 2.
Yeah, no question about it. Like, we've highlighted this dude. Yeah, 100% win rate on Renata, right, for this team. He's had it banned even before he even played it in competitive because people knew he'd been spamming it in solo queue and there was respect for it. And it's a mistake that RA made that they won't look to do again.
Yeah, honestly, this guy was just super, super powerful with this. And just, again, the game knowledge, the game sense to know when and where he needed to use it. We talk about it, we'll probably see a couple of clips, but we talked about just the usage of that ability and the fact that it stopped so much of what RA wanted to do with those resets.
I mean, it worked so well with the Aphelios, right? Just the fact there were so many scenarios you commit onto the Aphelios and he's able to have that sustained damage to turn things around. This was the first example. He got a little bit lucky here because he was actually feared and was about to die without it being up. The fear ends. But from then on, it just felt like he 100% had it nailed every single time, consistently doing so. And this is probably my favorite example where RA, any other support champion, and they would have turned this around.
Yeah, again, this is this is where Strive finds the best possible usage of his ult, even gets the flash to hit all 4 members of the side of BLG, and it just wasn't enough because you had Doggo just going down so low, but because he didn't die, iBoy doesn't get the reset, they don't get the Shadow Surge resets, they don't get the damage they needed to do, and the Renata was just doing Renata things. I'm going to say a bold prediction, and we're going to see it banned this time by RA.
And I'm going to make a statement, right? When you revive, it should get consumed. I think it's ridiculous. Like you revive and you get the reset, so it's like you still have it on you.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. Renata, a little busted. I feel like revives are
in the right hands.
In the right hands. Renata,
in crisp hands.
In those crispy hands.
I don't think he'll get it again, though.
No, I would be very surprised if he was able to pick it up again. But we are going to be jumping into picks and bans very, very soon. It is going to be BLG back on the blue. They're still very much prioritizing this. And honestly, I would not be surprised to see a LeBlanc first pick as well, because LeBlanc has been so pivotal for both Fofo and Strive so far this series.
Yeah, if it works,
don't fix. Yeah.
Exactly.
If it's not broken, don't fix it.
That's it, right? Got there in the end.
I like how you just kind of went, no, I need to think about this.
Yeah.
I've gotten it wrong and you've gotten it wrong.
Got to take a moment. I feel like RA need to approach it as well. Do we ban out the Renata? Yeah.
Do we take the Volibear? Probably not.
I think Volibear is incredibly strong. I just feel like both junglers kind of had a bit of a... had a bit of a rough one. And there's something to be said for the fact that, at least in game one, I feel like he absolutely had the pressure advantage over the Hecarim, but he didn't, in terms of the champion matchup, but he didn't manage to do anything with it. In game two, in fairness, with the mid matchup, with the fact that the Fofo had Ignite, right, and also the fact it's a Trundle, who's one of the few champions who can sort of hold his own against Volibear, there's reasons why he wasn't able to have as good of a game, but I still think, if you pick the Volibear, you commit, you're like, I want to make these things happen. I want to be able to apply pressure to the top side of the map.
Yeah, I think that's the way you got to go for it. Because, again, like we saw in Game 1, very little attention given to Cube, which hasn't been the norm for RA so far this split. So we have to see now if they do change that up. And again, the Gwen was very much a power pick for the side of Rare Adam. Even with the nerfs, it's still very powerful. But if it's not getting the attention... having exhaust in that laning phase doesn't mean anything, so it's kind of a weird summoner to take when you're not going to be giving that much focus. But we'll see what they want to go for. They banned the Zeri, they banned the Viego, the Hecarim, the Renekton. We'll see what these last few bans are going to be. The Lee Sin, going to be taken away there from Lei Yan. Hasn't been brought out the Nidalee just yet, but the Renata gets first rotation banned, and that's going to be first pick LeBlanc. I don't see why not.
Yeah, it's kind of weird they first rotation banned the Renata, because it was kind of one of those picks where we saw it in the second rotation being picked up. But I think they're kind of afraid where if BLG just lock it in earlier now, knowing that it's a powerful pick, it can obviously have a pretty big impact. Ultimately here, we see actually Rare Adam go for the Rise. So this is something that did get nerfs to its tank build specifically. It lost base damage, but in return, it got better AP scaling. So it'll be interesting to see what build Strive goes for here. But this, especially if you sync it up with the Volibear, would be really strong. But I have no doubt, understandably, BLG looking to deny that one away.
You could still go with the Trundle. You could just take the reverse matchup here as Lei Yan. It still gives you relatively decent early skirmishing power, and you could get good setup with the Rune Prison into the Trundle Pillar, or vice versa. We'll see what they want to go for. We'll see what way they want to try and make it work out for them. But BLG, very happy with what they've gotten so far. I wouldn't be surprised to see them pick up the Aphelios. I thought Doggo played exceptionally well on that particular champion, and even without the Renata, still had a very good game.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see what they go for here. They could just go for a top laner and ban away counters. Alternatively, it would just be matching the jungler. I do think something's to be said for getting that jungle pick, because you do have that Rise. You've committed to that early. And in my mind, when you have the Rise, the reason I think the Volibear syncs so well is you can just go to those side lanes and apply that pressure. But it looks like Rare Adam might be going in a different direction. We'll wait and see if they lock this one in. And, we do know they put priority on Cube. We do know that they like to give him, put him in a comfortable position. But they just divert completely. Tahm Kench picked up. So a safety net for iBoy on the Jinx. Something that's obviously going to mean less impact maybe be able to achieve by Fofo and the LeBlanc when trying to pressure.
Yeah, honestly, I love this from the side of Rare Adam. They're saying, look, we recognize that if the Jinx can get to Jinx levels and Jinx things, this Jinx can take over. And if you can just protect that carry from the assassins on the side of BLG, you can do a lot. And it's not just for the Jinx either, it's for everyone in the audience. Everyone gets a Tahm Kench should they need it, if you are in a position to be able to use it. But now Rare Adam can focus out some of those big priority picks on the bot side. They've already gotten rid of the Renata, the Thresh going to be coming in. Wouldn't be surprised to see them maybe go for the Leona, the Nautilus as well. Just something that can get that hard engage off the board, keep that bot lane safe.
Probably even the Rakan would kind of make sense. I don't really think Nautilus is that big of an issue, because Tahm Kench does so well in Nautilus. You just eat out the ult because he is more single target based. BLG interested in going for a Diana ban in this situation. necessarily something I would have expected to see. But we could see RA going a lot of directions. The thing is, they have the jungle top laner left. They can obviously leave top for counter pick, but they could go in a wild range of directions. They could even go for something like the Nidalee, which we know Leanne is really comfortable on. We haven't really seen it come out or even be looked at all in the series. But I think that's the thing, when you leave your jungler this late, there's so many curveballs you can throw out.
Yeah, there are so many ways you can kind of figure out what you want to do. BLG should be looking towards maybe putting in their last little pick or ban, I should say, into the AD carry, sorry, I was going to say jungle, but no, they're going to go towards the Jace. So they're saying, look, we don't want to give that one up. We know that it can't be blind, but it can definitely be counter-picked into stuff. So definitely a good pick away to get off the board as we're at him now. Honestly, pick your jungler, keep that counter-pick for Cube on top.
Yeah, and I think it depends. If we do see like maybe a bit more of a fringe jungler come out, that's why I could definitely see them picking a top laner here. We'll see what direction they end up going with in this situation. And they're actually going to lock in the Nocturne.
Okay.
So, bit of an interesting one. Like, what I will say is that I talked about the Volibear being really good at diving sides. Nocturne, absolutely right. Once level 6 is hit, very hard to defend against Ryze Nocturne, but not going to have as much early pressure. That being said, if you do run into the Nocturne and he gets a full fear on you, then obviously that's fine. But not nearly as much pressure, so BLG definitely in a position to apply that. We do see them pick up the Rakan, fine matching with Tom Kench, good engage to work with the rest of the team. I'll be interested to see what they go for Breathe, though. Toying they did the Kennen was buffed on this patch, and means no Gwen pick can really come out here for Cube without having a rough matchup. But yeah, a real curve. I mean, I felt like, you know, Nidalee was in my mind, but I felt like a curveball jungler would make some sense here for Leanne, because obviously if he's willing to let jungle go to second rotation, he clearly had something up his sleeve.
Yeah, he clearly had an answer here for it as we're at him now trying to figure out the last one. I was just about to say,
dude,
I would love the Tryndamere. The dive potential you have even onto something like a Kennen would be insane, but no, they're going to go slightly safe. Forget the 2 Yordles. I still think Nara's fantastic. It still does what you want it to do, just not as aggressively as a Tryndamere.
I mean, I think something, because we see so many comps that are so heavily indexed into team fighting, that this is a composition that really, as much as LeBlanc is fine in the side lane, Ryze really feels at home there, right? On top of that, the Gnar will get to the point where he completely outscales the Kennen. In the side lane is hard to hold. And then you have the Nocturne, right? Who can just easily dive into those scenarios and make things difficult. And then on top of that, the fact that you have the Tom Kench as a safety net for the Jinx, you feel comfortable leaving the mid. Yeah. So I think I like what they put out. I do think there's like a little bit hole of pressure because of that Volibear and the Nocturne. So it's about navigating those early levels and get to level 6. Once I hit level 6, I think RA have the tools they need.
Yeah, I think, again, it's just that first 10 minutes of the game to see if they can get up to those level 6s, get that paranoia, get on top of some of these solo lanes and even on the bot side. And again, like you said, you have the Tam Kench. Your bot lane is relatively safe come 6. So big power spikes here for the side of Adam, but BLG, they've gone with roughly the exact same composition they had in Game 2. They know where they're going to be throwing. They're going to try and get Fofo moving forward and combo him up with that strong jungle pick in the Volibear. So getting that 2v2 rolling for them is going to be a pretty big moment for them.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that there's an element where you can say, okay, you know, they didn't have a winning 2v2 Game 2, and no, BLG had the winning 2v2 Game 2. That hasn't changed, but I feel like RA care less this time, right? When you had the Volibear, if you subdue him, then, you know, he's put in a difficult spot. But Leanne I don't think he cares. You know, he's going to farm, he's going to get that 6, and then that is when we're going to measure the impact. And something I always look at when you take Nocturne, that ultimate is a long cooldown, but very instrumental. And I always think, okay, how much value are you getting out of your first ult? Do you get a kill? Do you get an objective? Do you get a plate, right? I always try and measure it by that, so my eyes will keenly be on him when he approaches that level 6 mark.
Yeah, I'm also curious to see what kind of build we see out of him as well. We did see in our makeup games, there was a Nocturne picked up, did go with a Frostfire Gauntlet. I'll be honest, not my favorite pick of the champion. It was not really what I expected to do. You're better off either just going for full damage, in my opinion, just kind of because your ultimate's a one-way trip. You go in, that's what you do, and you're kind of, in my opinion, you're better off either going Bruiser with the Stride Breaker, get that extra CC, something like that. But we'll see what he ends up going with.
Honestly, I'm not really that bothered either way, because I think one thing is to be said, his ultimate is so broken just by the first activation. Like, the narrow vision can really, especially with BLG's composition, when you have 2 likely flankers, it can really disrupt a team. And like LeBlanc's on a flank, Kennen's on a flank, and you're like, okay, I don't know where everyone is. It can really just slow that down quite substantially. And the thing is, when you're up against the likes of a Tom Kench, being coordinated is instrumental. So whatever build he goes, heck, even if he goes AP, I still think that at least the initial activation will have a lot of impact in those team fights. But yeah, there's a lot of variation. You know, the lethality is kind of a popular one in solo queue. We also see like Stride Breaker, because you obviously get on top of them and you slow them.
Yeah, there's a lot of options, a lot of variations you can go. I will say, I thought I was casting with Lyric there for a second and she said heck. I didn't know what was going on.
I've been spending too much time with him.
You have been spending way too much time with him. Too many.
It's like every second sentence he says heck.
Yeah, he does. He says it a lot, and it's you know, it's kind of like, calm down, man. You know, this is a PG broadcast.
Yeah, especially when he's expressing his love for animated series based on the characters from League of Legends.
Honestly,
then he really says heck a lot.
Do you know what I just realized as we were I'm going to stop myself very quickly as we are going to see the exhaust coming down. That is going to be crisp, keeping you Yanja away from Doggo, but it's not a great trade coming out here. You lose your exhaust, you don't get anything else. Before we go on, as we were talking about our heckin' love for Arcane, do you know what I realized? That the slums is called the lanes. What do you have in League of Legends?
Minions.
Yeah, you also
towers.
Have gold towers.
Yeah,
yeah, you know, you got lanes, and that kind of just made me go, huh? I wonder if that was intentional.
You wonder if that was intentional.
Yeah. Well, like, as in, like, the lanes isn't exactly like
so
an uncommon thing to call.
You know,
like,
in Arcane, they have a character called Caitlyn. And then, do
no,
you know what they have in League of Legends?
That's a stretch. That's
do you think that was
silly.
intentional?
You're being silly. You're being silly.
Do you think that was intentional?
You're being silly. You're being silly now.
I don't know.
Come on
hard
now.
to tell.
Come on now. Don't be bringing in conspiracy theories here now. Okay. As we kind of see come back into the game. I'm sorry, but why do you always just like chastise me? When it's just like, no, slight error. You're going down.
Dude, I gotta do it.
I'm gonna ruin you.
I don't know. I can't help myself. It's just, it feels like
so
it has
easy.
to be done.
So easy, apparently. As we can come back into the game, we will see Weiwei getting double scuttle. Again, like you said, Lan doesn't care. He's just going to be happy just to farm up most of his jungle himself. As we see, a little bit of a frisky moment there for the bot lane of iBoy. But he goes back, gets himself a little cheater recall and gets his coal. Cube is fully aware that there is a big old bear. Yeah, the ward
timed out just. Oh well. Well, you know, we've seen Weiwei. He got double scuttle. He looked for a gank top, didn't find it. That's his first clear down. Jobs are good in. But Lian, as you said, he is just going to be trying to farm up for that level 6. He's going to go mid to help Strive get a push in so he can reset. Obviously, he wants to pick up like the tier as early as possible. One thing I am interested in is what build ends up coming out, because obviously he lost a lot of base damage. He was on his Q, he lost 25, and that's even more significant because it gets multiplied when you have that overload. So pretty significant hit, but obviously he got buffed to his AP scaling, so I'll be interested to see if we do see an AP rise. We did see an AP rise earlier this split.
Yep.
Was it Scout or Knight?
I think it was Knight.
Okay, yeah. So obviously that build's better now, and we won't know until later because they start the build the same, right? By the way, we do see a big wave stacked up. Weiwei comes down bot, make sure no shenanigans are going to go on, and they can collect that wave freely, but ultimately I didn't expect them because Lian is just farming up.
Yeah, they're farming up, and honestly with 280 carries picking up culls as well, that's going to be a pretty big indicator of how they expect the next, 5 to 6 minutes of this game going. There's going to be bouncing back waves constantly between each other, and nothing really untoward to be talking about here beside the two teams. It is still about a 500 gold lead, and that is basically just kind of being in the mid and the top lane and in the jungle a little bit as well. It's just going to be that way because early on the Kennen will have priority, but again, like we mentioned for RA, they don't care about that. They know that their power comes from level 6. I'm curious to see not only about where Lian goes with his paranoia, but also with Strive on this realm more, because we also kind of see a couple of creative ways. We've seen very creative ways of utilizing that.
I hope it's the same place. That would be kind of hilarious if like Strive goes top while Lian goes bot. That would kind of be
paranoia, and then you just create pure confusion.
Well, that is one thing. I swear, whenever you see the Nocturnal go down, everyone always backs off until they've worked out who it is, and then you push forwards again. You're just like, oh, you thought we'd get baited by that, and then you step forwards, and that'd be a wild one to bank off that aggression.
I was gonna say the thing about paranoia, as the name of an ability goes, it's pretty on point. Like, it is literally does exactly what it says on the tin. It's like it gives the rest of a team paranoia. The amount of times you've been in game and you've just been like, paranoia gets popped, and you're against the Nocturne, like, where is it? Is it us? What's going on? I was going to talk myself into a hole as Strive will take an unfavorable trade there into Fofo. They do have the volley bear up on the top side. He's going to find himself now behind enemy lines. Here he goes. He's going to flash in, but force the flash away. Wei is going to be speared, but not before he can get the damage. Crisp comes in to get the kill, and that's going to be first blood over to BLG.
Just a little bit overzealous, right? That's the thing with LeBlanc. You have such good setup. And I think there, it was kind of... Leanne keeps coming mid to help Strive get the push in so he can reset. And it was just like, oh, my jungler's here. I can do what I want. I'm going to step up, clear the wave. But it's still disrespectful. You have to bear in mind, something we talked about is the mid-jungle 2v2 for BLG is far stronger. And that's even ignoring the fact that Crisp turned up as well.
It's a good proactive play, or reactive play, I should say, from BLG. They recognize us Crisp. You need to be a bit careful there, buddy. You are going to take a lot of unfavorable trading, but the chakrams there. We will see now top lane trading back, and this is the scaling you were talking about. Gnar going to be very happy to take these trades all day, every day. Gets to slice the Maelstrom, and that's a much bigger cooldown than it is on the Mega Gnar, as we see now Strive going in with the Realm Warp, gets himself over the wall, and now Breathe in a little bit of trouble. Cube actually was tanking the tower. Strive trying to see if he can get on front, not quite able to get him. No, and that's not going to be enough, though. Breathe tried so hard, but both globals using the top side. Now we might see, after the paranoia has been used and the darkness has faded, iBoy will take a hell of a lot of damage as he backs himself away, but at the end of it all, Breathe will lose a significant amount of farm and his life on that top side.
Yeah, no TP as well, so should be plates for Cube. This is the sort of play we want to see. What would Leanne get from his first ultimate? They go to the same spot, they managed to secure the kill. Yes, it's extended, yes, it took a long time, but they managed to steal away the blue buff, they managed to get the kill, and Cube is rewarded with 2 plates, so pretty positive overall. Obviously, the answer bot lane is they were able to get 2 plates themselves, but that's a proactivity we're looking for in Game 2 that never came to fruition.
And this is what we've seen from RA most of the split. It's focusing on that top side. It's getting Cube into a much more favorable matchup as Strive. He has got Merc Tread, so he should be fine. As I said, I'd turn off the tower so they can just dive him in the 2v2. This is deja vu.
Yeah, literally. I mean, it's so easy for Fofo. Just dash forward, you land the chain, and at that point, Strive is just dead. Merc Treads, it doesn't really matter the fact that you can double chain and then Wei jumps on top as well. And I like that they're targeting mid because all these plays in the side lane are enabled by mid pressure. By the fact that Strive can move first with the Realm Warp, if you continue to apply to kill him, to control the area, it's just not going to be possible, and that's where RA will really start to flounder. Now, iBoy just pick up a second plate for himself on the bot side, but in the meantime, BLG with that mid-kill will easily just pick up the Herald themselves.
Yeah, and again, this is BLG accelerating themselves into a good standing, and I think this LeBlanc is very, very quickly ramping up in my expectations of, like, can you let this be first pick? Can you let this one through? It is still early days in this game. You're only coming up to just under 10 minutes. As we wait to see now where the rest of RA want to try and put their focus. Leanne will have the paranoia back very shortly, and that's again another point of call. Looks like he is going to go towards that stride breaker and try and just get that little bit of extra CC when he dives in on the back line.
Yeah, you know, when we saw Nocturne be really strong in the meta, it was when Stride Breaker was really strong, because it's the fact that you guarantee the gap closer, and then it had a super strong slow. It still has a slow, it's just not as strong, but also the attack speed as well goes a long way in terms of dueling. And I also think there's something to be said. We talk about LeBlanc and Kennen in particular as champions who love to find flank angles, right? I think that's really where they flourish when it comes to team fights, particularly when you look at RA's comp. Getting on that back line is how BLG want to operate. We have to be cautious, because if you step on a ward when you're going for a flank angle, Nocturne could just dive you.
Yep.
And if he's able to duel you out, then, well, that flank's not really going to work.
Yeah, flank is only as good as the information available to the opposite team, as we wait to see now where these teams want to kind of bring their advantage. 50 seconds now until that dragon spawns. Both these junglers hovering around the mid lane, seeing if they can make something happen. It feels like Leanne wants to try and make something happen on the top side. Again, when in doubt, go back to your basics, go back to your bread and butter, and make sure that you can make this happen. If you give up this dragon, it's a cloud dragon, and also it's only second Drake of the game. You don't really care. Now Breathe knows that this Nocturne is in the top side, and that's going to have to just give up all of these plates, and it is going to be traded back on the bot side. They have Rift Herald, so it should be first turret going over to BLG, but again, a good response here from RA to make sure that they are trading and not just losing.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is that the Herald is essentially going to upgrade you regardless, so at least they're doing something on the other side of the map. Unfortunately, not able to find the dive. They had the Mega Gnar there, but Breathe respects it and backs away. But RA will ensure that nothing else comes from the Herald. It will just be that one tower. Definitely an advantage of BLG. You can see that reflected in the team gold. particularly when you look at the fact that Doggo's 500 gold up, Weiwei's got a bit of an advantage as well, but it's not super significant, right? And I think RA's still kind of okay with that one, but they are also going to forfeit the Dragon on the bot side, so it's kind of a double whammy there.
Yeah, you lose out in the tower. That's going to be about a 1,500 gold lead. You get the second Drake over to the side of BLG. They get themselves on the board with that. It's going to be an Ocean Soul. Pretty good Soul. Again, I think that most people will be happy with anything that's not a Cloud.
You know, I'm just going to say, I feel like people underrate Cloud. People always like rag on it and are like, Cloud's useless. I feel like there's plenty of situations where Cloud is fantastic. Particularly like here for Rakan and Kennen, you'd love it, right? And on the other side, I think Ocean, this isn't the greatest game for Ocean. Because a lot of the champions at the side of BLG, like Kennen and LeBlanc, will look to Bish. Ocean is going to help iBoy survive against Bish, and if iBoy dies, I don't really care if Tom Kench has got some extra healing. So I feel like it's a bit better for RA because they have some bulkier members. But at the end of the day, I don't think it's like the most impactful dragon. I don't think it's one of those dragons like sometimes. I mean, it was especially true with Chemtech Soul, where it's like you secure that and the game that can just be game winning alone. I don't think Ocean's going to be in this situation, but you can definitely still see teams prioritize it regardless.
As much as Chemtech Soul was very much universally disliked by the league community, it gave us one of the greatest plays in LPL this year, which was a Rich on Akali, top esports versus V5, and he kills them. Literally kills 6 people because they kills 3 of them and has to kill 3 of them again while they're knocking down on his Nexus, and that was great.
That was fun.
That was an awesome thing, and that doesn't happen unless that revive comes in, unless you have like multi-man Renata.
Yeah, and that was fun, but it was regular season, and now we're in playoffs. I'm glad it's gone.
Well, we are going to see now them trying to get on top of Cube. Easy as you like, just jump on top of him. The Slightly Maelstrom does enough damage to keep him down, and that is going to be another kill going off. So RA starting to fall behind a lot more now. We're seeing BLG get into their comfort zone, and it does feel like it is BLG being more proactive. It does feel like it's BLG just finding better opportunities, and alright, they got to find an answer.
Yeah, I mean, it feels subdued, right? They had that good first play with the Nocturne, but one of the things as well with the Nocturne Ultimate, it's such a high-power tool that kind of any time it's not being used, it has that pressure that it applies. Sure.
Oh, speaking of which, they're going to go jump in. There's no Slicing Maelstrom here. He flashes over to the fear. It's already there. And that's the power of the Stride Breaker. The extra little bit of CC makes it a little bit harder. And that's going to be a good trade back here now for RA. I like this from Adam. Oh, Moonlight Vigil, but it's a Tam Kench. What's going to happen? He's going to survive.
Well, there's follow-up coming in.
They're going to look for it. Yuyanja's in a little bit of trouble here, and he's almost certainly going to go down. Yep, nothing he can do there as the Rise is just not in position to be able to help him out with a Realm Warp. You do not have the Paranoia despite Leanne being around, and that's just going to be another quick response here from BLG.
And that's the thing, right? You want to be using the ultimate of the Nocturne so that it comes off cooldown so you get another usage, right? Because you want to get as much value as possible. But as soon as Leanne went for the ult on the bot side, BLG are like, oh, no Nocturnal. Easy dive top. They bring their members there, and yes, Ivory's able to survive and get away. They lose the tower, they lose the Tom Kench, and that's the thing, right? Without that ultimate available, it's a signal that BLG can go, and they will time that and track that and know when they can be aggressive as a result.
And it's not only just that the Nocturne ult was down, the Tam Kench ult was as well, so iBoy knows he just has to back away. He can't really help his support here. Doggo even eats the exhaust. I feel like that was a little bit of a faux pas, shall we say, from Yuyanja.
Yeah, Yuyanja's exhaust is being a little bit questionable.
They've been very
that one at level 1, I was like...
Off cooldown, go! Just use it. But it is what it is, and now it's 2,500 gold lead now for BLG. Dragon spawning in just over a minute's time. You will have the Paranoia, but you will not have Flash. Importantly, though, for Leanne, he doesn't need Flash. Breathe, on the other hand, very much does, and that's going to be hard for that Kennen to try and find a fight if they can't get on that big flank.
That's the thing, post 14 minutes with the TP does make things a lot easier if you can get some deep vision on the backside. Now, this second Herald likely going to be able to break open mid if they're able to secure it, so we'll see Weiwei get it, and this is the passage of play I want to see from BLG. You get the Herald, the second one right, you go for I don't think you have time for the resets, but then you head over towards mid. Herald goes down, that should be enough to secure mid tower, or at least get a low, and then using that pressure you can just beeline straight into the Dragon area, and RA are forced to respond to the Herald in return.
Well, we are going to see the Mega Gnar running out for Cube. Very unfortunate timing. Should be able to get it back relatively swiftly, as iBoy now has to get to Devour. He healed as well. Summoner and Ultimate down. Yes, you get that turret in bot side, but you're now not without the Mega. I don't know if you can defend this tower or this dragon. I think you just kind of have to give it up. But it looks like RA are still seeing if someone does overstep. But Fofo hiding in the wings, recognizing that they're going to put a ward down. Yuyanja in a lot of trouble. The paranoia comes in, and Weiwei has to get himself out. The Rift Herald will not take the tower down just yet. Doggo with the Moonlight Vigil as Fofo keeps himself safe, and Doggo gets himself a double kill. This is a big, big moment here for BLG. They gain everything and lose nothing. Cube trying to go forward with the Mega, seeing if he can make something work. Nicely done there by Cube. Salvages something in the play.
Yeah, it's a redemption, but it was still very much RA falling behind in the back of that one. Their tower survives the sliver of HP. With BLG running away, looks like they might move over. Oh, no.
Fofo, nicely done, taking out his old AD carry. Remember, this is about getting yourselves through the playoffs, and BLG, Fofo's feeling confident.
He's looking for more here.
I mean, he could be able to get it. Cube, sadly, was the one who tanked up the chain, which means they have to fully back away.
Yeah, they'll find the cannon, and that's the thing. Breathe was hanging around, so honestly, the fact that iBoy goes down, it does mean they secure the dragon, but I was so scared of them approaching and then Breathe being there with the slicing maelstrom potentially as a major threat. Ultimately, they'll secure that second of the game. Again, I don't think the Ocean's super significant here, but the fact is they're accruing such a gold lead. And just this situation, BLG so confident to dive on the back of this volley bag and shut down the towers.
Yeah, and again, look, you see so much being committed here. That's not a Weiwei. The tower's been shut off. It's not really the ideal target. Funny thing is, I think if Leyen actually jumps onto Doggo instead of Weiwei, he probably kills him off, but was not to be. This is Cube just salvaging the play and finally getting a shutdown there. But again, it's salvaging. You're on to scrap metal at this stage. You're not really getting the premium, and then this is iBoy. You just don't need to be there. I think he just flashed on spot.
Yeah, well, I think he tried to flash, but because Fofo already committed his, you know, he's able to catch him with the distortion at the end. Yeah, it's rough. And it's now just shy about 2,500 gold lead for BLG. And I am scared of Fofo on this LeBlanc in particular. He is such a massive threat. 2-0-4 on this pick. He was super instrumental last game, and it's proven to be so again this game. And honestly, they could have banned this. They banned the Renata instead. The Renata was like a second rotation pick. I don't think you really tend to first rotation it because you kind of want to see what you're going up against. And I feel like the fact they've had to deal with Fofo's LeBlanc this game has made things really problematic. Strive, who we praised so heavily, 0-3-2 on the rise, not having a fun time at all.
It's not been a fun time at the moment for RA. I will say the caveat for them, if they should lose this game going into game 4, they will be on, I imagine they'll have choice, and I imagine they'll either try to go on blue so they can pick the LeBlanc themselves, or they will end up going towards it, just banning it out because they don't have as many insta-bans on the red side for those power picks. But power picks, neither of that. That's in the future. We'll see how that one ends up going as BLG now move up towards this top side. Strive, seeing if he could maybe get caught out just a little bit. Will pop down the Everfrost. They will get the knock-up as well. Force Weiwei's ultimate out of him. That's a good reactionary play here from RA, and they survive to fight another day.
Yeah, try and set up something, but I think that's the thing, is there's an element of restraint. If they aren't able to find the angle, just back away, but RA just defending it. I think that's something to be said, right? They still hold up well. Cube's very comfortable in the side lane, right? He's got significant CS lead over Breathe. He's a level up, he's strong. If the Nocturne can find a window in on the sides, that's also powerful. They have Strive who can hold sides as well, and that's why BLG, I feel like they're trying to apply this pressure, trying to get the ball going forwards, because not only do you have that 1-3-1 threat, but you also have the Jinx who... Things are always a little bit tumultuous when you're up against... Got it in the end, man. When you're up against a Jinx, because you make one big mistake, and it's like she'll just reset, and that's game over.
So how do you approach these fights then as RA? You know you're a little bit behind. You know you have got the split push, but where do you want to see them focus now as we come up to past the 20-minute mark?
Well, I think whether you... Oh, I don't get a chance.
No, well, you can go back into it. His Cube is actually going to keep fighting here. He might get Mega, not quite able to get it just yet. The Paranoia comes in to try and distort, but go on. Where do you want to see them go when Cube respawns?
Well, I think whether you're playing for Dragon or Baron, either neutral, what I want to see is them pushing heavily into the enemy jungle and getting deep vision. And then you don't even play around fights, you play around picks, right? The fact you have Fofo on this LeBlanc, all you need is pockets of vision where RA has to approach, and then with that, you can easily just snap someone up. There's no one on the side of RA who can withstand like a full combo from Fofo, and then should they commit, should you mess up the pick from Fofo and the enemy team try to dive into, that's when the cannon comes in on the flank.
Oh, Leyen, he was a little bit too quick on the trigger there for the spell shield, and that's going to be him dying in this particular skirmish. He even blew his flash as well, so not a great start here, or not a great start to this, setup around the Dragon. They will lose their jungler. He will be back up in time, but a little bit late to the party. Should have the paranoia to try and join in should he need it. But RA, they're starting to run out of options. 3,500 gold down. They're not too worried about the Dragon Soul just yet, but the longer this game goes, again, the more we feel like BLG is moving back into their comfort zone.
Yeah, and I think particularly Crisp on this Rakan, really I think something's to be said for Crisp so far this season as a whole, but on these engaged champions, really confident in making those snap engages, finding those angles, those opportunities, and delivered in a similar way there on Lien. And now he has respawned, does have the ultimate. I'm not sure whether they go for this Dragon, but it looks like they have to try and get over to Baron, because were they starting up, or were they just clearing out vision?
Clearing out vision. Everyone had reset. They had just gotten Doggo and Fofo back onto the map, so you would imagine that the side of BLG weren't going to try and start off the Baron with the Kennen and the Rakan, but now that we're back in towards this Dragon Pit, we are going to see a little bit of pressure being put down here. TV going to be coming out. That's going to be a massive flank from the Kennen. We are going to see Yuyanja use the ultimate there to try and keep him alive. They don't have full vision just yet, but they are putting great work there onto Chris, but he will fall. The Ram Warp has brought everybody back in, and BLG are separated. What looked like could have been a fantastic flank for Breathe sees him use his teleport and his flash just to get away.
Yeah, I mean, it was just messy. Oh, TP.
They're going for him. They're going for him. They know they can catch him out and get rid of this turnaround, but Iboy's been left on his own. Yuyanja has to flash away. They trade back 1-for-1. It's a 2-for-1 overall as Wei now in a little bit of trouble. They'll get the knockup, but it's all between everybody. They won't get it just yet as Doggo and Fofo are ripping RA apart. Nowhere for you to go, Cube. You're going to end up falling eventually. As he flashes in, Fofo not quite able to get the chain to land. But what started off so brightly for RA ends in disaster. BLG cleaning up 5-for-2.
And they go for that deep. They go for that deep flank with the Kennen. They try for the angle on the approach where Bree's going to be able to deliver. But the thing is, the reason this fails so spectacularly is because RA able to avoid the initial engage, right? Tom Kenchel saves the Nocturne. And then everyone's so split. The fact that Strive and the Chompers are zoning off the rest of the team, it's a really divided setup for RA. But the mistake comes out because RA are like, cool, we've just started to win the fight, then they split up. The whole reason why they had the advantage was they were tight as a unit. Now you see Strive and Cube running off, and Iboy with no Tom Kenchel gets left isolated. They make the exact same mistake BLG did just seconds later.
It just feels like every time RA find a window, they just slam it on their own fingers there, and just not really the situation you want to be in there as Cube. He will survive. We know that it will happen. The Stridebreaker doing great for him there, but very, very unfortunate. Now RA looking down the barrel of a soul point here for BLG. 4,000 gold in the Ascendancy now, and this is where a game gets harder and harder. Fofo has been a menace on this LeBlanc.
And, we've seen the tank Rise build come up from Strive. I think this is the right call in this game, right? There's so many burst threats on the enemy team. But it was nerfed, right? The damage reduced quite significantly, especially when Doggo has a Bloodthirster. He is not an easy target to take down. He has a low Dominic, so he is doing an insane amount of damage to Cube and Strive. And Yuyanja, shredding through them, will get that Giant Slayer effect as well. And there's still something to be said for Cube in the side lane, right? He can hold his own, he can apply pressure to Breathe, but he's not really doing enough that BLG are that concerned. And they can just, once again, if they want to set up for the Baron area, they get Division. They allow Fofo to look for a pick.
Fofo is 1 level ahead of Strive as he goes in, not going to land a single ability, and then just walk away. But again, he can do that because he knows that Strive with this tank build isn't going to burst him down. Last patch, that would have been a bit risky because the Rise would have been maybe able to do a lot more damage, but now it's not as significant.
I mean, I feel like he still would have been that much of a threat, right?
No, he wouldn't have been much of a threat, but he would have lost more than 100 HP. Okay.
I mean, it would have been like 150. It would have.
Still more.
Yeah, but I feel like that's the thing with LeBlanc is like in a lot of these situations, limited accountability. And really, that's why I kind of feel like the Nocturne had a place here because he can actually hold you accountable. If you dive in, get chunked out, end up in a bad spot, use all your mobility, that's when Nocturne can fly on you. The problem is, RA is so behind now. They're just not really finding the windows to operate. And at this moment, 6-1-2 on Doggo. 3-0-6 for Fofo. These carries are so strong. really scary for RA. And BLG aren't exactly setting things up as aggressively as we might see some other teams, right? They haven't really established super deep vision to set up for these picks. That's what I feel like they could be doing ideally. But as of now, they're kind of just taking their time. Looks like they might start up the Baron, but RA have vision of this.
This is also spreading yourself very thin, as we can see now. Cube is going to find himself against 2 people, misses the ultimate completely, and he will be taken out, taken by Fofo, and that's another little pick. I feel like it's just, again, little things like that where you're so far pushed up and you don't have any vision of anyone else. Just back away.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the problem there, well, the reason BLG even went into the pit is trying to get RA to show, so they can kind of know, okay, is everyone here? Is there a Nocturne hanging around the side? Is there a Rise hanging around the side? They got their answer. They take out Cube. Now they feel confident to kick this off, and Cube's TP is a while away with his respawn.
Yeah, 20 seconds, and we're going to see, actually, no, BLG just want the fight. They're going to pop out the Paranoia to try and just dissuade everyone from going onto Yuyanja. There's the quickness coming out. They're going to try and take him down. He's very tanky on this Tam Kench. You've invested a lot, but Fofo finds the backside. Eventually, they get the Tam Kench to get the Devourer out, but 2 kills over the Doggo. He now has 8 in the game. And BLG just playing with their food.
Yeah, but I love the setup, right? You start Baron, and then you look for the engage at the back of it. Now, I don't think they necessarily have... the fact that Cube has now respawned means he can actually come in, but I just don't think they have the power to fight here. No Paranoia as well from Lian really makes things difficult.
It makes it so difficult. And Fofo is just playing bouncer right now, just keeping everybody away. And while that's been happening, you got Weiwei, Doggo, and Breed just saying, cool, we'll get the Baron, we'll get that massive objective. And BLG have themselves a huge amount of momentum going in less than a minute's time before that Dragon Soul spawns.
Yeah, things looking rough, right? And I feel like game 1, RA came out swinging, and it felt like RA's draft didn't really suit them, but they've really started to warm up in this one. And here, it takes a long time for them to get in on this, but critically the Chompers were sort of on the side, so we weren't able to stop this aggression, and they just keep charging forwards, and Fofo finds his flank angle, and the fact that, you know, they use the E to keep iBoy safe, but it just means you end up sacrificing the rest of your team.
Well, RA, it's do or die. I feel like right now in this game, you got to try and find something going for you. But Breed is already on a flank. He's already in a position where he can just wreak havoc. They have no idea. Now they do, but they're going to jump straight on top of him. Lian takes a lot of damage onto him. He's probably going to be able to take down this Kennen, though, because he had got the Hex Drinker, and it's a fight on 2 fronts. Lian's going to keep following forward. The Dustbringer not quite there, though, just yet, as Fofo has finally joined. Delete Yuyanja, and the rest of RA have to back themselves away. There's nowhere for them to go. We're going to see a TP on top side from Strive. Soul goes over to BLG.
Yeah, I mean, just nothing they can do. I like the concept. This is kind of what I was talking about, the fact that you can jump on those flankers with the Nocturne, but one, this Nocturne's pretty weak, and on top of that, he also missed his second Q, the follow-up. Just didn't quite have enough damage to finish up Breathe, and you know, even if he had killed him, the fact is Fofo is so strong, just absolutely obliterates your Tahm Kench. They secure the soul. I still don't think it's the most substantial soul, but it's still a power increase for a team that, in all honesty, don't need a power increase. They're already so much stronger than RA.
Yeah, they're just so much bigger and badder right now, as we can see Doggo with Weiwei and Crisp in tow, just pushing into this basically the nexus of the next few seconds, because he is just going to shred these turrets. These objectives are going to go down. Lian has the Paranoia, but what are you going to do with it? You don't have any damage. You don't have anyone to really follow up. And speaking of damage, you can see iBoy almost goes down. Yuyanja trying to keep his AD carry alive, but Doggo with 2 more kills. They will get the cannon on the backside of this, but they can just end the game.
Yeah, they can just push up, and Cuba's mega, but he can't even get in range because of Fofo.
Can't get in range. Just Strive trying to see if he can do something here. He's trying to go in with Cube by flashing in to flash away. Cube was the last respite, and he shall fall. Lian trying to see if he can keep Strive alive, but he shall not. And BLG will go up to match point 2-1 over RA in this series.
And with a really convincing performance, Breathe kind of left to dry in that one, but everyone else, there was coordination, there was proactive plays. The mid-jungle, it really felt like we saw a step up from both Weiwei, and I mean, Fofo just completely delivered on that LeBlanc. And, you know, I feel like we can obviously point fingers at things like the LeBlanc, right? But I feel like this was more than that. This was just strong play from BLG, and RA struggled not only to execute their game plan, but also just to match. Like, the Nocturne really didn't come to fruition, and importantly, Rasheen, we finally saw a good Volibear game.
We did. I was going to say that right at the end. We saw the power that this Volibear can have. And again, it's with lanes that can facilitate it and kind of help it out. You get in, your pure burst damage with your Q into your W and your E is just absolutely absurd. And you just have great survivability as well. So, RA, you're floundering a little bit right now. This was not really close. You can see just the damage. Look at the damage between your two carries. Fofo and Doggo eclipsing Strife and iBoy.
Hey, at least at some point they had an 11 gold lead, right?
There was 11 gold in the Ascendancy at some point for RA.
It just felt like they could never really find the angles into these fights. And I think, you know, there was something we said for their 1-3-1 strength. There was also something said for the tools they had to enable early. But when Strife fell behind, and after that first use of the ult from Leanne, it kind of just really felt like they were a bit lost on what to do. Nocturne, not super sold. I understood it conceptually, right? I understand how it could work, but they really struggled to pull it off.
Yeah, and again, even the first use of the ultimate, yes, they got the kill onto Breed, but it was after the Realm Warp, the flashes, everything had been used, and it just took a very long time, which in turn gave BLG time to set themselves up on the bottom half of the map, get themselves set up for pushing and getting Doggo to the absolute monster of an Aphelios that he was. And the high priority for iBoy on the Jinx is good, but I feel like BLG don't care about the Jinx in this series. They're going, look, if you take the Jinx, that's fine. We have Doggo and Aphelios, who has just looked exceptional on this pick all split.
Yeah, 100%. It's felt like, you know, and it's not been enough in these fights. Like, iBoy's struggling to get the damage off, to find the momentum. And it just feels like it doesn't really make that much of a difference. We're not getting that point where suddenly a Jinx can take over because targets need to be low. People need to actually start taking damage.
Resets need to come in.
Yeah, and it just never really came to fruition there. I think the Rise didn't really work for me because it kind of got punished a lot in lane, and then later on just didn't hold up, wasn't able to provide that damage.
No, it was not, and we are going into a break, but when we return, we'll have an opportunity for BLG to finish off this series 3-1, or maybe we'll be going to a bit of a silver scrapes. We'll see you guys very, very soon.
Is post 6, you can start to get a lot more aggressive. That goes in for the play. Ghost actually popped there as well. Bubba really wants this fight right now. Kraken Slayer is a lot of damage. A flash for safety. Here comes TF. He's going to flash the stun.
That's it.
The last auto gets him, but Everfrost should be enough. Shen's coming. Shen's coming. The shield's too much. No, the man is going to live.
I was raised in the struggle. All I really know is the hustle, boy. Y'all don't really want it with me. I'm self-built. I'm self-made, and I'm self-paid. Y'all don't really want it with me.
Of poke. On the side of T1, Krako's staying in, not gonna get it. No charm lands either. The stun is in. Everfrost onto Keria, as he will knock them both up, and in goes Owner after a huge shock blast, and the kick is going to clean it all up. And that will be the ace for T1.
Keep it low, bro. Fab, burn a couple down in the meanwhile.
Sau đó Celeb cũng đang chạy tới và chiến lược của BLG là phá nhà để endgame. Họ làm được điều đó hay không? Vẫn chưa được cái xử lý hay quá. Các bạn ra cửa bên phía tay trái để nhận đơn xin lỗi.
Nhà cú dịch chuyển kết thúc ban đấu đến từ Chuti. Gavismart có Baron, họ bấm về rất nhanh.
Điên cây đang tràn tới.
Đánh nhà, Chuti đánh nhà.
Là win, một phát, hai phát đủ hay chưa? Chuti đập được hay không? Còn thiếu một phát. Đập được và chiến thắng dập cho
I got love in LA. I got folks in NY. City to city, the operations worldwide.
Doesn't matter too much for LNG. The 50-50 goes the way of Allah in the end. And now the fight ensues. Tarzan turns gold to plunge right in the middle of everyone. Maybe this is it for EDG. 2 kills, 1 for Viper. Is Doombeat trying to escape, but the Realm walk forwards. Can they find any more? Scout turns gold and keeps self alive. Allah stunned against his support here, but Light charging forward, getting the resets. Bail out onto Viper. Viper falls though. JJ in the back line. Light turning it around, and LNG somehow find it.
Y'all don't really want it with me.
視界のコントロール、スピンスラッシュ、トルツ入っていく、ダイシーも合わせるような動き、竜の怒りでワンスディスエンゲージ気味、そこに敷いてあるグラビティフィールドで動きが止まったダイシーネット、さらにアンストッパブルフォース、4番ノックアップ、パズが決めた。あとは一人一人持っていけばいい戦国ゲーミング、エース獲得。
I'm feeling myself, I killing myself. Just give me some time, I'll be chilling and well.
打入手直接将这个闪现离开，达维斯鬼步开启，要抓吗？
攻到
被留住，想留，但达维斯左边开起来，第一座，对不对？第二座哇，牙迪敏智的一个大绝，打出了反打，结果在达维斯还在赶第二座闪现，这里是控制665想抓，
有孔道，还有吗？
鱼在第三座，金毛 kill， 这里是往前第四座，金毛 kill， 哈哈哈哈，哎呦，哈哈，打控。
Everybody's telling you what to say and what to do. How you doing, sifting through it all? Everybody's got the dream. Some are small and some extreme. How willing are you to risk it all? And people say that it depends, but with or without all your friends, you're the one who's answering the call. You might be wrong, 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 wrong. You might be right, 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 right. You really won't know, no, 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 no. Not until you try, 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 try. There's something in your bloodstream telling you to try.
We're back. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are in the first day of our 8-day stint. 8 days in a row of playoff action. It's a lot, but we are very excited for it. I am still Oshin. He is still the fantastical Ox. We are still in my office in Ireland as we wait to see now how everything goes. But we got to do a little bit of work right now because BLG 2-1 up in this series. And it was kind of down to Weiwei being in the right place at the right time and showing us the power of the volley bear.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this mid jungle was operating so well for the side of BLG. I feel like really good at setting up plays around mid, especially on a strive. You shut down the Rise, suddenly those movements from the globals, from the Rise and the Nocturne aren't as easy to pull off, and then they just started to take over the game from there.
Yeah, they really, really did. 2-0 and 15, 81% kill participation. The volley bear doing what we thought it could do, and in the right hands as well. So for Weiwei, great to see him doing it. And again, it came from these early skirmishes where he was just able to be just a nuisance in that mid lane and constantly revisiting it, saying, look, cool, we got the power, we know we can kill them off.
Yeah, and then once they had that advantage, it just became so much easier to spread it around the map. And I love the dives as well on the volley bear, just not giving any hesitation. Tower, don't really care, just shut it off and able to continue following up and just pick up so many kills off the back off this aggression that we don't always see from BLG.
Yeah, again, this is a very much a team that hasn't been working that well together, or rather has opted out of working as a cohesive unit throughout most of the split. These last 2 games, though, they seem to have put that aside and say, look, this is how we need to play the game, this is how we need to work together, because a lot of the time you saw that they were looking for the early advantages as a team, as a unit, and moving as such.
Yeah, I mean, it took them some time, but it finally feels like they're sort of getting to the style of play that we'd hope to see from them. So it's not them where they can continue it. We're seeing a side swap finally coming to this next game of the series. So RA have an opportunity to potentially, pose threat with their first picks open and available, but we'll see how that sort of develops. Ultimately, there's definitely picks, like I think the LeBlanc has been an issue.
Yes.
The Renata was obviously problematic. There's definitely things I'm like, yeah, you could manage things better in the drafting phase, but it is definitely gameplay that is dictating this victory for BLG.
Yeah, and we'll see now what RA are able to do. That said, they survived the 3 red side games by only going 1 and 2, and I know it sounds like, oh, they're still behind, but blue side is considered incredibly powerful, and already we're seeing some different picks coming out here. The Aurelia being banned away here from Breathe, and it looks like Rare Adam, they've come into this blue side with a plan.
Yeah, so interested that they go for that one. Kind of makes me wonder what they're going to end up picking in this situation. I know that obviously things like Nog can struggle into a confident Aurelia. They are still going to ban that, Viego are still going to ban that Renata. Pressure that goes on BLG to ban the Zeri, but now it means either Lee Sin or Hecarim, one of them will be left open.
Lee Sin, Hecarim, or LeBlanc.
Yeah.
They could go with the LeBlanc as well. So I think if BLG, they might want to try and ban that one away. Yep, they take it off the board. But now you've got Lee Sin and Hecarim available. Honestly, I would love to see Leanne on the Lee Sin. I think it does well into the Hecarim the early stages, and I think it can be that big playmaker they need it to be.
Well, I think that's the thing, is that both of them were left open by BLG because they're like, we have one ban, we can't ban both. Let's leave them both open so we can trade. If LRA have a preference, sure. But they could just leave it and then trade off after that. I feel like they have the flexibility in that regard. They are going to commit to the Hecarim, though. They're happy with how Liam performed in that game 1. Obviously, not the most early pressure jungler, but post 6 ramps up a lot, and he had a fantastic game on it.
He really, really did. It was a fantastic display, and again, able to get up to that level 6 and was able to kind of put BLG off kilter with some of the, the kind of tempo plays he was making with it. As now we see where BLG want to take the rest of their draft. It looks like they don't want the Lee Sin either. They're just going to go ahead and say, look, we want the Volley Bear. Again, Weiwei, MVP in Game 3, looked fantastic on it and really showed the power it can bring to a comp.
Yeah, so what I'm wondering here is, are they going to lock in an AD carry if they have a priority for it, or are they going to take something else that they prefer? I feel like if you don't take an AD carry here, you kind of forced to on the third pick, which means sometimes you can't react as well to what Rare Adam takes. So that's why I kind of like taking the AD carry here. It gives you a lot of flexibility for that third pick on red side. They're going to take the Jinx, so despite the fact that iBoy, I feel like he's been outmatched by Doggo when he had the Aphelios, they still feel like they want to go for this matchup. And here's a prime example where RA picked the Jace. If BLG hadn't taken the AD carry, they'd be in a bit of a pickle here. But they don't have two champions to answer, right? So do you want to answer the Jace and give a good matchup to Breathe? Or do you want to pick a mid lane pick, something like the Vex can do well into the Ahri for Fofo?
Or do you want to just go for your support and say, look, we don't care because you can't ban out both lanes. You cannot get the advantages there. So we will see BLG maybe looking towards that, but they are hovering towards a couple of different options. I will say the Tahm Kench is probably the smarter option. Chris will get that locked in for himself. And now we will start to see a couple of bans. I would be very surprised to see the Aphelios survive the next few bans.
Yeah, I feel like Aphelios, shit, Kai'Sa even could actually be a decent ban here, right? We've seen some Kai'Sa AD carry. iBoy, for some reason, was playing like AD carry build Kai'Sa, which whatever, I don't like to play. But like here, with the Jace poke as well, it could be really threatening. But instead, they're looking for support picks, so the Rakan we saw into the Tahm Kench last game, really strong, obviously, because you can pop that quickness. You can use it on the Tom when he gobbles his AD carry, and then it's still sometimes even left up when the AD carry comes out to CC them. For RA, maybe I would probably look towards mid. I think having a strong mid matchup is really important. Vex is often picked as something that's good into RA. You could even look towards something like the Syndra as well. Azir is actually what we've seen Fofo pick into the Ahri. So all these things that make sense to me. They actually go for the Akali away from Breathe. So not wanting to necessarily have something that can get on top of the Jace and provide that threat.
Yeah, kind of, again, give Cube something that can work well in a team fight and work well in the lane. The Aphelios finally gets banned away by BLG as Rare Adam now start to see what their final ban was. I would like to see the Vex maybe banned away just to take that away, but no, they should go for the Sylas. Yeah, I can see that being a very powerful pick considering the ultimate's available.
Yeah, Hecarimel is insane with Sylas, and Ahri, he's picked a lot on Ahri because it's a good matchup, right? She doesn't have the damage to kill him, and he'll just keep sustaining the longer fights with a W, and then on top of that, you steal Ahri's ult, and suddenly you've given him ability to a close-range skirmisher. Outstanding. Now, we have to see if they opt to prioritize top or mid in this situation. Thing is, both top and mid have been secured for Rare Adam, so there's no pressure in sort of denying those. But they go for the Gragas, which kind of makes me think it'll be something like the Azir, right? Keep the enemy team at bay with that disengage.
Very standard front to back team.
Yeah, very standard front to back, and you need damage as well to sync with your comp because you have a tank top laner and a jungler who's not going to hold up in damage. We see our toying with things. I actually really think the Kai'Sa is exceptional. You have a dive composition, and if you do go the AP build or the hybrid build, your W's with the Jace Shock Blast, that's actually so good into a composition for BLG that is front to back.
Yeah.
Because you just fire from a distance and just keep maintaining that. Yeah.
You just get down the HP of these massive uber tanks that are going to be the Tahm Kench, the Gragas, and the Volibear. You have got the Nautilus, which has tried and tested, been one of the most fantastic duos with that Kai'Sa in the laning phase. It always seems to just work very well, and it's just a good combination. Honestly, what Rare Adam are going with, I like what they've built up for themselves now that on the blue side, they've got themselves a good dive composition with plenty of pokes. Not only can they just get these health bars down, they can also follow in on it should they get the right target.
Yeah, I feel like in this situation, as much as the Azir feels like something Fofo would want into the Ahri, I feel like it's not really going to work because when Azir struggles against poke massively.
Yes.
A lot of the picks are good into mid lane with poke picks, so I think you need something that contests the mid jungle 2v2 a bit better, and also something like the Zoe means that you can at least match pound for pound. If you do land a Sleepy Trouble Bubble when iBoy and Cube are trying to fire out their poke, that potentially sets up your team to get in position to engage. So I think it's a good adaptation that they didn't go for the Azir, but ultimately I love RA's composition here. And if they can sort of avoid getting run over by the Volibear, I feel like they just curve really well into a strong mid game and scale up effectively.
Yeah, they've got so many available tools to them. They've got poke, they've got good dive, they've also got pretty decent pick potential in skirmishing.
Please, iBoy, don't go the AD carry build.
Yeah, I was gonna say they need to. I think with the Jace, I feel like the Kai'Sa makes so much sense to go the poke. Like it just makes sense.
I feel like there's I'd say there's three categories I'd put them in. There's the I am an AD carry, as in I build like crit items and stuff like that. On the other side, there's that I am a poke champ. I build like Sork shoes, I build Ludens, Manamune, I don't build a Dirk or anything. And then there's the middle ground, which I feel like iBoy probably, if I'd expect him to go that if he's just sort of going for some poke. It does have a lot of poke because you get the W evolve, and that's like Nash's Tooth, Dirk.
Yeah.
You get all 3 evolves. That's probably my favorite build right now because I think you're still a threat at close range, but you still have the resets on the long range W. So I hope he goes for that one. We'll wait and see how it pans out. But I think like because you're still gonna be able to dive in with your team if you go the hybrid build, but the poke from a distance is gonna be problematic because one of the things is that BLG, they can definitely get creative with the Gragas. But, you know, RA have a lot more goal tools on their side, in my opinion. Like, they have the Ari, the Nautilus, the Hecarim, and the Kai'Sa. So they can kind of just poke until you're low, and then they go, okay, now is time. They're low enough that an Ari with 1 charm can just blow them up, and it'll just play out beautifully.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. We are jumping on to the Rift. This is Game 4. 2-1 is the score to BLG. Rare Adam fighting for their lives in the playoffs. Remember, it is single elimination. You lose this best of 5, your spring season is done. BLG putting themselves in a great position here. This is 8th versus 9th in our standings, and that's what makes it so important. The fact that it can be so close is so tantalizing for the rest of the matchups going forward.
And it, as you said up earlier, it's a long way to double elimination. You just can't drop a series to them or you're out. And Chris is actually in big trouble.
Yeah, Chris is going to take a lot of damage here. He might actually need a reset here before he comes back. Yep, so...
Like, he does, but it does mean he's going to be late to lane, right?
He'll be a little bit late, so level 2 advantage should go over to the side of RA.
What I'd like to see is you can go in front of the wave, you can catch it, and you can make a sort of push towards you. And ideally, you want to deny a minion, because if you deny 1 melee minion, it means you then need an extra 2 casters on the next wave to hit level 2. And it just means there's no chance of getting a level 2 advantage. But it looks like the actual plan is to give Leanne a leash. So unfortunately, they wouldn't really be able to capitalize at all on the fact that they chunked him out. So it was literally meaningless.
Yeah. We just hyped up a lot of stuff there for no real reason. And then similar to the top side there, we saw Cube going in absolutely crazy onto Breed. But Breed's on a Gragas. His passive means that he does not care about the early poke. You need to burst him out, otherwise it just doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, and I think one of the big things with the Gragas, why he really came to the meta, is the fact that Tier is now this 400 gold item. You can pick it up. Obviously, like once you've stacked it, it is very valuable to finish it off. But the main thing is it just gives you a lot of mana in the laning phase. And then the more mana you have, the more health you have because of your passive. Just help you sustain through those trickier lanes like a Jace who should be harassing you.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, with the new builds as well, you got the Thimblewinter that came in. So you have got a much better build path. You don't have to go towards Seraphs anymore. So a lot of quality of life buffs came in for something like a Gragas top. And, before they even came in, LPL have always played towards the Gragas top. Remember Xiaohu, when he was in top lane for RNG last year, became a staple of just mitigating some of these very aggressive early laners like the Jace or even the Irelia like we saw last year.
Yeah, and it's going to be pretty powerful when it comes to team fights. Things like iBoy diving in, Strive diving in, the belly boop can obviously interrupt them. You also, if you find the right angle, can provide some engage. One thing I'm kind of concerned on, though, is in terms of damage for the side of BLG, right, you are really reliant on Doggo. So I would actually like to see attention from them onto this bot side from BLG, because if Doggo falls behind, you're going to struggle. And then I realize, even if he's fed, you need to play things well, because you have the Tom Kench as a safety tool, don't get me wrong, Gragas is good disengage. But there is so many things on the side of RA that's going to make your life difficult. And the thing is, when you're in Tom Kench's belly, you're... Oh, no.
They catch him and they kill him. That was just straight up mispositioning from Doggo, and he gets punished.
Yeah, just as I'm highlighting, you want Doggo to be strong, he makes a bit of a fumble and ends up giving over First Blood to iBoy. Absolute disaster. And as I'm saying, it's like when it comes to team fights, even if you're strong as Doggo, if you're inside of Tom Kench's belly, you're not doing damage. And the thing is, you don't have that safety tool yet. I mean, what? The minion dies before the tower hit even comes. Why are you walking that far forwards? Like, just a bad click. No reason to be there.
It's a bad right click as... Now Wei saying, look, we might have to try and make something happen here in this bot's side. They will try and just get Chris to get a little bit of disengage here, but he will go forward, and iBoy will flash away. I don't think they can go for this, though, because Leanne's coming, and Strive is TP down as well. They're going to jump down onto Wei and Chris. They're going to look to try and turn this one around. Chris flashes away, but he gets hooked right back in as Wei looks to try and trade it with the shield. He'll get a 1-for-1, and honestly, that's all he could do.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, considering how that played out, Wei is happy that he got the 1-for-1, but RA quick to react and shut that one down. A positive is that Doggo survives, so he's going to be able to pick up this wave. And in return, Fofo manages to push the wave in the tower and deny some from RA. So despite everything, it's not as disastrous as it could have been for BLG. But still, I love that RA are answering this. I love that we see the Hecarim active before level 6 and using the fact that you have Ghost and so much movement speed to get in position and respond quickly.
Very, very nicely done there by IRA. Good reactions there. And like I said, Wei going under the tower is all he could have really done. Because this is started off by BLG.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I feel like iBoy could have flashed sooner. If you flash that initial burst, you end up much healthier. It doesn't really change much because Wei was already in, like he's already committed. It's not like you flashing early means your team can't respond. But then here as well, you know, they decide to come out of Tom Kench, but he's already dead, and it kind of just leaves iBoy here. I think another thing is he could have walked upwards.
Yeah.
If he doesn't get hit by the E, no way that Wei kills him. So I think iBoy kind of misplayed that a bit mechanically, but ultimately, RA as a team had the macro answer.
And the big thing is, yes, you do have 2 kills onto iBoy. It's 20 CS down because that entire wave was pushed into Doggo. So despite Doggo's early blunder, shall we say, and you know, and everything that's gone wrong in that bot side for BLG, it's still an incredibly significant advantage.
But I do have some good news. We're seeing the tier, right? He's not going like the Kraken Slayer.
Oh, thank God.
Kraken Slayer, Phantom Dancer. I would be, and a lot of people will be watching this and be like, what? Why did you ever go that build? Well, iBoy was, so.
iBoy does. iBoy does, in fact, go for those particular builds. We will see Fofo having a bit more of an advantage in mid lane as well. Of course, Strive did TP towards that bot side, so level 6 does get hit by Fofo before it does get hit by the Ahri. So you are going to have pressure in the bot lane, you're going to have pressure in the mid lane. That is going to equal early Drake here for the side of BLG. Or will it, as you do have Liang coming in here. They're going to try and slow him down before he can get on top of it. He won't get the smite down in time. And now Yuyangel uses his hook. The traps go down. He's forced to flash over the side. They're going to try and just keep away from this one here, but you don't have the early damage to deal with this. And RA, we were just praising you, my dudes. Why are you fighting that?
I mean, they just literally gave them 2 free kills. I don't really have anything else to add to that. There's no reason to go there.
You need to add flavor.
Okay, here's my flavor. Don't do that. That was dumb. There is my flavor.
See, like a bit of spice.
Yeah, it's just like I don't see what they're hoping to achieve. The Dragon's already got. Like I understood, they move forwards to try and contest it. Oh, nah, iBoy's dead.
Yep, iBoy is going to die. No flash. Nowhere to go, and that's going to be Doggo flashing forward. There's the kill going over. Strive is actually going to use the Spirit Rush to try and get in position. This is an opportunity here to take out Doggo as they try and just keep Crisp alive, but they've actually just baited them all in, and that should be 2 kills going over to the side of RA. Nicely done. They'll even donate that one over to Strive, and honestly, that's a good response.
Yeah, I feel like the thing is, we see RA going for these proactive plays where I'm like, this is smart, this is good, this is positive. And then they just die randomly for no reason. And it's like, the game is even because of that. But now BLG set up a play.
They're going to go the Gabali Bop in. He has got the explosive cast as well. They're going to try and get the flash out of him, and it's easy as you like. No reason for Cube to be there. And again, this is, I feel like I'm a parrot just re-saying the same phrases over and over again. It's just disrespect.
But at least that one was a good practice play from BLG, right?
Yes.
It wasn't RA just making a mistake. What I am critical of is why did he flash? There's no way you're flashing out of that situation.
iBoy, you're not going to get out of this one unless Fofo misses out on the trouble bubble, which he does. They will have a stun available in a second, but Leyen plays bodyguard. They will keep him safe for now, but iBoy, oh, it's very reminiscent of how he used to play in the regular split.
Yeah, he needs to get back into his lane and pick up this wave. But yeah, I feel like the play, the flash before the cast from Cube is just never going to amount to anything. And now they will get there late. They lose a plate as well. Is able to pick up that minion, but it just feels RA have good ideas, but they also just keep making these mistakes. I still think their composition holds up pretty well in the late stages. The fact that Doggo can have such a massive mistake early and then be this strong is pretty rough going for RA, right? He's up in gold compared to iBoy, despite the fact he flubbed that first blood.
Yeah, flubbed the first blood. He's 20 CS up ahead now. It will be mitigated a little bit, so maybe down to about 15 once this fight. When this wave does crash, you've got top lane advantages. That's up by about 400 gold. Jungle's up by 300. It's about equal, actually a little bit of advantage here for Strive in the mid lane, but he is down in terms of levels because of the amount of roams he's had to do to cover his bot lane.
Yeah, so, you know, BLG in a pretty good spot. And I think particularly having sort of vision control, and being set up an objective is going to be so important in this game. Because things like the Zoe, just his trouble bubbles, so hard to deal with when you're going into an area you don't have control of, we don't have vision. But the other side as well, I mean, vision advantage is so important for poke champions because it's so hard to dodge things like a Jace Shock Blast. when you don't have vision up and coming. And the reason that's instrumental is because it's a long cooldown. And you know, the Kai'Sa W, if you miss it, is a long cooldown. So
yeah, 8 or 9 seconds.
Exactly, and they can use that window, right, to, you know, engage or finish a dragon off while you're waiting for that to be back up. And it can make such a huge difference. So do you see the mana immune picked up for iBoy to get things stacking quickly? And it looks like he's not going to go for the Dirk. Now, just to go through like some numbers for you, you don't need the Dirk to get Q Evolve. You just need mana immune as an AD item, and then the extra mana you get from building, you know, like, I mean, you will just get it eventually over the course of the game. People normally go Dirk for like an early Q Evolve, right?
And then you sell it later when you want to.
Yeah, you sell it later if you want to go for a more heavy AP build, because I mean, Collector's okay. Some people do finish Collector. I don't rate it, especially if you're going for the poke build.
Rabadon's probably better.
Yeah, so he is kind of by here said, I don't want the early power. I want to invest into being as relevant as I can as soon as possible, right? In terms of hitting the big spikes rather than committing to a smaller spike now.
Well, Breed thinks he's a pretty safe man right now on this top side. Strive can't really wait that too much longer, as Chris is going to probably have the flash over this wall. Yes, he is, and that's going to be the summoner down now for the Tam Kench. No, nothing burnt there from the side of RA. Just, again, good punish on a bit of an overextension. And we are starting to see that a bit more now. Things are calming down. I feel like both teams are getting to a point where they're kind of saying, okay, we can't just keep giving up these fights. We can't keep giving up these free kills. We're only 11 minutes into the games. We've had 10 kills across the board.
That's been pretty fast-paced, honestly. And I feel like both teams have been, you know, compared to, especially how I viewed BLG coming into this, they've been understanding that they have to make things happen. They can't just sit back now. Chris goes for a very aggressive play, and he's just going to get caught out.
Yep, he's going to get caught out. He's going to go see Yanja trying to run away, but there's the onslaught of shadows. They're going to use the ultimate as well from the iBoy Kai'Sa, but it's not quite enough to take down Crisp, who gets himself away. iBoy flashes and heals. They land the charm on the Doggo, but this Ari doesn't have a lot of damage, and the resets are coming in. Doggo and Fofo, the carries trying to burn this team down as RA run for their lives. Fofo is still hunting for blood, but he holds himself just a little bit, and that's 2 kills over to BLG.
And that's the thing, this Kai'Sa's behind, and honestly, I'm just going to say on this item, you're kind of useless compared to the Jinx, just a Kraken Slayer. They didn't have the damage to finish off Crisp, and this is how it ends up happening. So despite the fact that Crisp, remember, no flash was burned earlier, ends up overstepping. And I know Tom Kench is tanky, but they commit so much onto him, and he still doesn't die. I think it's the critical thing here. I also think Leon made a mistake. He could have ulted over the traps, and then could have dashed back in. Yeah, I just feel like that was a little bit of a lack of committal that ended up backfiring, but also the fact that Chris doesn't die makes such a difference. iBoy just doesn't really do that much damage at the moment.
And iBoy doesn't do that damage, but neither does Strive. Strive was actually just playing that entire fight with Merc Treads, but now Chris, he's still very tanky. The Gragas and Fofo will be able to kind of jump in on top of this, and that's going to be Leon going down. Oh, RA, it's a disaster, but this is the hard reloading composition that we talked about. It doesn't matter if they're ahead or behind, they will fully commit, and now Doggo finds Cube. Cube jumps on top of them to try and disengage, and with that phase rush, should be able to keep him out self to safety, not safe to selfie. But goes in, gets himself, that's some burst damage going in as Crisp is cursed to fall. And I will collect myself and have some water while you break down what the hell just happened.
I think the whole game is kind of falling apart, and then Strive is just like this shining beacon for RA. It feels like the plays on the bot side that went wrong, Strive is there to clean up. The plays on the top side that went wrong, Strive is there to make them come to fruition. He is really doing his best to stay in playoffs right now, in this series in particular. The rest of his team doing some, having some questionable moments now.
Oh, they're going to go for it, but there's Weiwei using the ultimate. He's trying to jump on the Cube. The phase rush not quite there just yet. The red buff of Flash W. Weiwei with a little bit of disrespect, knowing just how damn strong he is.
Yeah.
And RA lose another kill on the top side.
I too love getting 1v2'd by a jungler with just a tank item in his inventory. That definitely feels okay. And Weiwei is just... And again, this is kind of why there's been such a priority in the Volley Bear. He has that early momentum. And we didn't really see it in that game 1 or that game 2, but it is now really started to show up. And the thing is, right, that there is a definite spike for RA. A point of the game where I'm like, I feel pretty confident for them, but they're just forcing so hard before then. It means they're in a really rough position because they're going to be so far behind when they get to those spikes, right? They're already 2,000 gold down, way super strong, and we're going to get a replay. I mean, it's just kind of nuts. Full HP Q, by the way, and Yuanja's there as well. and he just basically bursts him out. It's a really nice ult as well to dodge away from the Q from Yuanji. I don't know if it's intentional, but either way, just chomps him.
Yeah, just eats him, and that's the end of it. Nice, tasty meal for the 4, 1, and 3 Volibear. And again, we're seeing a fantastic, you got your priority. Leon was given every single jungler apart from Viego, which his team, banned away. So it was like, right, go pick something, go for it. We don't care what you end up getting, because the Volibear is just stronger for us in this particular situation.
And the problem as well is that Leon's gone, I said this before, this Conqueror build with Divine Sundra. And, it makes sense here because you're playing against, 3 tanky champions. But the problem is this build kind of relies on you being at least even or ahead because it's more expensive, right? Whereas Wei Wei is obviously ahead, but he's going like the tank build. Like Hecarim can go this as well. Chem tank and a Deadman. It's cheap as chips, and you're still going to be bulky. This build for the end isn't really going to work that well if you end up behind, which he pretty significantly is at the moment. Level 9, he's the same level as the 80 carries at the moment.
Yeah, he is pretty damn big. Another Rift Herald's going to be taken as well. That's going to be RA losing out to another objective. A minute 30, I should say, until the next dragon spawns. It is a Hex Soul, so you do have some Hex gameplay to come in. They are going to try and commit fully onto Breed, though, as Leon is there. They're going to use the Onslaught of Shadows. The Charm will land. Again, it is Strive trying to just drag RA back in, but even him with this Everfrost build does not have the damage to bring down the Gragas.
It's not quite enough. The Gragas spike going, yeah, the Squisher build still tanky enough to withstand their engage flash. And now BLG, they just commit down and they're going to look for a second tower here. Just should be able to get it quite easily, and Injection just be careful on that one. There will be a trade-off on the other side, but RA, yeah, they're winning across the board here.
Yeah, and again, this is why you pick something like the Gragas, the disengage with the ultimate, the tank, just the kind of, inherent tankiness you get with your passive, with your W on the Drunken Rage as well. It's so hard to punish this pick unless you really do catch him out. So we're looking at a 3,500 gold lead here for BLG as we got 30 seconds till that dragon spawns. And even if BLG decided they don't want to fight for this, it doesn't matter. You've got 2 dragons in the bank. You're not really caring about this first dragon for RA.
The problem is, I feel like on this one, RA can't contest this dragon, right? They have spikes they're waiting for, and they're just not anywhere near. Actually, I say that. They have to finish the Ludens.
I think, yep, he's dead. Nothing he can do. Oh, he'll flash away, but the Hex Gate means that Wei Wei finds himself all the way over on the side with Leyen. You can see Cube trying to see if he can do something here to help out Yuanji. They might try and turn this one around. There's going to be the mitigation with the Glacial Shroud. Cube will flash away. They will land the Trouble Bubble as it gets the trap down as Yuanji tries to just keep himself alive. Flash in, Cube almost being taken down by Wei Wei. They'll get a Q. Good Everfrost here from Strive to just stop the onslaught of BLG. But it is RA still coming out, not looking the favorable, and it's just going to take time. As you said, they need items, they need gold.
Yeah, I think the big thing when I look at, Ludens is finished for Ivor. That's pretty big, because you've got the W evolve, so you can spam that. Actually, I'm not even sure. No, I don't think he has it yet.
Oh, that's a paddle star and a half, and that means that the potential TP player thought they were going to maybe put the Jace up in the backhand side and maybe look to try and make that one work for themselves, but the Trouble Bubble lands into Leyen. They weren't quite in position to try and take him out. He'll end up TPing up towards that top side. It will be Cube. And they should be able to... Nope, never mind. TP coming out here from Breed. Keeps that tower very healthy and alive. And yeah, it's sole point for BLG. BLG now at a fantastic point where this is just, it's just hard for RA. I don't think there's a lot of options available to them. They just need time.
Yeah, so I'll go back to my spikes. So you need 100 AP for the W evolve. You didn't quite have with just the Ludens, right? He doesn't have the mana immune stacked. Cube doesn't have his mana immune stacked. That's the point where you're spiking, and I'm like, okay, they're really relevant. They can contest this, even with a gold deficit. The problem is they keep getting into these fights before then, and also BLG have stacked those dragons rapidly. They're on 3 already.
Crisp. Oh, he's fine.
Yuanji, you're going to die.
Yeah, he's going to walk away. Wei Wei now walking up and saying, hey, how's it going, guys? It's not just the Tam Kench, it's everybody else here. Leyen here as well, as Fofo finally joins the party. Those Hex Gates will just set up for some pretty interesting plays, as we see the iBoy does not want anything to do with this. Should have enough there for an amplifying tone or a blasting one to get himself up to that AP threshold and get that evolve onto his W. And that should be just it now. So we come back in. We're coming up to 20 minutes into the game. 3,500 gold lead, but 3 dragons importantly for BLG. You are going to have the big spikes like you mentioned on the Mermanas for RA very, very soon. And just, again, like you said, you just have to wait, just to calm down and just get those spikes before they really start to look for a fight.
The problem is, they'll get those spikes. and they'll be ready to fight for this next dragon. But it's Soul, okay? If they botch this, things are just going to be out of control, right? Things will get really rough, and the fact they have this gold deficit, Zoe is super strong, Fofo, you know, should be able to reset and get Soak Shoes probably on his next back, and that's when he's in one-shot mode. The Jinx as well, Doggo's just picked up a Hex Drink, but also has those 2 items. It is scary, and when it comes down to that, you know, you have one fight that can dictate the game, dictate the rest of your playoff run, because if they lose this game, they are just out. That is their season done. And it kind of relies on them navigating this one. Manamune stacking. When those are fully completed, that's when they've got to be worried for the other side, and they can rely on that poke for the plays.
There they go. They're going to draw on the Everfrost and the Charm, but there's the explosive cast. Breed not quite able to get the belly buff off. His Cube maybe going to try and just jump on top of him. They will get the tower, and they will get him down, and they'll get himself into the Champ Kench. So you get a couple of different summoners. I like the idea coming out here from RA, and with basically all of their outer towers down anyway, they don't really lose anything.
Yeah, they got an objective bounty, so that's pretty nice, right? And binning summoners is really good when, like, you trade ults, but Strive's ult's going to be up, Yanji's ult's going to be up for the dragon fight, whereas Crisp and Breathe won't have their flashes, especially the Gragas is pretty substantial, because you can use that for, like, a big engage combo. But the important thing in my mind that I'm kind of worried about is something I mentioned earlier about vision is vital for poke champions. And BLG, because they're so strong, are undoubtedly going to have control of the area and vision control, and that is what I'm a little bit worried about, because what BLG will look to do, control the area, and if RA approach too slowly, they'll just start the dragon, and if they secure the dragon, you're in a really rough spot. Even if you get enough poke down, they'll just run away and be like, we got what we wanted.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say, though, because of that play in the top side, you should not have a flash on Gragas or the Tam Kench before this minute 30 mark happens. As we see Breathe now, again, a little bit of trouble, but that Everfrost keeping him nicely separated from Strive. And BLG, they've looked good. They've honestly looked, you know, since game 1, which was very much RA putting them to the sword, BLG have looked consistent, confident, and really putting themselves forward to say, look, we're not just here for round 1, we're going to maybe try and push ourselves even further, because that's what they needed if they wanted to try and go up against the likes of Weibo, Top Esports, and then we haven't even talked about, you know, the likes of JDG and LNG and stuff, where, you know, you just gets harder and harder, and for BLG, it's a good start.
Absolutely, but here is the position where they can look to close it out. A team fight win here, a dragon secure would make all the difference. They have got control of the area, and they're trying to keep that vision in place. But it's iBoy and Cube. What poke can they land?
There we go. Bit of poke there onto Breathe as he does get a shield out. Tries to keep himself relatively safe. I will say those W's will do damage, and we start to move forward towards 30 seconds till the dragon.
Now the big thing is if iBoy misses a single W, it goes on that long cooldown, and it is all about this poke war, who they can connect on. At the moment, Breethe's the only one who's really lost health. No one cares if he gets poked out. The tanks on BLG are doing a good job of soaking. And pressure is building. If BLG get this, it looks so doomed for RA.
There we go. We're going to see a reset coming in. They're going to try and just get on top of Cube. And Cube's been caught out. He has to flash away immediately. It's hit by the Super Mega Death Rocket as well as the W does not land onto iBoy. And you're running out of tools here. Cube, you're sitting on top of a trinket. You need to back yourself away. And he has got TP, but again, he's going to be late to this party. He doesn't have a lot of great options. He's got that pink ward just on the Tri-Brush. He's going to have to try and make something happen. Yuyanja gets hit by the Q, or sorry, by the Trouble Bubble of Fofo as he's just throwing out these Qs. Dragon has been started. Leanne knows it's going on. He knows it's happening. Way down to about half HP. They go in for the fight. It's not been taken. It's been secured by BLG. Yuyanja had to give away his life to try and make this fight work, but you're going up against a Hexo. Fofo has been hit. He has to flash away as the Trouble Bubble is in response. Strive gets deleted from the map, and now iBoy's been jumped on. It's a bit of a tentative fight as Fofo can't go in. There's one more kill going over as Doggo looking to try and get the resets. He will get them as BLG trample RA. Triple kill for Fofo. And the rest of BLG with this soul. Leanne has nowhere to go.
They secure the dragon and they crush the fight. Fofo landing the bubble onto Strive pivotal, and iBoy goes down to the end, tries to do so much but isn't even able to get the ultimate off. Doggo just running him down. BLG, it was a rough game 1, but they have bounced back with a 4K gold lead in Soul. They look to be in prime position to finish this one out. Still going to dot the I's and cross the T's, but that fight was massive. And we'll get a look at the replay. The big thing is, yes, Weiwei's a little bit low, but the back line is healthy. Doggo, full HP. Fofo, full HP. The initial engage can't connect with them. And in this moment, Strive, who's been so good this game, looks for the angle, dashes into a bubble. goes over the wall, but nothing you can do when you get one shot by the Zoe. They lose a lot of power there, and then they start to disengage. And Cube finds a lot of burst here, right? But they don't manage to connect it. iBoy nowhere near as useful at close range. And critically, he doesn't have anyone to ult to there. He doesn't have his passive on because he killed Crisp. And so he just ends up going down. And that's one of the problems with this build, right? You are so good at long distance, but you don't have as much power as the hybrid build up close. And iBoy kind of just falls apart.
Yeah, it is just unfortunate for RA. They are running out of options. A 5,000 gold lead. Hex Soul. That is just so good at running your opponents down. You can see just how confident BLG are in the situation. Pure darkness here for RA in their own jungle as we walk up towards the Baron. They can't walk up to this. And it's as you said, the Poke champions, they rely on that vision. They rely on knowing where people are to make something happen. As Leyen is already chunked out. We're going to see Yuyanja as well having to pay for the sins of his jungler. Leyen has to stay alive to maybe get some kind of miracle fight around this Baron, but I don't think BLG are going to go for it. I think BLG is going to run up this mid lane and try and just end the game.
Well, I think the minion wave a little bit too weak to go for that one. They'll force it in though, and look at the vision control over here. And with that level of vision control, it is so hard to approach because Zoe exists. Anytime you push forward, you're always concerned, is there a sleepy trouble bubble? Does dodge away for the poke there and actually cracks it in.
Got him. That's going to force the Devourer out. They're going to use the onslaught of shadows, and that's going to be Breed going down. So you're in a 4v4. Wei trying to use his ultimate to get on top of the carries, but RA are given a respite. Strife, everyone's got to block him. Block this man right now as Zoe goes golden because they would have been taken down by the W. And RA out of nowhere finds an opportunity, and this is where the poke really comes into fruition.
They refuse to give up, and once again, it's Strife. I swear this game, so much of it has come down to him doing his best to make this work. The rookie player moved up from the LGL roster, refusing to give up in this game 4. TP's going to come in. Can't interrupt that one with a rocket. And they're trying to get position around Baron. It's instrumental they secure some vision now before BLG are up and able to control it. It's about finding those little wards, finding those angles that aren't going to be swept out. The RA showing there is still life.
Oh my lord, you can see the respect being given here by Doggo. Actually goes with the Mom and Mortius. He knows, he realizes it's not Cube, it's not Boy, it's going to be Strive. If I get caught out by him and they layer in the extra poke damage, that's when I die. So he needs that extra bit of a magic damage shield. They will take away the Scuttlebug as well. Strive may have to use the Spirit Rush here. Yes, he will. And that's going to be a good investment here from Crisp to make sure that that cooldown's not there. But I will say now at level 14 and 27 minutes into the game, it's not as long of a cooldown as it used to be, but still, nonetheless, good win here for BLG.
100%, and they try and layer some poke, but again, Wei and Crisp can soak enough, right? Yes, eventually if you land subsequent Ws onto these onto these frontliners, sorry, they will eventually get low enough that it's relevant, but it just takes a bit too many. Like Wei, yeah, he's not full HP, but he's not exactly in a bad position.
He's got the W.
And they're just struggling to connect them on a Fofo and Doggo. The ideal scenario is you poke them out enough that they can't join the fight.
Breed's on a flank. He's going to try and make this one work. They take all 5 right there. Leyen's going to walk straight in top of him, though, and that's going to be death
Jungler down.
the jungler of Rare Adam, and that's going to be Wei splashed as well. But the poke is still significant. I think if RA want to try and get this, they need to get this now. That W landing onto Crisp for Doggo could have been huge with the Void Staff finished up finally for iBoy, but now the Baron has been started.
Critically, we have Breed full HP. He can just body block the poke on this tanky Gragas. RA need to get in quick because it's melting.
It is melting, but they have found themselves an opportunity to get in here. Strive is walking over a ward. Will not be hit by the Trouble Bullet or the Paddle Star. You need to go for something here. You need to either walk away or do not commit. You need to go in. They're going to walk away. They cannot go for this fight just yet. They know without Leyen, there's just absolutely no way they can take a fight. So we'll say that they are going to land a lot of poke here, a lot of damage on the Breed, and that's one of your damages down. Wei now has to back himself away. The tanks are tanky, but when the rest of their team aren't with them, they'll just turn into paper.
Yeah, you can be tanky. Oh my lord, Crisp nearly going down.
Yeah, they have to body block. They have to continuously body block.
And now they're low enough. Look, 25 seconds until the Elder Dragon. Breed won't be up. They have to rush this, right? BLG have Soul, they have Baron, they have the gold lead, but if RA get Elder, That is hope. They need to start it immediately or get a pick.
They have to do this. You have to go for this, RA. This is your season. There's a Hex Gate coming in. It's Wei Wei.
What's he doing?
He's going straight in on top of it. He's going to have to use his ultimate, and he's already outside of the Baron pit, or excuse me, the Dragon pit. He's all the way away from this pit, but a bubble lands on the iBoy. That is huge here. They missed the Mega Jet Rocket, though, on the back end of this, and they're not able to make it. This is so close right now. Look at Key Summoners.
Breed's up in 2.
He got him in 2 seconds. You will have the TP. Breed's going to come in immediately. There's the onslaught of shadows as Crisp goes down. It's now back to a 4v5. They will not land onto iBoy as the Everfrost is good. Wei Wei, though, is in a lot of trouble, but he has the smite to keep him alive. And it was valiant from RA. It was almost what they needed, but they all get taken out one by one. Cube and his jungler, the only ones left alive. And that's going to be BLG looking to try and, honestly, they can end the game. They don't even need Elder.
Yeah, they have Baron buff. They have 4 members up. It's only Cube and Leanne to defend. I don't think they have the damage to go the way, but 10 seconds to Yanja and iBoy shortly after. There's a hope that they respawn in time to defend. BLG are risking a lot by trying for this.
Here we go. We got a couple more minutes left on the Baron buff. They're going to go for the Nexus turret #1. They're going to get it down.
You have to fight!
They have to fight. You have to go for this. This is your season right now. They're trying to wait for iBoy. They will pop down the dredge line to kind of get these one
Doggo's ending!
But look at Doggo. Doggo's going for it, and Doggo gets the end. BLG 3-1.
And RA try and hold on at the end of that series. They do their best in the final game, but it's not enough. BLG with a convincing lead, and they just played around those objectives better, blocking the poke and then allowing Fovo to layer his. And it felt like we saw, I'm sure we're going to see the damage graphs, and there'll be a ton of damage from iBoy in that one. But it wasn't meaningful. Yeah. It didn't connect on the right targets, and the goal deficit was too significant. They just opted into these early fights when they didn't have power.
Yeah, and again, it just, what was an identity for RA really hurt them in this particular game. You just had to wait. You just had to calm down. Because even if they're on soul point and you are, 2,000 gold less behind, you know what I mean? You haven't given off all those kills. You probably get 1 or 2 extra kills. You may be able to kind of, force them away from that soul point as quickly. And again, it's if, buts, and maybes, and, it's all just how it kind of all goes down. But congratulations to BLG.
Yep.
They got the bit between their teeth. They took that 1 loss in Game 1 personally, and they said, not again. And they just forced so many pivotal bans from the side of RA, and they made it work.
Yeah, and I feel like the fact that we saw Fofo, on the LeBlanc, spectacular. First off, it still held up really well on the Zoe. So good. We saw Wei Wei a lot more proactive than we've seen him traditionally throughout the split. I think that's a big criticism, that he's been not impacting his lanes enough, but he got the volley bear and was like, no, I'm going to make things happen. If I am passive against RA, we'll be punished. So I think this is a better BLG than we've seen for a lot of the season.
Yeah.
And sure, opponents are going to get harder as playoffs go on, but this was a convincing first series.
It was, and it's exactly what they needed to do. Again, 8th versus 9th is your closest competitor in terms of people below you, but you made a very distinguished, definition between you and them, and that's a great way to start your playoff run. And like we said, the playoff run is a run in itself. You need to win. If you're starting from the bottom bit, you need to do round 1, round 2, round 3, and then if you win those 3 best of 5s, then in round 4 you get yourself an extra life. So you got to earn it. But I feel like BLG are definitely taking the right steps forward here.
100%. And I think that's the thing, is that Game 1, I came into that and I was like, oh, they're sort of going for a more aggressive early game style. Then they didn't play like it. I was like, okay, this could be just doomed. But it feels like the reason for that Game 1 draft was they were trying to have more impact, more agency, particularly from Wei Wei. I think did a much better job in setting up plays for his team. There was more coordination. Although we didn't see it in that Game 1, they weren't able to pull it out. As the series went on, we saw it's like a convincing aspect of gameplay they're leaning into.
Yeah.
And, I feel like as well for RA, as much as I question a lot of decisions, right, there was definitely some things I'm like, what are you doing?
Some question mark spams.
Strive,
right there,
considering Strive is a rookie, spectacular gameplay
honestly
so far. Really doing his best to keep his team in it. And it's as we expect. You look at the damage graphs, right? Cube, 27k highest in the game. iBoy, second highest. Yes, they did damage. But that's why with BLG, when they had these tanky members who were so strong, just able to soak it, you couldn't hit Doggo, you couldn't hit Fofo, it couldn't stick.
It couldn't stick, and it didn't matter unless it landed on the
some glue.
It did. You needed glue to be able to make that stuff stick. But again, Doggo on this Jinx, Fofo. I feel like Doggo was just left relatively untouched. We saw Devourers multiple times being used onto Breathe and Weiwei because they were the ones that were soaking up all that damage, but because they had used so much, the charms, the Everfrost, the W's constantly going in, it meant when Doggo finally got into the fight, when Fofo finally got there, it was too little too late, and it just meant that you just hadn't got enough in your tanks to try and take them out. But again, congratulations to BLG and commiserations to RA. I think, again, considering where this team has started this season, very young roster, in my opinion, excluding basically iBoy, this is a promising thing. And again, Strive, I think, had a great debut split.
Yeah, I really think Strive's been fantastic, and I feel like, there's so many stacked mid laners in the LPL being real. Rookie, Nice, Xiaohu, but it's so great to see this amazing talent. The fact that he, was playing in the LDL, got moved up, and then really has delivered. And even in this game, you're down 2-1, right? This is often a situation where you can see rookies sometimes falter when you're in a big playoff series, your back's against the wall. And especially, you may still play well, but you feel uncomfortable about going aggressive. He was just confident to set up plays. He was the one going, I'm going to go to the side lane, initiate, find something. And even with the loss, I got to say, he really did so much for RA.
He wanted to be the glue.
He wanted
to be the glue that keeps it all together. But and again, great for him. But obviously, we got to keep... It finally feels like BLG are coming together. It finally feels this is a team that recognizes their strength. And it's where we thought it would be right at the start of the season. They never really did it. It's mid-jungle. The mid-jungle, Fofo and Weiwei, just having that combination, getting them two very good combinations in terms of the champions. It just worked. The Volibear is a perfect pick for Weiwei, and I feel like it is going to have to be pick or banned pretty much exclusively. I know the pick is generally quite powerful.
I feel like it's generally going to be hotly contested.
It's generally quite powerful, but and my point is more that it's good to see it coming out and using that power, because you can see strong picks and not have the same impact.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I feel like, when BLG were playing their not too much impactful early game style, I feel like Volibear is not really on theme for that, but they're making it work. And I think as well, it has to be said, Crisp, really strong performance. I think he looked a lot better than Yuanja over the course of the series. The Renata game, single-handedly, just managing to pull them over the line. But then
that's going to tell every single team that BLG go, and it's like, ban Renata.
Yeah, it's like for people who face them in the future round, are like, cool. Thanks, RA. You saved us from taking that opportunity. But yeah, I think the fact he was forcing that ban as well took a lot of weight off the other members. In terms of the draft phase, and then just a really solid performance as well on things like the Tom Kench, often being able to save teammates at critical times. I just think overall, the Ricard as well, I think he had a fantastic game on that. So I think those three are probably the big three for me, would be Fofo, Weiwei, and Crisp.
It just get harder, though, as the games go on. Again, this is your kind of quote-unquote easiest or least difficult, at least, matchup you have to go to. And it was competitive. Again, RA did put a good fight up to it, and I think there's a lot of positives for RA now as they go into their slightly more extended break into the summer, before the summer split. But for BLG, they've got some stuff to look forward to. I actually can't remember what side of the bracket they're on. I think they go up against Weibo next, I believe.
I believe so.
I believe it is Weibo. I could be wrong with that. I'm sure we'll have a graphic and everything like that very, very shortly, of course. Everything needs to be changed last minute once the result comes in, so we do end up trying to get that as quickly as possible. But moving forward now, we're going to have a little bit of a preview of kind of like what we're looking into in terms of tomorrow, and think about how we want to see this one go, because this is a rematch. Tomorrow we got EDG versus FBX, a rematch of the Summer 2021 Finals.
Do you think... Because they're on the bottom half of the bracket. I think Weibo's on the bottom half of the bracket.
Is it Weibo bottom? Oh, maybe it's odd and even. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I'm pulling away from the conversation.
We'll get it.
EDG FPX. So I think FPX, my opinion, we'll hear loads about it tomorrow, I'm sure. But I think FPX have looked a lot better with Care in the roster.
Yep.
I think they've looked really strong when playing around bot, around LWX. I think Hung has also been exceptional. But I think Care has been similar to like Strive's position, where he's kind of like trying to facilitate those plays for the team. Care has been that big addition to the roster, where Gory was a lot more passive in the laning phase and struggled. I mean, I say passive, he just really struggled in the laning phase and didn't provide for the team. EDG, they've looked really hit or miss, but it is EDG. That's all I can say.
Still the world champions. We'll look forward to that one there tomorrow. That should be an absolute cracker. But we got some cleaning up, some housekeeping to do before we end the broadcast. We got our MVP from Game 4. It is Fofo on the Zoe. Great to see him kind of doing so well on this, and great to show that they have the diversity in the picks to make things work, and the bubbles were on point.
Yeah, and I like the fact we saw this instead of the Azir, because I think the Azir would have made it actually kind of difficult for them.
Very hard.
If they did fall behind, or even if they were even. The Zoe, though, allowed them contest when these poke angles, I mean, when they had it overhead, they had control of the area, they could keep providing the Sleepy Trouble Bubble threat, and it just meant that RA weren't sort of in that one-sided position where they had the poke advantage. But you know, this play, good Sleepy Trouble Bubble, but I'm still a little bit confused as to RA's game plan there.
But what if we contested for Dragon? No, they've already taken it, but what if we still contest for Dragon? That's kind of the vibe I got from this one. This was the last real chance I feel that BLG had to make this one work for them if they were able to get the steal here. And you can see how low the health bars are, not BLG, excuse me, RA. You can see how low the health bars of BLG go. 1 or 2 more W's, a charm goes and hits the primary carry. It can go their way, but BLG, they kept themselves confident, they kept themselves in a good position, and just being able to put themselves into these, you know, opportunities where the poke doesn't matter because you are in 5v5.
Yeah, you have your front line soaking, and Fofo, it just feels like, you know, he's been doing some really good math because he's finding all the angles consistently.
Honestly, he's been doing some serious Pythagoras theorems right there.
Yeah,
just
100%.
knew all the...
But like
all
that one at the end where like we get the engage by Breathe, the flash belly bop, and then he gets the Sleepy Trouble Bubble before the ult comes in. It just felt very consistent. And that's the thing with Zoe. She's sort of champion. If you're consistently landing the bubbles, she feels so impactful.
Oh, God. When she's hitting the bubbles and getting that, like, you know, first item, second item, and all of a sudden you're just getting one shot in as an AD carry, or even as a jungler or anything, it just feels unfair. I got to ask you a real question, though. How far can this Billy, how far can this Billy lineup go? In your honest opinion. What's the perfect scenario where you think they can go?
I don't know. I think it's a hard question because going into today, like, individually the players are strong.
Yes.
I felt like in terms of how they were playing, I wasn't really convinced. This is a good day, but I still need a bit more, right? That game 1 was still quite shaky, and I think there are stronger teams late in the bracket. I think when you get next round, potentially winnable, round after, that's where it gets really hard.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. We have got the bracket up and available for you to show you what is going to be happening between all of these games. Remember, we have 8 days of playoffs. This was just day 1. It is Top Esports on the top half of the bracket. So BLG have earned themselves an opportunity to take a swing at the night.
Actually, you know, I was saying that. I was kind of thinking of the bottom bracket.
Yeah.
I think
this is actually quite winnable.
You know, I won't agree with that. I feel like bottom side of the bracket, if you're facing Weibo look rough as heck. I think they're beatable.
I think
JDG
LNG
are hard.
rough as heck.
Yeah, I agree. But you have to beat Top Esports.
Yeah, it's
that's the problem, right?
It's a reverse.
If you are on the bottom half of the bracket, I think you could get up to JDG and we see what happens. But I think Top Esports are going to be a real challenge. I don't think it matters that LNG are there, right? Sure, if you beat Top Esports, odds are probably good for LNG, but again,
you gotta beat Top Esports.
Yeah, it's a big ask, right? So
big ask, and they've only got a day to prep. Remember, we have EDG versus FBX tomorrow, and then on the 28th of March, that's Game 3. That will be Top Esports versus BLG. So you haven't got that great of amount of turnaround time before that happens. And this is, you know, it's the gauntlet. It is that, by definition, it is the gauntlet of all. I don't care about any other major region. This is the most intense playoff series that any other region has.
But we've seen, right, WE LNG last split.
Yep, it is possible.
People didn't think they would get through the first round.
LNG had to beat, like, Suning. They had to be Top Esports. They had to be RNG.
Yeah, my predictions got tanked.
Yes.
Because I was like, okay, well, they won last round, but next round, okay, well, they won that round. But and I literally tanked so hard.
I think we all did.
Yeah. Well, apart from... It was Gulborg because he was so committed to LNG. He was like, I am an LNG believer.
He did that for the meme. He did it for the meme more than anything, and it just worked out for his
That's the
favor.
answer. Meme your predictions, and you'll nail it.
Don't let your dreams be memes. Be memes instead. Anyway, that is all the time we have for today. We are going to end today's broadcast. Of course, thank you so much, Ox. It's great to touch your shoulder, I guess.
Yeah.
Physically touch you.
That's the thing that people don't understand. When we're casting, the reason it's so much better in person is because we just...
Look! Go! That's literally what happens. That's the funny thing, and that's why we have camera shake all the time, as you can probably see. I'm working on a solution for that you can bear with, but of course, thank you to all of you for watching, and thank you to our fantastic back-end staff. Without them, none of this will be possible. We'll be back tomorrow at the same time. Actually, tomorrow is daylight savings, so slightly later time, but 10:45 CET is when the game should be starting, and we'll see you guys then.
Come back.